and therefore I will call the meeting to order. It's 5:03, and let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Vigil Koppler. We can have the salute to the New Mexico flag from Councilor Garcia, and I will offer an invocation tonight. So if we could all rise.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the perfect symbol amongst united cultures.
Thank you. I'd like to offer a few thoughts and two prayers for tonight. We're living, we all know, in turbulent times in the country and here at home. Too often there are voices of anger and voices of division who seek to declare winners and losers and seek to create categories rather than unite us. I'd remind us all that we are all family and that we all have more that unites us than divides us, and that we have a future where our shared values of respect and compassion and love bring us together in reconciliation and in peace. COVID-19 continues to spread and to threaten our country and our community and the health and well-being of all people. So with that, I would like to focus and ask everyone to bow your head for a moment of prayer with me, two prayers with one theme, two traditions with one purpose. First comes from the Jewish tradition. Grant us peace, your most precious gift, O eternal source of peace, and give us the will to proclaim its message to all the people of the earth. Bless our country and our community, that we may always be strongholds of peace. May contentment reign within our border, health and happiness within our homes. Strengthen the bonds of friendship among all the inhabitants of our community, and may the love of your name hallow every home and every heart. Blessed is the eternal God, the source of peace. And then a second prayer that is, I'm sure, familiar to all of us, which comes from St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love, for it is in giving that we receive, and it is in pardoning that we are pardoned. Amen. I know there are some people who would like to recognize and remember some people. I'd simply start by extending my condolences to Councilor Abeyta and his whole family over the loss of his grandfather and his namesake last Friday, and to wish you and your entire family all of our love, and to extend our condolences on your grandfather's passing. Did you want to say something, Councilor Abeyta?
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, he passed away on Friday morning. All of my, many, if not all of my cousins, he had 63 children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren. And he owned the parking lot on Canyon Road. We talk a lot, and we've been dealing a lot with culture and cultural issues. And he painted up a controversial mural on his shed in the 1970s as part of the Chicano movement. And a lesson that I learned from him is, you know, if you want something preserved, you do it yourself. You don't rely on government. You don't rely on other people. You take it in your hands and you do it. And he taught not only myself, but all of my cousins. He's now at peace with my grandmother, who preceded him in death by 12 years. But they raised us as brothers and sisters and not cousins. And I hope to do the same with my children and my grandchildren and eventually my great-great-grandchildren. Thank you. And I want to thank everybody, Mayor, who has reached out to me and my family during this time. Their well wishes and their condolences really make a huge difference and remind us what's important in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. Others who want to remember someone? Councilor Vihil Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to express condolences to the family of Connie Salazar. She passed away this week, and she happens to be the mother of one of my very good friends, but in her own right, Connie was very active and involved in state and local politics, mostly with the Democratic Party. I think probably all with the Democratic Party. She held many positions. She was involved in many campaigns. She had enormous connections all over the state, and she didn't give up till the very end, and she wanted to remain active as much as she could. Good old Connie, man. She tried to show up even to everything, and she was a real diamond. And I know that I will miss her. Many of my friends will miss her, and most especially her daughter Maria will miss her. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Others? Why don't we just take a minute and again bow our heads and remember these people. Thank you. We have a very full agenda tonight, lots to conduct in the way of business. If the clerk could call the roll, we'll get started.
Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Here. Councilor Garcia. Councilor Lindell,
Here.
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Here.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Here.
Councilor Villarreal.
Present.
You do have a quorum present, Mayor.
Thank you. I know that there's some suggestions I've gotten from at least two members of the governing body about amendments to the agenda tonight to change the order. So before we even get to approval of the agenda, why don't I call on first Councilor Rivera and then Councilor Garcia. I think you had a suggestion as well. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move presentations from the city manager up to, or discussion from the city manager up to underneath item 9, presentation, so we can get a quick update on the budget situation, which has changed a lot in the last 48 hours. And I think it's important as we move forward with the rest of the agenda to figure out what that is.
Okay, so that's one. I think if we can consider both of these two suggestions, or we can take them individually. Councilor Rivera, do you want to make that in the form of a motion?
I will. So I'll make a motion that we move items from the city manager under item 9, presentations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilor Cassett Sanchez has seconded. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
Thank you. And then Councilor Garcia, you had a suggestion for a change in the order as well.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. So I would like to request to move agenda item 16 to right in front of item 13, in between what is now 11. That way we hear comments from the governing body before we go into executive session. I know we have a cram of agenda, but in these instances, we usually move governing body to the end of the meeting. And I would like to ensure that the public hears the comments from the governing body in time that they're able to hear it versus hearing it at potentially midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'll make a motion to move item 16 to be heard right before matters from the city attorney.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a second from Counselor Vihel Coppler. Can the clerk please call the roll for that change?
Yes, of course. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
thank you. Are there any other suggestions for changing the agenda, recognizing that it is jam-packed and we do need to move along expeditiously? But if there's an order that would be more conducive to getting things done, I'm open to any other suggestions. And if not, then let's get a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. And from Counselor Lindell, a second. Could the clerk please call the roll for that?
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Now, are there items that council members would like to take off of the consent calendar at this time? Counselor Cassett Sanchez, I see your hand up first, and then Counselor Worth, and then Counselor Vihel Coppler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove item E, I believe. Is that yes, item E.
Okay, item E will be taken off of the consent agenda. Counselor Mayor Worth, did you have an item?
Yes, I'd like to remove item B for a quick amendment that is not of any substance. It's just cleaning up some wording choice orders.
Okay. Counselor Vihel Coppler, you had your hand up as well.
I also wanted to remove item E.
Okay, so are there others beyond those items that would be taken off of the consent? Counselor Villarreal.
Yeah, just E, because we had multiple amendments, some that took place in finance and then some amendments that took place in public works, so that we can make sure that they're all heard and we can figure out what's the best language to select from that we
Okay.
all feel comfortable with. Thank you.
Okay, so at the moment, B and E have been taken off of consent. Any other items from consent? If not, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar as with the items removed?
Move to approve as amended.
Counselor Villarreal. Okay, Counselor Villarreal made the motion. Counselor Lindell seconded. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
Item under number 8 is the approval of minutes from the regular governing body meeting of June the 10th. Are there amendments, changes, fixes to those minutes that any member of the governing body would like to identify at this time? If not, could we get a motion to approve those minutes?
Move to approve.
Counselor Lindell made a motion to approve those minutes.
Second.
Counselor Vihel Coppler has seconded that motion. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. City Clerk, are there any presentations tonight?
There are none, sir.
Thank you.
I mean, we just moved up, though, the.
City Manager, yes.
Yes, sir.
So at this time, I would recognize the city manager, who may in turn wish to turn to our finance director, but I'll give it over to you, Jarrell, to take it from there.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the governing body. We wanted to provide a very brief update on the GRT numbers that we received, as well as the some items coming out of the special session. We will keep it quick. We will follow up with an additional memo and information. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to Finance Director Mary McCoy.
Thank you. As the city manager mentioned, we have two sections, two very brief updates, one on our GRT numbers from April of 2020, and the other from a recap, very brief recap of a productive special legislative session. So as far as the GRT update goes, as you are well aware, there's a 2-month delay that we face with our GRT disbursements from the state. So only recently did we receive the gross receipts taxes that were generated in April 2020 from the Taxation Revenue Department. So overall, it's devastating news that the taxable gross receipts in Santa Fe decreased over 70 million from April of 2019 to April of 2020. So about 18 of the 21 industries that are covered in the TRD report showed a decline in taxable gross receipts from April of 2019 to April of 2020. Retail trade saw a decrease of close to 20 million. Accommodation and food services saw a decrease of about 23 million. Real estate saw a decrease of 29%, or a little over 2 million. So all industries across 18 of our industries were severely impacted. A decrease of this magnitude obviously has a devastating impact on our economy and most of our industries in Santa Fe. Total amount, the city received 6.9 million in gross receipts revenue from the GRT that was generated, the taxable gross receipts in April. And that April 2020 distribution was a 19% decrease, or total of $1.6 million decrease from April of 2019. So again, very impactful for our city revenue. There was a bright spot, however, and this was in the news earlier in the week, that our April GRT revenue decrease was in large part mitigated primarily by two industries that saw a gross receipts, taxable gross receipts increase in the month of April 2020 compared to April 2019. This was construction and professional, scientific, and technical services. So just one caveat on that data point, although these industries did reflect an increase in taxable gross receipts year over year, it's really uncertain at this time if that growth that we saw in the month of April will continue into future months. So we will continue to meet with the Taxation and Revenue Department to understand these numbers better and understand especially those two sectors that did post an increase year over year. So as Jarrell mentioned, I'll be taking these notes and documenting them into a memo and providing much more detail industry by industry about the changes in our taxable gross receipts in Santa Fe. Now, briefly, just for a legislative update, I want to update you on 3 bills. First is Senate Bill 3, which created a loan fund for local governments. The loan fund will be approximately 100 million, and local governments, we did speak to the staff over at NMFA today, and we will be able to apply likely in August for a portion of that $100 million loan fund. It is at a 2% interest rate, and it will come payable within 5 years. So very short term on that one, but definitely additional assistance that will be able to support us through FY21. Additionally, House Bill 1, which addressed the entire $2 billion state budget shortfall, also distributed CARES Act funding for local governments. It does use a formula that was based on the most recent US Census population estimate. So based on that estimate, we are projecting to receive about 10 million from that distribution. House Bill 6, I also wanted to highlight this. It's not quite as large of a number, but House Bill 6 did double the online sales tax distributions to local governments in FY21. So we look to see an additional $750,000 from that additional distribution. So we are very grateful to our legislative delegation and for all the hard work that our senators, that our representatives did in very quick order to put forward these measures.
Councilor Vihil-Coppler, your hand is up.
Thank you. Ms. McCoy, I received a call early last week, if not the week before, from an attorney professional who follows the numbers. And he did say to me what you mentioned, that the city was short only 1.6 million this April compared to April of last year. And he was quite incensed that the city has taken all these measures and indicated that we had a $46 million shortfall and then upped it to 100 million. And, but what his question is, how did we get those numbers of projections? And if we're 1.6 million short in 1 year and now things are starting to open up, how do we justify the large numbers in our shortfall? And I really couldn't answer. The only thing I could say is I've never seen any source documents, which I've asked for many times.
Mayor, Aaron was our decorum. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Vihil-Coppler, if I can ask Mary McCoy to address your question.
So just as a reminder, the $46 million number was an estimate, was the revenue forecast for FY20 that covered all funds. The update that we just gave, the numbers that you were privy to were correct, the $1.6 million decline, but only for one of the city's multiple revenue sources. So for GRT. We have many different funds. We are also a municipality that runs water, wastewater operations as well. Not all cities do run those operations and account for that in their financial system. So it is definitely much more complex than the isolating it to one single revenue stream. And I hope the detail that we provide you from comparing 2019 numbers to 2020 numbers, industry by industry, the increases and the decreases that I briefly highlighted earlier will give an additional information as to how the different economic industries in our city are performing or did perform. You know, some of the 80–90% decreases in taxable gross receipts were quite devastating for people in our community, for local businesses, for those of our community that were that lost their jobs. It has been a very difficult devastating economic impact to our community.
Okay, well, Ms. LaPan-Hill, Ms. McCoy, most of the gross receipts is for our general fund and our operations budget primarily. The other funds typically they're enterprise funds and have their own sources of income. I recognize because we were closed, we didn't have that revenue, but it seems like a good chunk of the gross receipts money goes to operating government. So are you going to come up with new estimates of our shortfall? Because it doesn't appear that, I mean, it still could be, I think we should be careful, definitely, but it doesn't appear to be anywhere near the estimates. And I just, you know, I'm glad that that we're talking about this tonight, and I'd like to talk about it at every meeting and get get an idea of where we're at. And I'd also like to see some source documents. So those are my requests. Source documents is now becoming a demand. And that is all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I see Counselor Garcia's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the update, Mr. McCoy. That's great news when where we were some time ago. Quick question on the monies being allocated through House Bill 1. Because they're CARES Act funds, does that mean they have to be COVID response related?
Mary, do you want to take that question?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that is correct. That additional 10 million that is being distributed through House Bill 1 is part of the $1.25 billion in CARES Act funding that was earmarked by the federal government for coronavirus pandemic response. And so we are putting together a package of items that we know, and it's really, it's a diverse need in our community. You know, as we start to see our facilities opening up, we are looking to do additional cleaning and safety protocols at those facilities. So that is in direct response to the pandemic. So something like that. Also, as we have discussed other times in committee, as well as in the council meetings, other measures to prevent the spread of the disease, of the virus, such as the homeless shelter, you know, being able to stand that up. I think one of the questions, you know, over the last few weeks is what additional, you know, funding will there be to support the emergency homeless shelter that's been stood up. I think we referenced this a few times as a potential for that operation.
Counselor, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you so much, Ms. McCoy.
Thank you. Counselor Rivera, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So Ms. McCoy, you talked about construction and the tech industries and how that seemed to help us out in this situation, but that's only for the remainder of this fiscal year, is that correct?
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yes, that is correct.
All right, so we're still in a deficit. It's just helped out a little bit by those two industries. And then the additional funding from the state and the federal government regarding with regards to the CARES Act, those will help out next fiscal year, not the one that we're currently in. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, there are expenditures that we have in the current fiscal year that we would like to use a portion of that funding for. We need to be able to run that by the Department of Finance and Administration. You know, we have been running, you know, additional cleaning protocols and safety protocols since March. So there additional, the $500,000 of emergency funding that this body approved back in late March, early April, are also expenditures that were directly related to the response efforts to prevent the spread of the virus. So as we go forward, we would also like to put that on the table for reimbursement. But yes, primarily it will be for FY21.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. And I think as Councilor Vihil-Coppler has requested, this will be an ongoing update because it continues to evolve. What we have is a data point. We don't have a trend. We have 1 month out of a stream of months, and it's a little early to determine exactly how far that will extend or whether the upticks in certain industries will continue, whether the business that was booked earlier and got paid in April will continue in May and June. So it's important to keep updating this, and I think finance will be continuing to do that on an ongoing basis. Councilor Villarreal, your hand is up as well. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions, Ms. McCoy. For the loan fund monies, the 100 million, how do they determine the amount that goes to each jurisdiction? Does it depend on population, or what's the criteria, or do we know yet?
We do not know, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, we do not know at this time. We will be applying as soon as the application is available, likely in August of this year. And we look forward to the additional support. And
Okay. And then the other one about the online sales tax revenue for local government. What's the process and how expeditiously do they get that funding to local government?
Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, we see that revenue come in on a monthly basis. So that is, it is based on a formula for population based on the US Census. And that is something that we have seen throughout FY20. We're receiving just under 750,000. So if that number is going to be doubled going into FY21, we look to see a total of 1.5 million in FY21.
In FY21, you said?
Correct.
Next
Okay.
year.
Thank you.
Mary, let me just fact check one thing, and then I appreciate your time and we should move on. These bills, how many of these bills have been signed into law by the governor at this point?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information. I know a few of these are still in the enrolling and engrossing process after the session, after the House adjourned on Monday, and will likely be on the governor's desk within the next few days to a week, given the
Well,
process.
I appreciate your being early in the queue to talk with the state agencies who control and answer the questions that Councilor Villarreal just asked about terms and conditions and criteria. So thank you for getting in early to get Santa Fe in early. Much appreciated. Thank you for that update and for the questions. That brings us to item 10B and to Councilor Romero-Worth. I think you asked for that to be taken off of consent so you could make an adjustment or an amendment of some kind.
Yes, so the amendment in your packets is there's no change to the substance of this resolution since you saw it in committee, and I would move its adoption.
Second.
Okay, there's a
Excuse me,
motion.
can I read the title into the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, City Clerk. Much
Yes.
obliged.
So the item is consideration of a resolution to reestablish the Santa Fe Water Conservation Committee.
Okay, and there is in our packet this non-substantive amendment. So with that being said, we had a motion to adopt it as proposed, as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Could the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see an amendment. Can someone tell me where it is in this packet?
It's in Prime Gov and it's the second item. So it says Water Conservation Committee changes, Romero-Worth amendment signed. It's right under item 10-B. When you click on the agenda item in Prime Gov, it'll open up another window on your right, and it will give you the item, the packet information for the item, and then this item has 2 attachments.
Huh.
It's directly below the item itself as an amendment, striking a few words and substituting a few words.
If you click on the I, and then once you see that thing that says Water Conservation Committee changes, there's a little eyeball. Click on the eyeball and it will show you the amendment itself.
Okay,
Or you can download it if you click on the little download button further to the right.
yeah. Well,
It's things like, just to help you out, it's things like when it says Santa Fe Water Conservation Committee, it said SFWWC, and rather than use that acronym, we spelled it out. So we said Santa Fe Water Conservation Committee. So it's stuff like that.
I apologize for taking up time, but I have this iPad that doesn't do anything. So that's the problem.
I'm also working from an iPad and I agree, they're a little cumbersome.
They're not very helpful. So I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. So we do have a motion and a second, and we've had some discussion. Are there other questions, or if not, the clerk please would call the roll on this.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved as amended.
thank you. And then that brings us to the next item that was taken off of consent, which is item E. If the clerk could read us into that too, please.
Yes, item E is consideration of a resolution establishing a framework for the closure of streets to vehicular traffic for a certain period during 2020. And we have Jesse Guillen presenting.
Okay. This is an item that's already received quite a bit of attention, and there are at least 3 sets of proposed amendments. And I would suggest that we, as Councilor Villarreal said, we just begin walking through those amendments in serial fashion, and then after we've dealt with those, we can see what shape the proposed resolution is in. So Councilor Villarreal, you had spoken first. Why don't you introduce the amendments that you were responsible for?
Well, I didn't know if Jesse needed to say something first, or do you just want to go into the amendments?
I think we've got, once we get through the amendment process, if there are specific questions about the state of the resolution, then we've got a number of people present who could answer questions, but I think we'll work our way through the resolution as we take up the amendments.
Well, let me first start off by saying that I had expressed my concerns about the way this unfolded for us, and understanding and seeing the language ahead of time and having it where it needed to be so that we could review it in a timely manner. And because of those factors, I abstained from the vote the last time with the Public Works, but we did express, not Public Works, in Finance. And so, but during that time, we were able to talk about some of the things that we wanted to make sure that would be added in. I think one of the most important pieces, so just to be clear, my amendments in blue are not just my amendments, it's a combination of Councilor Rivera, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, Councilor, who else was part of that? Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Garcia, I think, was also part of that. So these were just issues that came up for all of us, and they all folded under my name, which is fine because I agree with the changes. But I think it was ultimately trying to find, well, first off, making sure that this temporary street closure would be only occurring between July 1st and October 31st, 2020. We put in the date. We also talked about the time period of closed streets, the hours that the resolution shall not conduct business on the street between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. We talked about, at least in our conversation, about making sure at least one street bordering the plaza would be accessible to vehicular traffic. Although I think the majority of us, and I'll speak for myself, everyone can speak from their piece, but I was not ever in the conversation or given any information about the petition. Both Councilor Lindell and I never received that position or petition about the potential of closing San Francisco Street. So I think that was something that we didn't necessarily support. So there's some conversation about that. And I appreciate that Councilor Vihel Coppler added in language that said no part of San Francisco Street shall be closed. I'm supportive of that. We did talk about potentials of other streets being open on the plaza. So in that vein, I'm okay with removing my language that was about trying to find at least one street that would be open bordering the plaza that would be accessible to vehicular traffic at all times. I think really the crux is the San Francisco Street, and seeing the fact that the flow and the traffic that occurs downtown, that's one main thoroughfare in general. It's a thoroughfare for the businesses, for deliveries, for residents, for people that are patrons of downtown. So I think that makes sense to me. So I would probably strike 10, the one about one street bordering the plaza, and just go with Councilor Vigil Coppler's piece about no part of San Francisco Street shall be closed. Let's see. We talked about major arterials and collectors shall not be closed to vehicular traffic pursuant to this resolution. I think what's confusing about this resolution is it's supposed to be, at least that's what we've been told, for all parts of Santa Fe, not downtown. So not just downtown. And so that was what was confusing to me about this from the get-go. Because when you really think about it, no major arterials and collectors will be closed for this purpose. So really we're looking at small streets possibly being closed downtown. So I'd like to hear more about the amendments that Councilor Vigil Coppler talked about, Don Gaspar, between West San Francisco Street and Alameda Street, of closing that. And I'm not in favor, mostly because I think we shouldn't define streets right now and say that these will be open, because there still needs to be a process to occur to find out if it even makes sense, even though that we did receive a petition from the Don Gaspar businesses. So even though that process happened, it still needs to be vetted by staff and make sure all the pieces work out for that street in particular. So I'd rather not put streets that we consider being closed, but I'm okay with saying San Francisco Street shall be closed, because that's one in particular that I think has been a source of contention, and also that councilors in District 1, Signy and I, have not really had a chance to really vet that, and I don't think it makes sense at this time, especially for a temporary closure. Is there any others that anyone else wanted to mention? Because there was quite a few, but those were just the ones that kind of stood out for me in those conversations in Finance Committee.
Councilor Rivera, did you want to walk through these amendments? I think what I'm hoping is, as we review each amendment, we can not vote on them immediately, but have a conversation in specific about what was proposed rather than a general discussion about the value of the idea. If there are specific questions about amendments that John Romero could address, or that could be spoken to by other people on our staff who've been working on this. Randy Randall has been working with some of the businesses. You could specifically go through me and we'll ask those questions, but I know Councilor Rivera, you had some very clear ideas about the amendments that you were recommending that I believe, as Councilor Villarreal said, everyone collaborated to get them under a common set of proposals.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think Councilor Villarreal summed up what the Quality of Life Committee had wanted as far as amendments go. I do have some concern about leaving San Francisco Street out. I think if we're gonna do this, they should be equally, I guess, treated as everybody else. And if they have and can and want to request the opportunity to close and be able to have business out in the street or sidewalk like other businesses, they should have that opportunity. But if that were to happen, then I do think there needs to be one street open around the plaza for people to be able to drive through and be able to enjoy the plaza the way they have in so many ways. I do have a question about Councilor Garcia's amendment, but I'll let him present it first and then maybe I'll ask those questions.
Okay, but if I'm hearing you correctly, Counselor, let me just for the record try to make sure I understand. You, I guess, then were the person who was recommending item number 10 on the red line version, page 4, that said at least one street bordering the plaza shall be accessible to vehicular traffic at all times, which would be a different approach than saying that San Francisco Street shall not be closed.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's obviously a point of debate for all of, for everybody in different perspectives. And we do have John Romero to talk about traffic and transportation related issues, as well as the process, if people are not clear on what the actual process would be, whereby any street would be the people on that street would request to participate in this temporary closure process. Let's see. Councillor Maraworth, and then we'll go to Councillor Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, so I'm a little bit confused about how we're taking these. It seems like we should take each of these amendments and just work our way down the list.
That was my hope, but then.
And so, you know, I think Councillor Villarreal has explained what the amendment that she and others have worked on. So I'd like to move the passage of that amendment, and then we should vote on it and then go to the next amendment.
There's a package of amendments. Are you speaking of?
So the first one, again, if you click on the agenda item in PrimeGov, on the right-hand side says temporary street closure VRAL amendment, which she just walked us through. I would make a motion that we approve that amendment. And then the next one on the list would be an amendment from Councillor Vigil Koppler.
I'll second your motion, Councillor Romero Worth.
Okay, so everyone, I know it's hard on the iPad to be able to find all these different amendments, but they are proposed in the, and there is by name each of the amendments. So there are all of the ones that have been identified as originating from Councilwoman Villarreal. So there's a.
So essentially there are 3 amendments for consideration tonight. The first one that we just walked through, Councillor Villarreal. The second one, Councillor Vigil Koppler, and the third one, Councillor Vigil Koppler and Councillor Garcia. So I would just, we just walked through the Villarreal amendment. So if there's not discussion, I think we should vote on it.
I think Councillor Lindell, having seconded, has her hand up, and then so do 3 other members of the governing body. So everybody will get a chance. But Councillor Lindell, you have the floor at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm a little bit unclear from what this amendment by Councillor Villarreal says. What I heard Councillor Villarreal say in introducing this was that she was changing this. Is that correct?
Councillor Villarreal, have you decided you want to change your own amendment, or what's your
Well,
position?
I mean, both of them can be in there. I just don't want them to conflict. Because if by saying at least one street bordering the plaza shall be accessible to vehicular traffic at all times, that makes sense. And if we want to also consider that no part of San Francisco Street shall be closed, that's fine as well. I think now that I'm talking about it, I guess they don't conflict. I just didn't want to have unnecessary extra language as more than we need, I guess. But I'm okay with keeping it in, and then we vote on the next.
But point of order, though, your amendment does not speak to the closing of San Francisco Street. That's another amendment.
Correct.
So all I'm saying is, right now, we need to focus just in the 4 corners of your amendment. We'll take up the San Francisco one separately.
Okay. Councillor Lindell, did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. That was exactly my point.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Garcia, your hand was up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so my comment's going to be more so in regards to the keeping one street open on the plaza. The conversation we had in the Quality of Life Committee, which I think a majority of councilors agreed, was we wanted to keep one street open. And that was based off of, we were under the assumption that Palace Avenue would be able to be opened up. Well, we would not be able to open up Palace Avenue because back in 2003, the city council approved recommendations from the Plaza Task Force to close Lincoln Avenue on the plaza. So with that being said, the only two streets that would have the opportunity to be open if we move forward with the amendments to keep one street open would be San Francisco Street or Santa Fe Trail. And so I wanted the committee or the council to understand that information, because based off our initial assumption in the Quality of Life Committee that Lincoln Avenue would be available to open for traffic. And I remember that conversation being held in Quality of Life Committee.
Okay.
On that point, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Councilor Villarreal.
I think there was a discussion about that possibility, but I guess I was still of the mindset that San Francisco Street would still be one of the possibilities to keep open that was bordering the plaza. That was my understanding. And so we had left it broad, but I think we were wanting to get more information. So that I think that's still a possibility. When you say one street bordering, it could be any street, including San Francisco.
Well, let me,
This amendment,
let
even
me
though we have
turn-
another one coming up.
I think the city attorney has her hand up, but I also wanted to turn to John Romero if I could in a minute. City attorney, did you have a point you wish to raise?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, just a point of information. I think you could overrule a decision, maybe no. Okay.
No,
all right.
not good. You have to use your headset. I'm sorry. It just distorts your voice too much.
You know?
Okay,
Yes, okay. I was just gonna say that.
still not good.
Okay, now
Yes.
kind of, yeah.
You come
Yeah. So I believe the decision in 2002, I didn't have time to read all the materials, but if it was via resolution, you can overrule that 2002 decision. So if this resolution, you can, and it might be helpful to expressly say you're doing so, but if it conflicts, the more recent would be the one that governs of the two resolutions.
Thank you. John Romero, do you have any insights about opening up a different street, or what streets could potentially be used if we wanted to abide by the amendment that says there must be one street bordering the plaza?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, as everyone knows, Palace, Lincoln, and Old Santa Fe Trail are currently closed on the plaza during the summer. San Francisco is open. If we were to close San Francisco, the two potential openings could be Old Pecos Trail and, Old Santa Fe Trail and Palace. We wouldn't be able to close Lincoln as it's a one-way, and it would it would dead end there at 5 and Dime. So those would be the two that we would have to contemplate opening. Of those two, the one I would recommend if we were going to close San Francisco Street would be Old Santa Fe Trail. And the reason is there's, I think that would be a little more fluid of a way to get through the plaza. It wouldn't conflict with any action that any pedestrian movement that we have between the plaza and the Palace of the Governors. Although closing Palace is a possibility, it's not, in my opinion.
Opening Palace, John.
Excuse me?
Opening Palace.
Opening Palace, excuse me. Opening Palace is not out of the question. And so that is a possibility. There are bollards in place in those areas, but they are removable. They're removable and we could place a cap on them. They were designed for that in the event that we wanted to open Palace. So yeah, those are the way I feel about it.
Thank you, John. Councilor Vigil Koppler, your hand is up.
Thank you. I'm going to speak, I guess, just to we have an amendment on the floor. Am I right?
Yes, Councilor
And-
Villarreal's amendment is what we're addressing right now.
And my understanding is we'll get to the others.
Next.
So I don't know what the amendment is. Can somebody read it?
There was multiple amendments. They're
It's
all
a
in
long-
blue.
Did you
Well,
have a chance to?
On one, right? One amendment?
It is called an amendment, but it consists of a number of items, roughly 11 in all. If I have I'm looking at the document that's on the website, and it covers a number of things, including reworking a whereas, or including striking some of the sections, adding a different series of language points, requiring, for example, a diagram of how a business would, if it wished to occupy space on the street. There'd have to be a diagram as to how that would be accomplished. Any business that wishes to use city property could not conduct business during the hours of 11 to 6. This point we've just been discussing about at least one street bordering the plaza would be accessible at all times, and major arterials as defined by the Metropolitan Planning Organization shall not be closed. So there's a series of elements that make up the overall amendment.
So I think it's important to know well, for me, because I have the sheet and I just wanted to make sure, because we were referencing it as one amendment and there's actually 11 amendments. And I don't think the public knows what we're talking about, which I think we need to have a little more clarity. And not only for the public, but for me, if I'm going to vote. So I just want to make sure. So it's the original sheet that lists the 11 amendments.
That is
And
correct.
so I want to state that, ask Councilor Villarreal, because when you first opened your dialogue on this, you said you wanted to remove number 10, but now you're not going to remove it. So I
Yeah,
just-
I'm thinking about it. We might as well vote for that, and then we can go on to San Francisco because it doesn't conflict with the San Francisco
Okay.
street.
Does that answer the question, Councilor Vio-Koppler?
Yeah, I just want the public to know that we are voting on 11
Right.
changes.
This is all posted up on the website. It's an amendment, but it consists of a number of different specific components.
Well,
As
like
does yours, and as does
most
Councilor
people,
Garcia.
you need 2 computers to follow what we're doing, and it's, it's kind of hard. And some public people don't even have computers.
Agreed.
And the public doesn't know what we're talking about. I've just gotten some messages. They don't know what we're talking about.
Okay.
And I can guarantee there's a lot, and as you know, there's a lot of people interested in what we're doing right now.
Absolutely. Thank you for the clarification. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, and then we'll come back to you, Councilor Garcia. You get another turn. But we'll give Councilor Cassett Sanchez the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one question about this amendment. I'm looking at the red line version of the bill. Do these amendments include striking the designated cruise nights? Jesse or Councilor Villarreal, you might be able to answer that.
Councilor Villarreal, she is asking a question about designated cruise nights.
Right. So it does not remove the ability to have cruise nights. This was just referencing an old resolution, and we struck it because it was confusing. It was saying all streets surrounding the plaza shall be open, but it was based on the resolution 2014. So we struck it because essentially it shouldn't be up to the city manager to decide when people want to cruise. That's how I took it. We
Okay.
removed it because that was confusing. Like, why would the city manager designate days that people would be able to drive around the plaza, whether it was day or night?
Does that
Yeah,
answer the question?
I was just, can you guys hear me? My microphone's being weird, so if I cut out, let me know.
You're clear.
Thank you. I was under the impression that in addition to leaving one street open at all time, we were still going to look at these potential opening up the entire plaza for cruise nights or cruise times. which I thought would be a great idea. So I was curious to hear the rest of the council's opinions on this, as that was my impression based on this, this resolution, as well as the possibility of it. I think John Romero might be the one that would be able to speak to that.
John, was there ever, I guess if I'm interpreting the question correctly, there are several issues. One is, does the answer that Councilor or Councilwoman Villarreal gave was people should be able to cruise rather than having it be designated by the city manager as to when they would be cruising. Secondly, what would it take to have more streets opened up around the plaza so you could actually engage in something more than just one street open?
But that would be, I mean, that's what I thought those designated cruise times would be, that at all times there would be at least one street open, but that we would still be looking at the all four for the designated times that, you know, could be events. So.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to clarify the way cruise nights were defined, it was in Resolution 2014-49, the one that established pupil to the plaza, the one that currently provides for the 3 closures that exist. In that resolution, under the be it further resolved, the item that pertains to this states, designate cruise nights which will permit all 4 streets surrounding the plaza to be open during the designated cruise nights. So that is the difference. You know, by nature, that original resolution allowed people to cruise that one street, but they wanted a cruise night where they can circle it like sharks if they wanted to.
And how viable is that suggestion at this point in time with the things that are currently underway?
Mr. Mayor and Randy may be able to add to this, but I think it's possible. We'd have to coordinate with the business owners. I think it's possible, being that it won't cut in. As Randy has explained before, if the business owners choose to utilize our streets for their business, they're going to have to make some investment in some infrastructure, in some tables, canopies, things like that. And as long as it doesn't cut significantly into the time that they can apply that investment, I think it would be doable.
So we'd have to figure out a mechanism to coordinate with the abutting businesses that would be using those streets. But that would have to come through in any event as you move forward with the implementation of whatever resolution does or doesn't get adopted tonight. Is that a fair statement? Yeah, Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
I mean, kind of my thought process behind this is that, you know, we've lost so much this summer. We've lost a lot of events that looking at some kind of creative additional events, like I gotta say, cruising is a pretty good socially distant activity as long as you're in your separate cars. And, you know, we have lost these opportunities to really come together as a community to the plaza. So that's why I was in favor of us still having the opportunity to explore these designated cruise nights that would, or cruise times that would open up the entire plaza, in addition to having the single street open.
Well, I think we'll call on Councilor Garcia. You may want to be thinking of your own language as an amendment going forward to the others that have already been proposed. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm looking at the red line version of the resolution. And so on page 4, line 2, it says nobody should conduct business between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. But shouldn't that be 10 a.m. given later on in the resolution, you need to have access up until 10 for deliveries? So does that conflict?
John, is there a question there about the ability to have other access? Is 6 a.m. the right number, or should it be a different number based on what you've discerned from the adjacent property owners?
Yes, if I can, let me pull up that language. Okay. I'm having a hard time finding that. If you could please repeat that, Councilor Garcia, I'd appreciate it, and I can make comment on that.
Sure, sure. So in the resolution as it stands, item 8 states the terms of the closure shall accommodate accessible parking, ADA compliance, and adequate access for deliveries before 10 a.m. each day. With the current amendment we are debating, item 4 would be any business that utilizes city property on a closed street pursuant to this resolution shall not conduct business on the street between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. So my question is, should the 6 a.m. be changed to 10 a.m.?
So in effect, should those two numbers line up?
Correct.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Garcia, I agree with your statement, although I'd like to receive concurrence from Randy to make sure that I did not miss anything, but that does make sense that their business would not be conducted from 11 p.m. to 10 a.m. So that way it overlaps the delivery time as well.
Randy, is there an issue there? There might be an issue if it's a restaurant that serves breakfast starting at 8 a.m., like Tia's, for example.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that was my thought as well. So long as a delivery lane is left in the street that would be accommodated up till 10 o'clock and proper protection was given to the area being used. And most of these closures, not all on a very short street, but most of these closures will still require a delivery lane like we have on Lincoln. So that would be the only problem I'd see of bringing those 2 hours to the same. It would preclude any kind of early morning breakfast service. And actually, Plaza Cafe is already doing that on Lincoln. So I would want to make sure that this didn't preclude them from being able to have breakfast service already.
So presumably, Randy, let me see if I can clarify. If you are setting up your breakfast service and you are, as the Plaza is doing now, the Plaza Cafe is doing now, you may open for business at 8, but you're setting up tables and getting organized by 6. And that may have been the reason for that hour stipulated in this resolution.
Mr. Mayor, that's true, as well as the 8 to 10 time frame. If they were brought together, it would still allow delivery to come in, but we'd have to make sure it was a safe situation. I mean, I think that's the key thing. We'd want to make sure that there was not a safety issue.
Gotcha. Councilor Garcia, is that helpful?
It is. I just wanted to make sure we weren't having conflicting times.
Right, and that there's some reason for doing what we're saying we want to do. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, your hand is up.
Thank you. I want to make some comments about some of the statements that we've already heard. And that is about, well, first one is about cruise nights. We all received several letters, several phone calls about families taking their elderly parents around. You know, I did that. I did that with my mother. I did that with my father when they weren't very ambulatory, and you know, the Plaza was important to them as well. And if we make some of these changes, not just on this amendment, but the other, and change things around, that will disappear. So we don't have anything for them, you know, like elderly cruise afternoons. I mean, we can't just cater to one segment of our population. And so, you know, we haven't even thought about that. I think we think mostly of millennials who drive their cars around, but there's a whole other segment of our population that have a wish. And I think that's, you know, I know we're not there yet, but that is one of the reasons for my amendment about San Francisco Street. Earlier, John mentioned his preference would be Old Santa Fe Trail. And we all got an email from, I think, a very well researched email from a former Department of Transportation employee, you know, engineer type, who gave his opinions about the traffic if we used Old Santa Fe Trail. And if you think about it, just pretend you're driving through there right now. that's going to be a complete traffic logjam. We have, even if you remove that one stop sign on Old Santa Fe Trail, where you can fit one car before you get to the other stop sign at that corner before you turn to Washington Street. Go back to the previous stoplight. That stoplight can't accommodate a whole lot of people, and it's going to be even worse if we have to make changes for pedestrians. There's going to be a complete logjam. And so I am not in favor of closing that street. And then John Romero spoke to Palace Avenue. Well, I like to respect other councils before us, their decisions. They made decisions based on what they had at the time. And I'm thinking it had a lot to do with the Native Americans selling their wares in front of the Palace of the Governors. And so if we consider opening that street, what is this going to do? What are they going to think about this? Even though it's temporary to October, we don't know that they won't be allowed to sell their wares with social distancing. They're not there now, but there's still many months to go. They could be there. Not to mention the others who sell their jewelry on the other side of the street that are permitted on the plaza on Palace. So, a bunch of cars running through there. I don't know if that's an answer either, but I think my whole thing here with the San Francisco Street staying open is I have a belief that we have enough controversy in this city right now. We have enormous controversy, and we have petitions every which way, and one of them is this one. And I was born and raised here. I appreciate some of the traditions and such that we have with regard to getting places through the plaza, catching a glimpse of the Christmas lights, catching a glimpse of the bandstand playing on the plaza during summer where you can't really walk, driving your elderly friends or family through the plaza so they can hear a little bit of music. I think that is something San Francisco Street provides us to do. And when we're talking about all these other things, my point I'm going to go back to, I think we have enough controversy, and I think we need to take a step back and realize that, thank our lucky stars that we are where we are now to try to solve problems that have already occurred rather than to create new ones.
Thank you. John, could you take a minute and talk? We didn't do a preamble. That may have been my mistake. What are the traffic volumes we're discussing here? Because Councilor Villarreal raises an interesting point about what the realities are of different street closures and the impact on cars, traffic volumes. What are we seeing right now in the utilization of the streets?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, right now I don't have counts around the entire plaza, but I was able to obtain counts for recent counts for San Francisco Street. It's roughly 1,700 cars a day on San Francisco Street. To the point of the opinion that opening only Old Santa Fe Trail will cause log jams or closing San Francisco Street. Prior to our current configuration, permanent configuration where we have Palace closed, it used to be where San Francisco was closed. That was a leg that was closed on the plaza. And so,
can you tell us when that was, John?
I don't recall the time, but that for a time Palace was open and San Francisco was closed. I believe it was before the task force that Councilor Garcia mentioned. When they evaluated the plaza, I think that's when they determined to flip it from San Francisco Street to Palace. During that time, and this is anecdotal, but I do not recall any traffic congestion problems in that area. But I can do, I'm gonna see if I can pull up in the interim, if you guys wanna continue it into other comments, I'm gonna see if I can pull up the packet material from the task force to see what was the case before that, so I can confirm if in fact San Francisco was the initially closed street.
Thank you. Councilor Villarreal, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I wasn't quite sure what Councilwoman Vihel Coupler was wanting to change based on what she just mentioned. Because
Councilor
these were all
Villarreal,
just ideas we talked about. And, you know, the cruising, that was one of the things we brought up in, I keep saying finance, but it was quality of life committee. That it wasn't about cruise nights. It was about times that people could cruise whatever time they'd want to. That's why ultimately that section, the resolution it was referencing, was taken out, because that's specifically talking about cruise nights. So what I was trying to figure out is that resolution that's old, does that conflict with the one that, and I don't know if this is for our city attorney, does that resolution conflict with the other one that talks about people to the plaza that closes 3 streets in order to have tables downtown?
so maybe you can ask the question
Well, I'm
more
confused.
specifically.
This is before my time, the resolution 2014 about cruise nights. And then there's this other one about people to the plaza that closes 3 streets. So when my colleague brought up, well, why don't we keep that language and have cruise nights, et cetera, I was just trying to figure out if those 2 resolutions conflicted.
Okay.
I know there are other ones, but it was on that point about removing that language.
So I don't know, city attorney, do you
Mayor,
see a
Counselor-
conflict between these?
Because one says 3 streets will be open in order to set up tables in front of the Palace of the Governors, that's closed as well. And then we have the resolution about cruise nights, which was all 4 streets. So.
Right, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I understand the cruise nights, like you said, to be all 4 streets. And for the city manager was supposed to designate those. I think there's some question as to if that was an ongoing obligation. And so you're asking if that conflicts with what specifically?
There's another resolution that was about people to the plaza that actually closed 3 sides of the street in order to set up tables.
The earlier one, the 2002?
I don't even know when it was. I think it was
Okay.
actually during the Gonzalez administration. So it wasn't, I think it was 2016.
Okay.
I'm
Mayor Weber,
bringing it
Councilor
up.
Villarreal, I think the general construction would be anytime something conflicts after something else is adopted, the more recent in time governs. But if there's not a conflict, then the prior would still be in place. So that's how we would look at that. But I'm going to have to actually pull up each of those to look at that idea to make that determination.
Yep, I guess maybe Councilwoman Cassett Sanchez could explain more about that point, because we took it out because it was talking about nights. It was designated by the city manager, and so we just took it out. It doesn't mean that cruising nights couldn't be established or days. I feel like it's convoluting this conversation about, like, I mean, this whole resolution I think is confusing, to be honest.
Let's see if Councilor Cassett Sanchez can answer your question about cruise times, nights, and so on. And I'm not sure it conflicts, although it may need to be, as John Romero was describing it, something that is worked out depending on what we end up saying within the body of this attempt to create a new experiment, a new trial with looking to create more opportunities for people to do business in this COVID-19 era. But Councilor Cassett Sanchez, did you want to respond to Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes, thank you. I think during our conversation with quality of life, my understanding had been that we would put in the piece about keeping 1 street open, and that would be something that would not be designated, that people can cruise that street at any given time, but that we would also look at adding, or that we would leave the possibility to create these cruise events, and maybe that's a better word than nights, that would allow all 4 streets to be closed, as like a special event, so that there would be both the anytime cruising on at least 1 street, and then the special event where there would be kind of, back to all 4 streets being open for a cruise event.
Right. Did that answer the question, Councilwoman? Did that help?
Yeah, I think so. I guess the question is, so what will help in this case in terms of language that will cover that area?
Well, much of this resolution, as I read it, is a directive to the city traffic engineer or the city public works team to figure out how to implement with the various parties who are interested a way to respond to the opportunity. And we could simply add a directive that that also be something that gets examined as an opportunity going forward, that there would be a desire, not necessarily, I think your point is taken, not necessarily for the city manager to stipulate when such an event would take place, but that there could be worked out times, as John Romero said, where, and as Randy said, where you could collaboratively figure out a way to make that happen as part of this resolution without stipulating when it has to happen or who would structure it as if it were the mandate of the city manager to do it. Councilor Abeyta, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of questions. I guess they'd be for Mr. Romero. John, this is just because somebody or a group of merchants come before you and ask, and I assume it would be you, to close a street, are they guaranteed that that's going to be approved? Or do we, is the resolution broad enough so that you have the authority to deny the request to close the street?
John, do you have authority in that situation?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, yes, I do. So in fact, a lot of times I say no more times than I do say yes. And I believe a lot of you guys have heard this before through email and phone calls. So I definitely heavily scrutinize this. It's not something that is a rubber stamp that I just let everyone do what they want. I definitely look at all the angles. I believe throughout my time here at the city, I have not approved any closures that have caused a significant detriment to traffic. Especially in the downtown area. I do not believe that that's happened. There's been real extreme closures that I have approved. When we constructed Cerrillos Road itself, I closed the intersection of St. Michael's and Cerrillos so that we could build that within 3 weeks as opposed to 3 months. And when that happened, it was not catastrophic. People found their way around, and traffic was able to move around it. So yes, I do scrutinize it. They're not guaranteed an automatic pass. And I hope that answers your question.
Okay, and that leads me to my second question, and that's—
Councilor, can you wait 1 second? Councilor, can you wait 1 second? I'm seeing the city attorney raise her hand. Usually that means I've done something wrong.
No, Mayor Weber, Councilor Abeyta, and John, I just wanted to clarify, we had this conversation about authorities when we were deciding what the proper procedure for this was. It's not totally clear it had to be through a resolution, but since we were going to be creating essentially a citywide program, it just seemed like a good idea to do it in a resolution, even though John does this type of closure kind of in his day-to-day operations of the city streets.
So this is standard operating procedure simply applied in this particular circumstance, where John's judgment and his expertise comes to bear. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Back to you, Councilor.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Romero, if you grant a permit or approval to close a street, how difficult is it to open the street back up? Or does it stay closed till the end of October?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, that's a very good question. Case by case in our typical application of applying our obstruction permit, if things aren't working well, we usually work with the applicant to modify it. And it's we keep in mind what they're trying to do, what they've already invested. That being said, in this area, I would tend to say if we approved it, it would be a hard decision to unapprove it because of the investment that the restaurants and or businesses would have to incur to utilize our right of way. So it would have to be an extreme case to where I would say, we're going to have to pull back your approval.
So is it likely then the street would stay closed to the end of October? That's what you're saying?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Brita, yes, unless an extreme situation happened and there is extreme problems happening, yes, we would look to keep them closed till October.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have your hand up.
That's an old hand.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't take it down. All right. So are there other comments about this amendment at this time? If not, is there a motion?
There's a motion and a second on the floor, Mayor.
Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councillor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The amendment has been approved.
Okay, so those amendments are now part of the resolution. We have two other amendments in front of us. And I think I'll turn to Councillor Vihel Coppler for her, unless you have a preference between Councillor Garcia and Councillor Vihel Coppler about who would like to go first. I think they're both will take a turn, but is there a preference as to who should go first? I'm open to either one of you. Councillor Vihel Coppler, do you want to start?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Just give me a second.
Absolutely.
So I'll start, well, I guess I'll start with Councillor Garcia's and mine, and then maybe we both can speak to them.
Well, maybe, okay, I was thinking you have items 1 and 2 that belong specifically to you. I thought perhaps you could take those up.
I think we should take them one at a time.
That's what, yeah, by that you mean one set of, the Vihel Coppler amendment first, and then we'll go to the next package. Yeah, I think in order to keep things straight, let's do the way they've been introduced as a separate set. So if you could speak to the, you had 2 specific items as amendments, Counselor, if you could maybe take those up.
Okay, I'm not sure which one is first, and because I have the whole sheet. And so if I'm reading one that Councillor Garcia and I are not with, I'm trying to follow the redlining document.
Let me, I have it in front of me. Let me try to help you. You have a proposed amendment on page 3. Insert the following new paragraph. Any business that utilizes city property on a closed street pursuant to this resolution shall not offer for sale any merchandise located on public rights of way. And then your second amendment has 2 items. Public Works Department shall determine streets that are eligible to be closed dependent on effective rerouting of traffic, number 1, and number 2, Don Gaspar Street between West San Francisco Street and Alameda Street shall be closed except for the intersection at Water Street. So those were 2 very specific items that you sponsored as amendments.
Okay, so the first one dealing with the wares on the plaza, because mine aren't in that order.
Yes, the first one was to say, if we do close a street, no merchandise should be for sale on that closed right of way.
Right, I proposed that because I got a lot of input from people who didn't want to see the plaza turn into a flea market setting. And I'm not sure if the city has controls for that. I know that John Romero spoke to it at Public Works a little bit, but not, I mean, we didn't talk about it in great detail. And then I also remember that there were on some items, there were separate approvals. Some belong to Public Works and some belong to land use. So the purpose of this amendment is to keep the plaza's integrity, to keep it from looking like a flea market. And if you do those things and you allow that, then we also have Americans with Disabilities Act to comply with. So the pedestrians, even though the streets are open, not everybody wants to walk in the streets, but if we have wheelchairs, people with canes and such, and if they have to get around the sidewalks by jumping off the curb because people have wares on the sidewalk, then I'm not sure how all that will occur. So that was the purpose of the amendment.
Okay.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, Counselor.
So I just want to make sure that we're all clear. So Counselor Vihel-Coppler's amendment has two different changes to the resolution. And so when we vote on them, we will be voting for both of those things. We will not, and actually the second amendment includes two different substantive changes. So I want to make sure that we're understanding that we're not taking each of these ideas separately at this moment. We're taking, right now, what we're discussing is the amendment as a whole, which has three substantive changes to the resolution.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
That said, we can address each of the three items individually, of course, to see how we feel about it.
We can certainly discuss each of them, but when you move the amendment, it'll be to either accept or reject three substantive changes to the resolution, because that's the way they've been presented to us. They could have been taken individually and been separate amendments, but that's not the way they're presented to us tonight. There are three substantive changes all in one amendment sponsored by Councillor Vihel-Coppler. So I just want to be clear how this is coming forward to us.
Thank you. So I would ask perhaps for some clarification from Randy Randall about the issue of the first one that Councillor Vihel-Coppler focused on, which was the sale of merchandise and the question about the appearance of any street. It doesn't have to be streets directly on the plaza. It could be any street where there would be stores or shops. And if a street were to be closed under this resolution and a merchant wanted to put something out as something for sale, what are you thinking about? What have you heard from merchants about the concern that has been raised about the integrity and the quality of what would be displayed, and does it end up looking kind of, I guess, less than what we'd like the downtown to look like?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think the key thing is that this resolution applies to any potential street in the city, not just the plaza. So I think it would be a mistake to have a specific concern of the plaza mean that no merchandise of any kind, and I guess food is not merchandise, so hopefully food and beverage could still be offered, but nothing else could be offered in any other area of the city. I was under the impression that there are already codes in our historic preservation codes that would preclude merchandise and perhaps in the historic district, but it might be allowed in other areas that could be beneficial to businesses. I totally agree that we don't want to have the plaza cheapened in any way, looking like a flea market or anything else, even though there's a lot of vendor business there already. But we don't want this to be a total expansion of that and let it get out of control. But I do think the fact that this applies to the entire city should be taken into consideration.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from councilors about the
Mr. Mayor, I still have the floor, I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had finished your comments. I apologize. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. You know, I'm not going to be a real, oops, sorry. I'm not going to be a real stickler on this because, oh, shoot. Hang on. I don't know what happened here. Okay. I'm not going to be a real stickler on this, but I do think it was worth a discussion. I understand that this could apply all over the city, but you know, it seems like we're being a little more loose because of the discussion we're having on all of these things right now. And I don't think it would really be the first thing on people's minds that they couldn't do this. If you're letting restaurants take up the streets with beverage and food, you know, why couldn't they do this? And so I just thought it was worth a discussion because when it starts happening, it's a little bit too late. And I do realize that there are some shared decisions between Public Works and Planning and Land Use on some of these approvals. And in Public Works, I mentioned that it would be, I mean, it would be a little bit different with this because I think Public Works and Planning and Land Use, not that they don't do it, but they would have to coordinate a lot more than they do now. And so, you know, if the governing body feels like we don't need this, I'm okay with it. But I think it's worth a discussion because things start happening. And the example I used was one of the stores downtown set up a tent on the plaza without a permit. And then once, you know, they started doing their thing. And then according to Mr. Romero, he then asked them to get a permit and he approved it. And apparently they were handing out masks. But the point is that they went ahead and did it. And it was reported to me and they didn't have approval. So, so that can happen. And I don't know if we need to put something in here to give businesses some heads up that this shouldn't be done. But if John Romero and the Planning and Land Use Director think it's okay, then, and we don't, well, I guess we deal with it till October 31st.
Thank you. You still have the floor.
So I don't know if you wanted me to proceed with that or talk about the other one.
Well, let me see if I see Councilwoman Villarreal's hand is up. I don't know if it's relative to this specific point or to the second item in your amendment package. Is it, Councilwoman, can you tell us which one you're speaking to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On this particular point, I just wanted to ask, I understand where my colleague is going with this. I guess I was wondering how this would affect these businesses that only can allow for 25% occupancy right now. And that was the whole purpose, is looking at businesses, not just restaurants. Restaurants can only have 50% of their people in their space, and stores can only have 25%. And so that limits them from being able to safely have space for their workers, have safety of space for the people that are visiting them, that are looking at, you know, possibly buying stuff. So I guess that's what I was concerned about. I mean, if they needed more space because they wanted to be able to, because they had a small space and they wanted to expand into the street in order to meet the state requirements of 25%, that would be the only thing I'd be concerned about, and not necessarily want to not consider them for that. And I guess we keep thinking about downtown, but I'm thinking about across the city.
Mayor
Small
Weber, point of order, just real quick.
Yes.
Do we have a motion and second on the floor on these amendments?
No, we're just
Okay.
discussing.
So before discussion occurs, there should be a motion and a second.
Good help. Would somebody like to make a motion to adopt these, this amendment? And
I'll
then
move to adopt
Councilwoman,
for discussion.
okay, Councilwoman Vito Koppler has made that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilor Garcia has made the second, so now we're in proper order. So Councilor Villarreal, you had the floor about asking the question about floor space and occupancy and helping shops and stores, maybe not even in the downtown area, but in some of the parts of the city where Randy and others have been contacting restaurants and store owners, how this might affect their ability to attract and safeguard their employees, as well as attract customers in a limited time under the COVID-19 restraints.
Right. Yeah, so I guess I was just thinking any business that's trying to make it and they're only allowed 25% occupancy right now. That's my concern. So I don't know if you had any insight on that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, my recollection of how this got started was that the downtown businesses submitted a petition to close the plaza because they wanted foot traffic to help people go into their businesses and to keep the loud cars off the streets in front of their business. That has been the prime messages that we've gotten. I don't know, I haven't received anything from any person that has a business in any other part of the city that cares about this. Maybe they do, but your point is well taken. They may have room, they may not, but obviously this might be an advantage for them, but the impetus for this was to close the plaza to traffic.
If I could speak to that, I think I have a different narrative, Counselor. What I know about this idea is that in the wake of COVID-19, I got, as you probably got as well, numbers of emails from people saying, look at what other cities are doing in the United States and in other parts of the world, because COVID-19 has had a dramatic effect on the economic viability of all kinds of businesses. I got emails saying, what if you actually put, extend, as some cities have done, you even use parks or the plaza itself as a place where restaurants or other vendors could be set up an outdoor space, because there are people who have lost their jobs and there are businesses that are very much at risk of going out of business. Some of our favorite ones are suffering from the impact of COVID-19 as an economic shock. And so the idea was to explore with restaurant owners and operators, with different shop owners, not only in the downtown area. I know Randy's talked to people over in the area where Meow Wolf set up shop, and that area used to be thriving and was growing thanks to the traffic that Meow Wolf stimulated, but now they were looking for a second boost because of COVID-19 having such a devastating impact, closing down Meow Wolf. So there are numbers of areas that have where our economic development team, led by Mr. Brown, and tourism with Mr. Randall, and then land use, Eli was looking at restaurants where it's not really a street front, but a parking lot that could be cordoned off to give them some more square footage. And then John Romero was helpful in looking at what the transportation and traffic impacts or residual impact would be as a result of any of these measures. But the real impetus was to say that we've seen so many people lose their jobs, and so many restaurants and other shops see a dramatic downturn of their business traffic, that and they are still under very strict constraints. I know that when I sat down in one restaurant and asked if closing the street in front of them would have an impact and letting them put some tables out there, the immediate answer was I could hire back 4 or 5, maybe 6 more of my old employees. And so the impetus was less to close streets in the way of changing traffic as it was to respond to the footprint issue that Councilwoman Villarreal focused on, which is if you're really limited in how many people can be in a shop or a store under these very strict regulations, and we don't want to see our businesses go out of business, and we do want to see employees return so they get a paycheck, what would be a temporary pilot project, an experiment, to see whether trying this would have a beneficial impact on those restaurants and those employees. So that really was the history of this idea.
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor, one of the other things that was stipulated in some of those early messages was that they wanted Santa Fe to look like Europe. They wanted it to look like the 16th Street Mall. I got those, and I'm getting some messages now from shop owners on San Francisco Street who are asking not to close it.
Well,
So
that may well be the case, but I'm just describing, you had said that it was all about closing off traffic in the plaza. And I think that there was a much more experimental mindset, not so much restricting traffic for the sake of restricting traffic, but an attempt to respond in a nimble and agile way to this extraordinary pandemic that has closed things down. And I don't know who is in favor of trying to make Santa Fe look like anything other than Santa Fe. I haven't heard that particular impetus personally, but that there may be people even on San Francisco who are merchants who don't see this as beneficial, which is why the process laid out in this resolution does both require a substantial 75% participation, and then it ultimately comes back to John Romero and others to determine whether it passes the test of viability from the city's point of view.
well, and then the other portion of messages was about Santa Fe's culture and the traditions and what the plaza means to everybody, not just business owners on the plaza. And it's, you know, the rattling of cages is more about the plaza. And, you know, as I said earlier, I don't think I've gotten one single email from any business outside of the area. At any rate, with regard to the wares on the sidewalks and such, as I said earlier, I frankly don't care if this passes or not. But what I do care about is I don't want the aesthetics of the plaza to change, but you know, if it does, I think we've got the historical board that will come forward and you know, hopefully they would be as strict, maybe not, but incidentally, I don't think that, you know, they've really weighed in on this, but it's okay, I guess. That is all I have to say about this.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to hear a little, we've mentioned the historical board and regulations around the historical district. And Aaron, I believe this is probably a question for you. Would those regulations supersede this resolution?
City Attorney, did you hear the question? Okay.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Yes, so the code would supersede the resolution. So any historic limitations would apply to any streets that are affected by this resolution, as would any land use regulations in general.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think there's some sort of vision in everyone's mind that we're going to close San Francisco Street and they're going to take over the whole street, but I don't think that's the case. John, isn't it true that there has to remain a fire lane at all times just in case something were to happen, some emergency?
John?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that is correct.
All right, if memory serves me correct, that's a 20-foot lane. So based on the size of most streets in the downtown area, that would leave really the sidewalk and probably the metered parking spaces for people to do business. Is that correct? More or less.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, to a point, so there are a lot of streets that have parking, and because of the parking, they're what I would consider legally non-conforming. There's not 20 feet with the parking in place. So in talking to the fire chief in those areas, as long as we maintain what current fire lane exists, we are okay with that. So for instance, on San Francisco Street, because of how narrow it is, as you explained, the only amount of real estate we would be able to afford people to place items such as tables or things of that nature would be virtually in the parking stalls. The rest of the street would basically be a pedestrian mall.
Okay, so that, that's really a limited amount of space. So, it's not going to be like a flea market where there's just going to be vendors all over and no place to walk, and everywhere you go, there's going to be sales things there. So just wanted to make that clear that, the amount of space I think we're really talking about isn't quite as big as we all envision in our heads. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I think, Councillor Vihel-Coppler, there's been a pretty good discussion about item number 1 of your 2 proposed amendments. Do you want to walk us through the second one and what items 1 and 2 under point 2, what you had in mind about both the Public Works Department and then also the Don Gaspar stipulation?
Sure. I also wanted to just go over a point that nobody spoke about except me, and that was the ADA requirements. And whatever happens, where with people spreading out all over the street and using the sidewalks, I think ADA is still something we must comply with. And I'm not sure that is the case with some businesses who have already opened restaurants into the streets. So pretend you're in a wheelchair, and that would be everything you need to know when you're walking by these places, because it just doesn't work. So the next item, when I prepared these, I was preparing them with the idea that to give more direction if San Francisco Street was closed, because that seems to be the big spot, the big burning issue. And that is why I prepared the Public Works Department shall determine streets that are eligible to be closed dependent on effective rerouting of traffic. Well, of course, I think I've already heard John Romero say that that's what he does, but it's really more so to give him the authority to do that. I do recognize in his discussion earlier that, John has said that he doesn't always say yes, but he a lot of times says no. But he has 2 supervisors ahead of him who could direct him to do something. And I hope that analysis still works, that you are able to say no to your city manager and to the mayor when it comes time to do something that you may not think is valid. But
did you want to give him a minute to respond to that? I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Vihel-Coppler. All my decisions I'm responsible for making in compliance with the license I hold. I hold a professional engineer's license. And as part of that, especially with roadways, I have to follow federal regulation. So I take that very seriously. And in no instance in my entire career have I ever been directed by someone to do something that I am not comfortable with. That's happened on numerous cases, not only that have happened from an administration standpoint, but even from a city council standpoint. And so, I take that very serious. As far as providing detour routes, that's a typical part of our traffic control. If we are to close a road, we provide detouring signs to tell them how they get around our closure to where they're going. Lastly, with ADA requirements, again, I take it serious. It's part of my license. I have to. In fact, in my division, within my department, I house the city's ADA coordinator. So we coordinate with him. All the closures that we have approved right now on our parklets, all of our, not closures, excuse me, all of our usage of right-of-way in our parklets, that's in sidewalk areas and parking stalls, we maintain a 5-foot wide walking path in the sidewalk for that exact reason. We do not want, it's a federal regulation, and it's a civil rights issue that if we don't comply, they can issue a complaint to the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice will come down on us hard. So I take that very seriously, and we do take those into consideration.
Thank you for that. I brought it up because I too am familiar with ADA, and my concern was if, the businesses would block pedestrian traffic in violation of ADA. It's something we need to be sure that we're thinking about. So with regard to Public Works determining what streets are eligible, I didn't know if that was something that we needed in here because it's not quite delineated. And based on your testimony, I don't think that this amendment is necessary, and I can withdraw it.
Okay.
The other item is that Don Gasper Street between West San Francisco and Alameda, yada, yada. I was primarily thinking if San Francisco Street was open, I know we got some extreme pleadings from Pasquale's Cafe. And I thought if San Francisco Street was, Don Gasper Street was closed from San Francisco to, I went ahead and stretched it to Alameda, but my colleague, Councilor Villarreal, asked me, well, what happens with the St. Francis Hotel? How did they get into their hotel? But on the other hand, I was thinking of them too. Maybe they might want to spread out into the street more so. I don't know, but Randy's shaking his head. So I think, John, I think I would just urge you to give big consideration to closing Don Gasper Street between San Francisco and Water Street so that we can have some space for that restaurant and any other business that's on that leg of Don Gasper. And that I know we have to keep Water Street open at least to get into the parking lot. So I guess that would, I can withdraw this, just making a recommendation, a strong recommendation that you close that portion of Don Gasper, because we do have some businesses there that don't have an opportunity, such as Pasquale's, to, have an opportunity to increase their size as well. And I know other businesses would probably use it too. So I'll withdraw those, and I guess we have a motion on the floor for the merchandise, and I wanted to put that in there to have a healthy discussion about it. And I am satisfied with the discussion, and I'll hope for the best, and I will withdraw my motion on that.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, at this point, you're content with the conversation, the discussion. John's answers are speaking to your concerns, I think, directly. So you would withdraw the proposed, at this point, you would have, having made the point and gotten the discussion, you withdraw the motion to adopt, to pass these, this amendment. Yeah.
Right,
Am I, I want to make sure I'm correctly interpreting what you said, that's all.
that is correct.
Okay, so we no longer have a motion on the floor for this amendment, and therefore, if there is no motion, I think we can assume that.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes, ma'am,
The second has to also withdraw.
correct.
No,
Councilor-
second, Mr. Mayor.
I think he agrees with you. So there's no motion, there's no second, so I think that lets us move on to the next amendment, which comes from, I guess, Councilor Garcia, you and Councilor Vihil-Coppler together, but maybe you'd like to carry the conversation for a minute, and I give you the floor.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So from the onset, I would like to present these amendments separately because I would like to request for them to be voted on separately, not as a slate, but two individual votes. So we'll talk about one, which is the Santa Fe Police Department shall have presence on the Santa Fe Plaza at all times during street closures to address public safety and vehicle noise control. I think the intention behind this was to ensure that people, if we do see increased pedestrian traffic down there, that we have public safety is a concern, and we want to make sure that the folks down there are safe. While they're down there, they can also help with the noise control issues that merchants have raised in the past.
Okay,
And so with that, I'd say I'll defer to Councilor Vihil-Coppler as we're solely debating on item 1 right now.
So,
Point of order. So we do need a motion and a second before we debate.
right, so we need a motion and a second. And can I get some instruction, because Councilor Garcia specifically said he'd like to split items 1 and 2, but I'm not a parliamentarian. I'm not clear on the capacity to have these considered in separate votes. Is that a problem? Is that completely the way we are able to do business? I need some guidance.
Mayor Weber, there's nothing precluding that. So if Councilor Garcia would like to move part of the amendment, that's fine.
So Councilor Garcia, if you wanted to do these individually and take on item number 1, that would be the motion to start with.
Correct, and that's why I spoke to item number 1 and I'm deferring to Councilor Vehil-Coppler for further amendment introduction, any comments she might have.
Okay, so did I get a motion in a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the motion
Okay,
to
so,
have Santa Fe Police Department have a presence on the plaza at all times during street closures to address public safety and vehicle noise control.
okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Garcia has seconded the motion, and so now we have a motion and a second. And I think we've got a number of hands raised, but since your name is on these as well, Councilor Vehil-Coppler, I think the floor is yours to speak to that first item.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important to pay attention to the issues that the vendors raised downtown on the plaza. A lot of them talked about the loud cars, the mufflers, and the motorcycles, and on and on and on. And you know, this is just anecdotal from how many times I've been downtown. I haven't noticed a police presence like we used to have in a very long time. I'm sure there's reasons for that, but if we're going to especially have San Francisco Street open, I think we need to pay attention to the complaints that we receive from these businesses and try to tone it down. And when you have police around, most people will have a little bit of trepidation roaring their mufflers and loud music and such, but we'll see. Perhaps they need the bicycle cops back or the motorcycle cops, but I don't think they need the cars because they'll never get through the traffic. So that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Deputy Chief Joy is with us and his hand is up. And since this speaks directly to police presence at all times, and there also, we have hands up from Councilor Rivera, Cassett Sanchez, and Romero Worth. So in that order, we will proceed. So Deputy Chief, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I just wanted to again speak specifically to this amendment and discuss the verbiage here with a presence and discuss the at all times. We are still active in our downtown focus. We do still have bike officers down on the plaza. The first group goes from 9 to 7. The second group goes from, they go till 10, from noon to 10 in the evening. If we're looking at it very specifically and literally, I guess how we define presence and also at all times, if we were to do a 24-hour placement of an officer literally on the plaza, that would require some pretty substantial changes to schedules and potentially most likely mandatory overtime for folks to be able to cover that on a 24-hour basis, to have someone on the plaza at all times. And then how we define presence, again, is like, for instance, our mobile video trailer, one of our MVTs is on the plaza, 2 of them right now. Would that count as a presence? That is a police presence on the plaza, having the video trailer. And so currently, and I'm bouncing around a little bit, but the plaza is part of our Area 9 coverage, and that goes from St. Francis and then encompasses the loop of Paseo de Peralta. And so geographically, it is our smallest area, but as far as commercial density and population density, it's obviously a very dense area for us of coverage. So then if we were to focus, again, just looking literally at the verbiage here, to have someone specifically just on the plaza, that limits our ability to also cover the rest of the downtown area. So I just wanted to kind of throw all that out there and at least make sure that information is available.
Thank you. I think you'll be available if there are follow-up questions, Deputy Chief, but I see some council members' hands are up. I also want to note for the record, it's 7:08 p.m. and we have people waiting to speak. 72 people signed up for a chance to speak to us tonight, as well as 3 public hearings. And then and Councilor Garcia had asked specifically that we move up matters from the governing body for an earlier chance for people to address items of importance. So not to eliminate or reduce discussion, but just to be mindful of the time. Councilor Rivera, your hand was up next.
Thank you. Chief Joy, you had mentioned a presence on the plaza 24/7, which is, that's what this language is calling for, because there are always 3 streets around the plaza that are closed. So you would have to have an officer there 24/7. Is that what you were referring to?
Correct, sir. Now, again, I'm just referring to the verbiage where it says at all times. And so, yeah, I'm interpreting that as a 24-hour coverage specifically of the plaza.
Right. And Councilor Garcia, is that what you intended with this?
Councilor Garcia, what was your intent with that language? Do you have something in mind specifically or a general idea?
I'll have to also confer with Councilor Vehil-Coppler, but my intentions were during the street closures of the proposed streets that would close. So let's hypothetically say Don Gaspar merchants applied and were allowed to close Don Gaspar between whatever time in the morning to 11 p.m. The intention is to have the increased police presence during that time frame, not all times, not 24/7, during the time frames when these streets are going to be closed for pedestrian traffic. And
So sorry, Councilor Garcia. So why not the police presence on the streets that are actually being closed versus staying on the plaza?
That I'm open to that. I mean, it's Councilor Vehil-Coppler's amendment as well. I'll defer to her comments.
Okay.
Councilor Rivera, do you want to continue a little bit and then we'll let Councilor Vehil-Coppler weigh in?
Yeah, that would be great. So Chief Joy, in the situation that happened recently with the shooting on the east side that required quite a police response, how would this committing officers to a specific area affect that kind of response?
Well, again, if I'm just taking this very literally, it's at all times, the presence would be at all times. So again, this would be up for discussion here, and maybe I'm reading too much into it or being too literal. That would hypothetically require the officer to not be allowed to leave that particular area, just based on the verbiage here, without potentially violating the ordinance itself. And we did have bicycle, because obviously that was a major threat to life, the nature of that call. We did have bicycle officers respond to that as well, which currently are the group focused primarily on the plaza, but they do have that flexibility to respond to calls as needed in other areas.
And how important is for you to maintain that flexibility?
It's obviously it's very important, just due to the nature of the calls we've had. That shots fired, we've had some other shots fired and some robberies that are nearby in the north side, that having the bicycle officers available to respond to be those extra resources to respond to those in progress calls is important.
And what is your current dedication to the downtown area currently?
So to make sure I'm understanding, so we do have 7-day coverage with the bike team. Again, at the timeframes that I gave earlier, that's 2 officers and one public safety aide per shift there. So and then their supervisor, and then from patrol, we dedicate at least one officer to, again, cover Area 9, which is the entire downtown area. And so we'll usually have some cross coverage. So we would have an officer do Area 9 and Area 8, and another officer do Area 9 and Area 10. And again, our areas are different from the city areas, but we have the city broken down into 10 areas.
Counselor,
So
can I
if-
interject for one second, if I may?
Sure.
Because I think it's also important, since Counselor Garcia referenced, as did Counselor Villa-Coppler, the noise issue downtown. I believe you and the police department announced as of last night a new 30-day initiative to be very present in parts of the downtown and in other areas as calls come in, specifically to address the noise problem that has surfaced, I think perhaps again as a COVID-19 unintended consequence. When there are fewer cars on the street, there's more people revving their engines and making loud noises, and perhaps even doing dangerous drag racing. Isn't that going on right now, Deputy Chief?
Correct, Mr. Mayor, council members, that is correct. The Operation Slow and Quiet is in full effect. That's going to be utilizing bike team resources, some DWI officers, traffic officers, as well as on-duty patrol resources.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but you were asking about coverage. I think it's useful to note that there's at least a 30-day and potentially more effort to address that specific issue.
And Chief Joy, you mentioned the cameras that are downtown. Those aren't being used in lieu of those officers that you mentioned earlier. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the bike team, those are just extra resources that we have to have full eyes on in the vicinity of the plaza. But we still have officers dedicated to the area, the bike team, as well as the area officers from patrol.
Okay, thank you, Chief Joy. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm not sure at this point, Counselor Villa-Coppler, did you want to pick up where Counselor Garcia left off? We also have
I do.
hands up from, okay, let me just note that Counselor Casas-Sanchez will follow you, and then Counselor Romero-Worth will follow her.
All right, I want to thank Chief Joy for his comments. The amendment was prepared in response to the complaints from the businesses around the plaza, and it stemmed from the lack of regulation of vehicles that are seemingly causing disturbance, be it vehicles, loud music amplified by bass systems or whatever they do, and also by motorcycles, screeching and such. So we got, I don't know what everybody else got, but I got a lot of complaints about noise, and coupled with that, their complaints, and they're there all the time, they mentioned that they don't see a police presence. And the purpose of this amendment was to envision that San Francisco Street would remain open, and that with a presence of the police officers or officer downtown, keeping an eye on things, it might deter the drivers of these vehicles from causing a noise problem. And really, I think the businesses have a point. I don't know if the police officers are downtown, but every time I go, I don't see anybody. I don't see anyone. They may be on their bikes somewhere else, but according to the business people, they don't have a presence. And so the traffic noise, the reckless noise has run amok. And so the purpose of this amendment was to bring to attention that we needed to have a police presence downtown. Now, does it need to be at all times? Perhaps not. I appreciate your comments, but we are apparently the hours from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. are what's stated here. And I think we need to have a regular presence down there. Does it mean sitting on their bike waiting for something to happen? Maybe not, but I think we need to have something down there. There have been people who want that. And so that's the purpose of this amendment. I believe the language can change maybe from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., which appears to be the time that it just was approved, you know, the inverse of the hours that were approved earlier in the amendments proposed by Councilor Villarreal.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Kepler-Behill, I certainly appreciate the comments and I understand the complaints. We've also received, we get emails as well from a number of people, and we have been going back and forth and discussing how best to address the specific complaints of the muffler complaints and the noise complaints, as well as some of the drag racing complaints around the downtown area and various other areas in the city. This is largely why we focused on this operation coming up, beginning today. And the bike team was dedicated to the plaza, as you're well aware, in response to a lot of the complaints and concerns from business members and community members from downtown, which got the ball of downtown focus going and rolling. And so there has been downtown presence with our officers on the plaza since at least, I mean, just focused on the plaza in the downtown area since February, January, I think was phase one. So this specific operation that began today is focused to address specifically the drag racing and noise complaints.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I think Councilwoman Casa Sanchez has the floor next.
Very much, Mr. Mayor. I think my biggest concern with this proposed amendment is this focus on this noise problem being a downtown or a plaza only issue. This is something that I've received a lot of complaints about in my district along Camino Carlos Rey, Governor Miles, Richards, Siringo. I spoke with somebody in District 2, sorry, I had to get the map in my head, about it being a problem on St. Francis and San Mateo. So I think that's my biggest concern, that this drag racing issue, this modified muffler issue, is not just something that's impacting the downtown merchants and not just impacting the plaza, but really this is a citywide effort. And so for me, it's important that, you know, my district also is having, you know, police presence. And I'm really happy to hear about this new initiative to be addressing this. But I think this is my biggest concern, is that there's this hyper focus on the plaza, when so often I have heard from my constituents that they feel that this part of town gets ignored because it is not the tourist center, and it is not where they feel that attention and resources are being spent. And, you know, that's something that I'm hearing a lot, that the drag racing is coming up now that we're hearing it in downtown, but we've been hearing it over here. I hear it every single night at about 11:30. So I really want to make sure that focus is citywide, and that we really are working to address this. I know we're looking at some of the components that come into regulating it and how those are challenging and how we can address them. But I just want to make sure that it's not just the plaza. We really need to be focusing around the town, because it's an issue everywhere right now.
Thank you. Councilor Merrill-Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. The points that I wanted to make about why I think this is not a good amendment for us to adopt have been made. And I would like to call for the previous question on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to call the question. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Would the clerk call the roll on calling the question?
Councilor Villarreal,
No, because I think police need to have a presence throughout our city.
This is just calling the question, whether we're going to vote on it, not whether we vote the.
Yes, to call the question.
thank you. Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Casa Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Councilor Rivera, are you there or have you stepped away for a minute?
Okay. Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion is approved.
Okay, so we now have a vote on the motion that's in front of us. Could you call the roll on that?
Councilor Beta,
No.
Councilor Castet Sanchez,
Oh,
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
No,
Councilor Rivera,
No.
Councilor Romero Worth,
No.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
No, because I think police need to be in all parts of our city and have a presence.
Mayor Weber.
No.
That amendment has failed.
Okay, now we go to the second one that has been put in front of us, which specifically states, be it further resolved that no part of San Francisco Street shall be closed. So it is a directive that while other streets may be closed, that one would be taken off of the table. So I turn back to you, Councilor Garcia, and you and Councilor Vihil Coppler have jointly proposed this. So let's take that up now.
Okay, so I think the amendment speaks for itself, so motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Councilor Garcia and seconded by Councilwoman Vihil Coppler. Councilor Garcia's hand is up to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So quick question, I guess this is for Aaron. So do we need to take action to override the 2003 council's decision to close Palace Avenue?
So City Attorney, you've said previously that a second resolution overrides the earlier one. Could you give a little more interpretation to Councilor Garcia on the opinion you've issued about the precedent of one resolution versus another?
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. My understanding is the Palace recommendation was pursuant to a resolution, but not actually even expressly stated in a resolution. So there is not a resolution on Palace that I'm aware of currently.
Okay, so I know that there was recommendations made to the council, and I would be very surprised that the council would not take action on the recommendations from the committee one way or another. So my question is still, should the council have taken action to approve through legislation to close Palace Avenue? Would that require us to draft new legislation to open up Palace Avenue?
Well,
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I think it would certainly make it more clear if you wanted to open Palace to say so, if that
Okay.
helps.
So I'm going with the assumption, because I have full faith in the councils before us that they acted upon this.
Well,
And
excuse me, Councilor, is there or is there not a record of such an action? I don't think assumptions are really going to get us there. Do we have a piece of documentation that says there is such an action?
we don't, and that's the concerning thing, is we don't have the action, but we have Palace closed. So we just didn't close the street and say, we're gonna up and close the street. We have the recommendation from the task force. It looks like the recommendation was taken and action was taken, and Palace has not been open since 2003, only except for special occasions. And so with that being said, the point I'm trying to make is the only options, given now that we have approved to keep one street open during these closures, would only leave open San Francisco Street or Old Santa Fe Trail. And so Palace Avenue is off. It's unless we take.
No, it's not.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I think if you,
Councilor.
just a point of information, if you want to make sure that Palace is off the table, the best thing to do would be to exclude it today.
But as far as we know, it is not excluded. We have no evidence that says it is not accessible. And John, let me just turn to John Romero for a minute. I don't know if you've done any research on this, John. I do know that Councilor Rivera had identified using Palace as an idea that he was interested in. Was there any investigation about whether that is precluded under city ordinance or prior legislation?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, so in April 30th of 2003, well, prior to that point, there wasn't a resolution that developed a Plaza Task Force, and they were tasked with coming up with recommendations for traffic and just general safety in the Plaza area. On April 30th of 2003, they provided recommendations to council that were approved. Part of those recommendations, as part of them, one of them was close Palace Avenue from Lincoln Avenue to Old Santa Fe Trail to all traffic except emergency vehicles and police access.
So that is currently what is the standing of that? Is that a recommendation? Is that an ordinance? What do we have on the books?
So it wasn't approved by ordinance or resolution. It was just a general recommendation that was presented to council and acted upon.
And I have
Point of
another,
clarification, Mayor. So I think we would need to know what the term of that recommendation was, if it was a, multi-decade type of recommendation, or if it was some sort of short term. Do we have that?
well, I have a different question, if I may, while John looks at that. We've been talking earlier about opening up all four sides of the plaza for people to have a cruising experience. If Councilor Garcia is right and there is a prohibition on using Palace, how would we ever do that? We've said as a group, I think I'm reading the body language through Zoom, but I think there is a lot of interest in creating that opportunity for people because of the interest in having fun and doing it in a COVID safe way. But if Councilor Garcia is right and we have taken Palace off the table, we have a three-sided cruising night. And we've already prohibited ourselves from doing something we've kind of said we want to do. So maybe the action is less to take San Francisco off the table than to put Palace on the table for a variety of reasons. Yes, City Attorney Aaron.
Mayor Weber, just a point of clarification. The cruise nights wasn't a resolution, so that would be an exception, and it would be just for those nights. So I'm not sure that precluding or including a particular street would disallow that capacity.
Okay, so if you make a specific provision for something to be done, then it might supersede a more general prohibition.
Mayor Weber, that is correct. Yes.
And that could be said of this current situation. We could say Palace is back in play.
Mayor Weber, that is correct. If you expressly describe Palace one way or the other, that would be very clear.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thanks for letting me interrupt there, Councilor Garcia. I just was trying to get an idea about whether there actually was an adopted prohibition or a recommendation, or at what level, and what our instinct would be if we wanted to change that, assuming it were a recommendation on the books. Back to you, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So like I said, I would like, I wish we had further documentation what action was taken on the recommendations from this task force, because it did go through committees. It was presented to the council. So there should be some record in regards to if there was action taken, no recommendation, some record of what council's actions were. So with that, I mean, it's unfortunate we don't have that documentation in front of us. Secondly, I can't speak for other councilors, but I have received overwhelming requests to keep San Francisco Street open. I have not received much of any communication from San Francisco Street merchants. My communications has been primarily from merchants wanting to keep Don Gaspar open. And my suggestion is that we can't count out the community's voice in this. If the merchants aren't reaching out and asking for it to be opened, we can't dismiss the community's voice either. Because what's happening is we're going off of a petition. And from my understanding, there's even some of the petition signers that have said, no, they don't agree with the petition that they just signed. And as Councilor Vihil Coppler mentioned, we just got communications from a merchant and a business owner on San Francisco Street saying they don't want it closed. So I think we have to listen to the public. What we're doing is we're dismissing the public voice by not taking into consideration the request to keep San Francisco Street open.
Can I ask
So
a point of clarification, because you raised the question about petitions and so on? Randy, what actually was, not everybody saw petitions that were produced, and I know, as Councilor Garcia says, there was at least, I know of only one person who said that they had signed and they wanted to not sign anymore. But Randy, what kind of petitions were presented? And going forward, this would be, if we did not take San Francisco off the list, would still have to go through the same process as any other street, including going through John Romero's scrutiny. But you did get a petition. I don't know that other members of the city council had it presented to them.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I did distribute that to all councilors, a copy of the petition and a list of, as I recall, it was 40 different names that had signed the petition. And the one who had requested to be removed was removed from that list. So that 40 did not include that one name. What
Okay.
hasn't been done is a calculation of the number of businesses to see if it represents 75%. It made no sense to do that until we know whether it's a consideration or not.
Just for clarification, thank you. Back to you, Councilor Garcia. And then we have Deputy Chief Joy, Councilor Vihil Coppler, and Councilor Romero Worth all lined up to speak.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So back to my concern of not addressing the public's concerns and the public's requests. We can't be dismissive when they reach out to us and in some instances shouting from the rooftops, do not close San Francisco Street. And right now what we're doing by not really taking into consideration this amendment, you're dismissing your fellow Santa Feans voice. I want to bring to the attention the 1,700 cars that go up and down San Francisco Street every day. And should that street be closed, it's going to be diverted into surrounding much smaller streets throughout downtown Santa Fe. This is a concern I brought to Mr. Romero on Monday, and it's been confirmed through constituent concerns as well. As Councilor Vihil Coppler mentioned, we all got an email from a retired engineer that just says, you are going to cause a problem if you shut down San Francisco Street. So with that, I think we really need to consider what we're doing when we are taking these actions in front of us. As I've mentioned in the past, I'm all for closing streets, looking into the opportunity of having businesses expand their storefronts and especially the restaurants. But what I'm not hearing, especially from retail, is that they are at capacity, that they are having to turn away guests or potential shoppers because they're at capacity. So by closing down San Francisco Street, we're not going to see a rush of people downtown because there is this additional capacity and wares to be bought. Additionally, you've got to think of the businesses on San Francisco Street. How many of them that are retail are actually going to put their product out on the street? Let's be real. Who is going to put merchandise that is worth thousands of dollars out on the street? So I see the closure only really benefiting the restaurants. And on San Francisco Street, the only impact would potentially be for Tia Sophia's Burger Stand, San Francisco Street Bar and Grill.
Henry and Fish.
Okay, and what other restaurant, Mr. Mayor?
There's one across the street from Tia's called Henry and the Fish, which has been very.
So with that, to accommodate those couple of restaurants, we can look at keeping San Francisco Street open from Galisteo to Cathedral Place, and that would accommodate those three restaurants, Tia's, the restaurant you named and the burger stand. We can still have people access the parking garage. And the remainder of San Francisco Street would be open for thoroughfare. I would be willing to accept that as an amendment, because then would be willing to have the restaurants expand their storefronts. And we would also allow for the public to be able to visit the plaza in a vehicle in the means and on the street that they requested. Because right now, if we don't pass this, San Francisco Street will probably close, and the only access to the plaza would be on Santa Fe Trail.
Thank you. I'm not sure how you'd conclude it would probably be closed, but you're entitled to make that assumption. John Romero, I'd like to get your response, because there are a number of assertions in that comments from the counselor about the traffic issues, whether 1,700 cars is a significant impact on downtown traffic. And I know you take this, as you said earlier, you take this very, very seriously. This is not just a job to you. You are a professional and licensed, and there are requirements. In your assessment of San Francisco Street, first of all, it's a little premature to say whether it would or wouldn't ever be closed, but is the issue one of a traffic backup that would really represent a serious downtown problem? And if so, we should absolutely take that into consideration.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. So I had mentioned in previous committee meetings that I'm estimating 1,700 vehicles a day on that street. That amounts in a peak hour to roughly 170. It's roughly 10% of that is what goes through a street during a peak hour. And so that equates to just over, close to 3 vehicles a minute. And in my experience out there, that's about what we get. As far as it being a very large thoroughfare that has more capacity than the surrounding streets, I think it's very similar to other streets, if not smaller. The width, as well as the amount of parking and the one-way, two-way configuration is almost identical with Water Street. Alameda has 2 lanes, is a wider street. Marcy is a wider street. So I do think for people that are going around, I don't necessarily agree that San Francisco Street is one of the largest streets in the downtown area. I had heard, excuse me, let me collect my thoughts here. I explained in previous committee meetings that compared to Sandoval carries 7,000 cars a day. Other 2-lane arterials, such as Old Pecos Trail, carry 15,000 cars a day. So there are what we consider arterials. It has to be close to 10,000, if not in the tens of thousands of cars, for us to consider a significant amount of traffic. Another thing to consider is that we feel that one-way streets are actually a little more efficient than 2-way streets. They don't have 2-way conflicts, so there is that efficiency with one-way streets. So based on that, that's why it is my opinion that I don't believe that there'll be significant traffic problems. One last thing is the counts that I'm basing this on, they're recent counts, but they're pre-COVID counts. And so I do believe that our vehicle volumes throughout the entire city, including on San Francisco Street at this time, and more than likely through the entire summer, are going to be less than what these counts that I'm basing my assumption on. So there's that also supports my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I wanted to hear from you because there is a question about what the impact could look like. Deputy Chief Joy, you're also have your hand up, and then I know that Councilor Vigil-Koppler is also looking to weigh in.
Yes, thank you again. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, council members. I received some correspondence from the chief, and I don't have personal knowledge of this, but he does. He advised that Palace, the street, that area on the plaza of Palace Avenue, was closed in response to some fatal pedestrian crashes that occurred between 2003 and 2010. There was a committee put together, and they came to the conclusion that that was when that particular stretch of road was closed.
John, did you want to respond to that? You just popped your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that the chief brought that up. That was the impetus behind that task force that was established in 2003. The two crashes, though, that did exist were caused by drunk drivers. So I think that is a major factor of it. It also occurred when multiple legs of the road itself were open, not when only multiple legs of the plaza were open, excuse me, not only one leg. But they are correct that was the reasoning behind that plaza task force.
I should point out that the chief would be here himself, but we asked him to go over to the gathering that was earlier this evening in honor and in respect of the restaurant that was attacked viciously in a hate crime. And he was representing all of us because we had to be in this meeting. So that's the reason he's not here with us tonight. He was conveying the city's concern to the family of that restaurant. Councilor Villal-Koppler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to again express that the traffic engineer from the Department of Transportation took the data from the Motor Santa Fe MPO traffic count. But you know, Mr. Romero is correct that if he had data pre-COVID, fine. But I think a lot more people are getting out these days than were at that time. But this particular information from the traffic engineer from the Department of Transportation gives some credence to the fact that there are, and I'm not going to read it all, but that there's a lot more traffic than is being reported according to the data he has, even if you discount and credit, divide by half what that would be. And his estimation, it's more like 3,099 cars, because there's data from MPO, which he believes was maybe a mistake because Palace Avenue has been closed. And that data is up in the 9,000 cars. So he thinks it was a mistake, and maybe it could have been from the traffic from San Francisco. Being that as it may, I think there is going to be traffic backup. It's going to be, there's a lot more cars that are there at different times of day. You know, I'm going to go back to my statement earlier, and that is, I don't think we need any more controversy. And Councilor Garcia has done a good job expressing all of the commentary we've received, not just by emails and phone calls, but on Facebook. And there is a petition with tons of signatures. I don't know where it went, but nevertheless, it does reveal there are many people, including elderly. And I had a notion to play a voicemail that I got from an elderly woman who made very good points about not closing San Francisco Street, but I'll spare you that. Just to say that we are missing a segment of our population if we close San Francisco Street. And I feel so strongly about this that Councilor Garcia and I agreed we should bring it as an amendment, and I would be willing to maybe have a substitute, because I know there's one on the floor, to incorporate his idea of the Galisteo Street marker, where those restaurants could take advantage of a piece of San Francisco Street that could be closed. But I am adamant that this street not be closed. I'll go again. We have so much controversy in this city right now. I do not think we need more. The public has spoken. The natives are restless as far as the local people that we have. I think it would be a mistake to open up Palace, maybe a last resort, because then we would be impacting the Native Americans who sell their wares under the Palace of the Governors. I don't think we need that. And we only have 2 really good through streets on the palace, on the plaza, and one of them should stay open. And I believe that should be San Francisco Street.
Thank you. I would point out there's nothing in any of the resolution that's under consideration that says that San Francisco Street would be closed, just so we understand.
There's a big sentiment among this governing body that it should be, I think, from people I've spoken to. And
But if I understand correctly, we don't get to, other than this particular amendment, we won't be voting on what gets closed or not. This will be a professional decision based on the expertise of the city staff. We won't be taking it into our own hands.
well, Mayor, I'm sorry, but that is where I want to take it into our own hands.
No,
because-
I thought I heard you say that there's a sentiment to close the street. And my point is not that you're wrong, but that we don't, other than this particular vote, we wouldn't be doing a street by street evaluation as a governing body.
Why I would, the purpose of the amendment is to provide some absolute
Right.
guarantee that the San Francisco Street would not close, other than perhaps at the Galisteo point where Councilor Garcia, I think, presumed that we could, change our amendment here.
Gotcha.
And Mr. Mayor, on that point, there
Garcia.
has already been a recommendation by our staff to close San Francisco Street. When we determined that there was Palace Avenue was to be closed, it was then determined the only options, because Lincoln is already closed and being used for existing expanded restaurant space. The only 2 options left were San Francisco Street and Old Santa Fe Trail. At that point, those were the options presented to us. At that point, Mr. Randall said, I would prefer to have Old Santa Fe Trail closed or open and keep San Francisco Street. So there is already the expectation San Francisco Street is going to be closed. When this resolution was introduced, it was introduced as closing San Francisco Street.
Well, let's hold that right there for 1 second, Counselor.
So with that, I'd like to, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion or amend the current amendment
Okay.
to keep San Francisco open from Galisteo through Cathedral Place.
Second,
So this is an amendment to the amendment.
Yes. So not all of San Francisco would be closed, just from basically the parking garage to the intersection with Galisteo. That way those restaurants in that area can take advantage of the expanded space.
I think it would be easier to withdraw the motion and restate it than to make an amendment to the motion. Aaron, can you weigh in on this?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, it does sound like it contradicts the initial proposal, which was to not close San Francisco at all. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I would tend to agree with our parliamentarian that it would probably be better procedurally to remove the initial motion and make a new motion.
Okay, so I'll withdraw my initial motion.
and I'll withdraw the second.
Okay.
And so I'm going to make a new motion that we
Okay.
keep San Francisco Street open from Galisteo Street up to Cathedral Place.
Second,
Okay, there's a motion and there's a second.
And so debate, I just want to leave with this because I think we've talked enough about this. We as counselors, we listen to the people when we're out there asking for their vote, but we're not out there listening to them when they're asking us to do the work on their behalf. So think about your vote. They're asking us to do the work on their behalf.
Thank you. I do want to raise one point of fact, which was Councilor Garcia just asserted that there is a predisposition on the part of, I guess, John Romero, because it isn't Randy's call, to close San Francisco. John, is there any basis for that assertion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, all the questions that have been asked of me are what do I feel would happen if San Francisco Street is closed, and I feel I've been answering that question. I've not been advocating for its closure, I've been providing my professional opinion based off of a hypothetical question of what I think would happen if San Francisco Street is closed.
But I don't think anybody, including me, has a prejudgment of this. I don't have I don't know whether as has been required in this resolution, there would even be 75% of the people on the street who would sign such a petition. So I know you want to preclude it, and I understand the point of the amendment, but I want to remove anybody's assumption that there is a predisposition to close any particular street. The whole point of this effort is not to decide ahead of time what would or wouldn't be closed, but to entertain the opportunity for restaurants in particular and merchants secondarily to adapt to this COVID-19 financial crisis, and not to prejudge one street or another, and not to play the role of traffic engineer, but simply to say we need to bring people back to work. If we make it possible for a restaurant to expand and sell more of its food and beverages to residents, we will end up bringing back people who will then make a living and have a paycheck. And that's the whole point. It's not to prefer one group of people over another. The people who I've heard from are the people who want to go back to work and earn a paycheck. There is a motion and there's a second with regard to this amendment. Is there further discussion? If not, I guess we should vote on it. So would the clerk please call the roll on the revised amendment as introduced by Councilor Garcia and seconded by Councilor Vihil-Coppler?
Yes. Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
I'm sorry, the revised, I'm looking at the map. It goes from Galisteo on, correct, to Cathedral?
Correct.
You know, I do think it's a good compromise, so I will say yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
No.
Councillor Rivera,
No.
Councillor Romero Worth,
No.
Councillor Vihil-Coppler,
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Beta,
No.
Mayor Weber.
No.
The motion has failed.
Okay, now I think we're ready to vote on the resolution as amended. We've talked for quite a while and it's almost 8 o'clock. Is there a motion on the floor? There is a motion on the floor.
Move to approve the motion. Move to approve the resolution
Okay,
as
there's a mo-
amended.
As amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, there's a second. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the current resolution with the amendments that had been accepted
Correct.
today, tonight.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Garcia,
You guys went against the voice of the community, and I have to vote no.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
I think under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be voting yes on this, but these are not normal circumstances. And again, there's a time limit. This ends at the end of October, so it's not going on indefinitely. So yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihil-Coppler,
No.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes, because we have a bunch of resolutions or amendments we made tonight that I think are really important for the protection of this particular ordinance. So yes.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes, because I have also heard from a number of members of the community who really do think this will be beneficial. And as Councilor Villarreal pointed out, I think that we have made some forward progress. So yes.
Mayor Weber?
I vote yes. I want to point out that this measure to me is not about pitting people against each other or choosing one group over another. I believe we are, as Council Rivera said, challenged to step into an extraordinary financial situation. I would hate to see any of our restaurants, not only downtown, but all across the city, suffer because we weren't willing to try something new. I think if 10 restaurants each are able to hire 5 more people back, we have 50 people in the city of Santa Fe who will then be earning a living, putting food on their own table, putting clothes on their kids' backs, and beginning to recover the economy of Santa Fe for the people who live in Santa Fe. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the working men and women who need to make a living. And I want them to have a shot at having a paycheck because we've said we'll try something new. If it doesn't work, we'll change it. If it works, we'll all be saying it was worth trying something new. Thank you. So clerk, the vote was?
The
Are you
motion
there?
has been
Yeah.
approved.
Okay, the motion was carried. That brings us to item number 11. It is 8 o'clock. I don't know, our 7 o'clock meeting has 72 people signed up to speak to us. And we also have an executive session. So perhaps we can expedite some of these matters. I don't know if the individuals on this need to take a 5-minute break. We've been sitting quite a while. What's the sense of the group?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm wondering if we are able to move, or if we would want to move petitions from the floor and hear them.
Well, we have petitions from the floor and we've already moved the communications from the governing body up because I think there's an interest in going on the record on some of the issues that Councilor Vihel-Coppler mentioned, where there's an element, there's a great deal of energy in the community and a lot of issues that need to be discussed. Maybe we could expedite everything between us and them and get there as quickly as possible. Because I think
Mayor Weber,
yes.
I have an update on executive session. This is Aaron McSherry speaking. We are probably going to request that the council table the county settlement agreement because there's still one clause that is being decided with us in the county as of even 30 minutes ago.
All right, so that won't be going on. So that's one less thing. All right, well, let's see how we do as a group. Item number 11. Could the clerk please read us into that?
Yes, this is a request for approval of contract to establish a new agreement for time and attendance software subscriptions with reseller IMEX Technology. IMEX Technology GSA contract GS-35F-0265X expires on March 2nd, 2021, and are requesting a new 3-year contract to go to June 30th, 2023. This is in the amount of, for year 1, $122,433.42. Year 2, $127,903.49. And year 3, $133,117.51. For total compensation of $383,516.62. We have Joshua Alicio presenting.
Josh is with us. Are there questions from the governing body to this matter? If there are no questions, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Villarreal to approve it and a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor O'Mara-Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassius Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
is that a yes, Mayor Weber? Sorry.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. The next item is an information-only presentation because at the time that we voted on the benefits package, we asked for a monthly update on how things were going vis-a-vis claims. And Bernadette, I think you can cover this relatively quickly.
Good evening,
Actually, Mr. Mayor, this is Todd Burley with Aon. I will try to get this done in under a minute. How's that?
Okay, Mr. Burley will be speaking on behalf of Aon with regard to whatever we've learned over the last month. But the point just to be clear, I think in case folks, and I think Councilor Vihel-Coppler has said this in the past, not everybody knows what we're talking about all the time, and we should clarify what we're talking about. There was at the time we voted on the benefits package, we were concerned that we were taking a little bit of a risk and we might need to monitor how claims are coming in to make sure we don't exceed our reserves and to see on a month-to-month basis whether we are really playing within our financial limits. So, Mr. Burley, if you can give us a quick update on what we've learned over the last month. It's actually month 1 of this new situation.
Yes,
Mr.
Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
Todd. Mr. Mayor, this is Don Montano. I was just wondering if I could share my screen because I actually have a copy of the presentation that Todd's going to walk through. We just have a couple of slides that we were going to cover to condense our presentation.
I think that's something that could be done by perhaps Christine. Do you have the ability to allow her to share the screen?
Mayor, yes, I gave her the ability to share her screen.
Thank you. And it's about to start.
Okay.
All right, fantastic. This is one additional month of data. The important row to look at is row 17, the surplus deficit. As of the end of March, it was about $2 million. So you can see we've shaved about $400,000 off that. That is due to services that are being deferred due to COVID-19. I would expect that to continue for at least the next couple of months and for the city to run a surplus of several $100,000 for the next couple of months.
Okay. Next slide.
Yeah, and again, same information here. You can just see April in maroon is significantly lower than any claim month in the last 22.
And I think I heard you say this is a COVID-19 result.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, I've seen this for all of my clients. Generally, it was expected to see a 30 to 50% reduction in claims due to deferred services, and the city has followed that pattern, and that pattern is expected to continue at least through the end of June.
Okay. Is that pretty much summarize it?
Yeah, I think there's one more. One of the requests, Mr. Mayor, was that we provide some more detailed claim and utilization information. So included in this packet are some detailed information from Cigna, which you can review and get with Bernadette with any questions, and we'd be happy to provide clarification at the next meeting.
Okay.
The Cigna PACNIC includes more information around utilization. So that was some of the requests of the different counselor members wanting to see more detailed around what type of services are being utilized. So on our packet we submitted beginning on page 9 and through the end has that detailed information.
Thank you. We have a hand raised from Councilwoman Villarreal.
Sorry about that. I just had a quick question, even though I can't find the page on this lovely new system we have. So I think the question I had was regarding the claims, the claimants for specific I wish I could find the page, but you had listed certain ailments that were the high-end amounts or high-end claims. Can you show me that page? I can't find it on mine, so.
I think it's right there.
It's page 5.
It's on the screen right now. Large claims.
Okay, so thank you. So those diagnoses, are those from individual, like one person, one claimant, or multiple claimants?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, each row in this table is one specific claimant.
One particular individual, then?
Correct, yes.
Okay. That's really all I had. I just wanted to understand that better in terms of the breakdown.
Right.
Thank
So you can see how one claim can make a big difference from this chart. It's a very compelling chart in that respect. Other questions? Councillor Vihel Coppler has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank HR and the presenter for showing what I'd been asking for before, which was our experience. And I just want to make a request that when we go over insurance data in the future, that we show experience first round when we first start talking about it, because we could have avoided, at least I could have, a lot of questions about what we were doing. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, that's duly noted, and we will do so.
Thank you.
Other questions? We'll be doing this on a monthly basis as prescribed by our by the plan we adopted. So anything that doesn't get covered tonight, as we get more data month by month, we can continue to go into it. Thank you, Ayan. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I just wanted to add one thing. This is Ashley Barella.
Okay, Ashley, you got to be a little louder in front of the microphone.
Okay, I am here on behalf of Bernadette, and I just wanted to make note of one item. So this is what we will be doing on a monthly basis, coming in front of the governing body to provide this information. This will include our CAP data, which was included at the very end of the packet, and that is the detail that's provided by Cigna. In addition, we are meeting with our Benefits Advisory Committee on a monthly basis, and we did complete our June meeting on June 16th. And we will continue to do that and come forward with that information.
Thank you. That concludes that item. We have a clerk, could you identify our next item, please?
Yes, our next item is a request for approval of renewal for fiscal year 2020 and 2021 comprehensive insurance program coverages in the amount of $3,034,268.06 for annual premiums. This is with AJ Gallagher. We have Bradley Flush presenting.
Brad, do you want to give us a quick overview of this?
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. This is the annual renewal of the city's primary, well, all of its insurance that is not related to health care for employees or workers' comp. Or it does include workers' comp, just not health care. So this covers all the city's general liability, auto policies, fine arts. We do list within the program how the $3,034,268 is spent and on which policies. This is the last year of AJ Gallagher's contract with us. We will be seeking an extension for 1 year shortly in the next month.
Thank you. I think Councillor Lindell has her hand up to speak to this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to know, in light of the premium that we're paying, and we've been with them since 2012. When was the last time that we put this out and asked for a couple of things? When was the last time that we put this out and asked for other bids on it? And what has their payout been on our behalf in the last couple of years?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, the contract was last put out with AJ Gallagher, and they're a broker, and they shop the industry. This is the 8th year of an 8-year contract. I'm asking for a 1-year extension for next year. And so that it'll be 9 years. Then we'll go out to RFP probably in, May, April of 2021. As far as the payout, I plan to, I've asked for our experience on all our policies, and I have the data. I just didn't have time to put it into a proper form for display. I would be getting that back to all the counselors and the mayor.
So we're paying them over $3 million a year, correct?
We're not paying AJ Gallagher. We're paying, if you look at the exhibit, I don't know the page numbers, but in the one case, we're paying Travelers $2.3 million. We're paying Travelers Insurance Company. We pay AJ Gallagher $77,000 a year to be our broker. And what they do is they go out and shop the insurance market for the city and put the best package together with the variety of providers and insurers so that we maximize our coverage at the lowest cost.
So Brad, help me out here. Where are we coming up with the $3 million cost?
So on the Travelers renewal, it's 2.3 million. 2.334 million. That's on page 2 of the Gallagher proposal. Below that, we have another total premium for other things. Fiduciary liability, excess workers' comp, aviation, storage tank, pollution, cyber. That's a total of 377,000. And then if you go on to forward, there's an Excel spreadsheet. Where did that go? The Midtown campus is another 275,000. I'm trying to find that spreadsheet in this. Oh, here we go. 244,000 for Midtown campus. So when you add the three together plus the broker fee of 77,000, you get to the 3,034,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think Councilor Vihel Coppler has her hand up next.
Thank you, Mayor. My point on this presented to us for $3 million, and I thank Mr. Fletch. You told me how to pronounce your name one time. I already forgot. Anyway, it would be nice to have some experience here. And I know you said you hoped to do it, but I tend to think that we learn a lot from our experience, especially in risk management, especially because we can see what we're paying out, what are the reasons, what is the city doing right, what's the city doing wrong, that we can improve on. And in risk management, I mean, it would be good to see like employment claims, all kinds of things, bad roads, potholes, everything that we're responsible for. And so I hope that we do get that and get it fairly soon. I realize that you have this here for approval, but frankly, I think we're missing a learning opportunity for what we're spending $3 million on.
Bradley, you want to comment on that?
Counselor, you're absolutely right. I will get this data to you promptly. And I will suggest that at a finance committee meeting in the future, that I bring in AJ Gallagher and CCMSI, our third-party administrator, and we will go over our experience and we will have that learning experience.
I would like to add that Public Works, it should be there because I'm sure a lot of the claims are going to have to deal with streets and wastewater and leakages and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think it's just finance that would want to hear this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
A motion from Counselor Abeta to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Well, I heard Counselor Romero Worth first. Can we call the roll, please, clerk?
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vidal Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Bradley. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
can I make a motion that we jump into matters from the governing body, take a short break, and then jump into the evening session, and then end with matters from the city attorney?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. We should probably make a motion to that effect so that we change our agenda formally. Do you want to make such a motion,
Would
Counselor?
it be okay if we reverse that? Can we just take a short break for a moment and then come back?
Well, we can take a break without having a motion to take a break, but I think let's get our agenda squared away so people who are watching or listening or waiting in the room to be able to address the governing body know what our structure will be going forward, and we won't be doing the executive session in between. So, Councilor Rivera, do you want to stipulate a new order of business?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion that we take a short break, jump into matters from the governing body, then straight into the evening session, and then end with executive session.
There's a motion to readjust our agenda per the recommendation from Councilor Rivera. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Romero Worth seconded. Can the clerk please call the roll so we change our agenda?
You bet. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vidal Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. So it's 8:20 now. Councilor Romero Worth, how much time would you like us to break for? I'll give you the first bite at the apple.
5 minutes would be great.
All right, if we can be back here by 8:25, just stretch a little bit and come back. We've been sitting and talking for a while. Let's stand up, stretch, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience, everybody. It is 8:25. We're at the 5-minute mark. But we do not have a quorum back. We're getting one now. All right, a couple of our counselors are still not back. Let's wait one more minute and then we'll go to the rearrangement that we made earlier, which goes to communications from the governing body. Okay. Councilors Lindell and VL Koppler are not yet back, but I'm wondering if, since it's communications from the governing body, we can proceed. Perhaps they'll join as we go, as the other council members have their opportunity to speak. This was originally proposed to be moved by Councilor Garcia. So I think I will, Councilor Garcia, if you're ready to start, we'll come back into order, and you have the floor to communications from the governing body, starting with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so as everybody can see, I continue my trip around District 2 tonight. Behind me here is Regal Park. I'm sure you guys have been there. I'm sure you guys have played a ball game there. Unfortunately, it's been gone quiet due to COVID. You know, usually summertime, busy. Either folks are playing softball or Little League. I mean, it's a very special place for a lot of people. I mean, I can probably to this day still smell the aroma from the concession stand and, you know, begging my parents, please, can I get some change so I can go buy bubble gum or whatever. But just want to continue on the district tour. When I was at the park, I ran into Parks member George Miller, and I just want to give him a shout out for him and the Parks crew team for keeping the park awesome and beautiful. So shout out to them. I also want to wish everybody a happy Pride Month. You know, I'm saddened due to the COVID-19 pandemic that Pride celebrations had to be cut short and canceled. But I'm sure and I'm positive that folks are out there celebrating in their own fabulous ways. And if you're not, please get out there and show some pride and celebrate our brothers and sisters in the community. My heartfelt condolences go out to the Singh family and the India Palace family. You know, the Singhs and the broader Sikh community are part of the fabric that makes Santa Fe so great. And to see that disgusting act of hate against them is just so wrong on many fronts. So I just want to let them know that Santa Fe stands strongly with you and we have your back. You know, and then, you know, as when everything began to unfold last week, surrounding the events of removing monuments, statues, a 4-letter word immediately came to mind. That is pain. This is because our community is dealing with deep pain. Hurt and pain that has stemmed from centuries-old wounds caused by the trauma and the unacceptable violent treatment our ancestors cast upon each other. There was also pain felt by those community members who felt their history was being erased and their culture and ethnicity was being attacked. So we as a community, we have to face the hard truths, and we have to begin the process of telling a truthful and holistic history. We need to be real and acknowledge our history in a truthful manner. And this just can't be the truthful telling of my history or your history. This is the truthful telling of New Mexico's history. It is critical in this moment that we work together to acknowledge our history, learn from our history, and never repeat the horrible history. This is our time, and I believe that we will make our ancestors and future generations proud with the actions that we are taking today towards reconciliation and unity. We need to create an environment where significant dialogue, discussion, collaboration, and public engagement will occur. This space is critically needed, as it is imperative we bend the division in our community and become a more unified community. We need to stop the pain, and we need to stop the hurt, and we need to begin the healing process. We have to respect each other as we go through this painful process. This will be hard. It will be emotional, but it will help us bring forth a united future. This brings me to my next four-letter word. This is a word I wish to guide us as we head down the path of reconciliation and unification. That word is love. We of New Mexicans have a deep, deep love for our unique cultures. I also believe we have a deep love and respect for each other. Our history has excruciating stains of injustice and trauma caused by all of our ancestors. But we must remember that history is also filled with hundreds of years of collaboration, care, love, and the blending of cultures. We cannot let the fails of our ancestors stop us from coming together to work towards progress, reconciliation, and unity. So please let us be kind, let us be respectful, and let us spread love amongst our fellow brothers and sisters. We can do this. It's going to take all of us to begin the process of healing. So by working together hand in hand, we will build a better tomorrow and a more unified tomorrow for future generations. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir, very much. Councilor Vihil-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank Councilor Garcia for his inspiring comments. Very, very sincere and well-spoken. I too want to express condolences and regrets to the Singh family for what happened to their business. And I know that I've seen many, many comments on Facebook about an outpouring of generosity to their business. And I think it speaks to the good people that we have in Santa Fe and probably outside of Santa Fe, because they're a very popular restaurant, a popular business. And so I hope that when that investigation gets finalized, that there's some good that comes out of it, and some justice on the other side of that. I do want to speak to what transpired in recent days. I'm disheartened by the way the monuments were handled. I'm disheartened by the fact that this council didn't get an opportunity in a governing body fashion to discuss the actions that were taken. I think that this is what special meetings or emergency meetings are for. There was no unification on how we as a governing body would treat the removal of the obelisk and the de Vargas statue. I regret that happened, because it affected so many people in different ways, realizing that we can't please everyone, but we never got, as a governing body, an opportunity to try to come to some resolution in the same spirit as Councilor Garcia used in his words. My other disappointment is that all this action was taken, and emergency proclamation allowing for it the timing was off. There were so many things that I think were wrong about what happened, not necessarily that they were removed or should have been removed or shouldn't have been removed, because we never got an opportunity to discuss it. Yet, if you look at the public commentary, we're all getting blamed for it. And I'm speaking of this now because I want the public to know. I made a statement to the press about this, but there may be other people watching that didn't see that. And that is that we were completely left out. Now, Mayor, you may have called a few people, but that doesn't constitute agreement or consensus. I know that you didn't call me and you didn't call a few of the other counselors. But this could have been, I think, something that maybe we could have had a different outcome. And I'm just wanting to express my displeasure about that. And I want you to know it, and I want this governing body to know it. And the many times, and there have been other times, I wouldn't say many, this governing body has not taken action on things that I think are in our purview. And many times we just get, in my feeling, cast aside, like you're the mayor and you can do anything you want, but that's not the case. And I hope this is a lesson that we all should pay attention to, because we were all elected by our constituents, and maybe some of us will be elected in the future. And we have an obligation, not just the mayor, to run this city. And we have an obligation to make decisions. And this was a major, major decision. And some of you may be content with that, but I am not. And I just wanted to take this time to express my disappointment and my hope that we can do better. And that's why I'm serving on this council, because I'm not here to be somebody who's discounted in my opinion or my vote. I am here to make decisions, and maybe they wouldn't be the best decisions at all times, but I'm doing the best that I can. And this city is important to me. I was born here. I still live here. I have friends here. I have family here. Many of these actions are very offensive to many of them. Many of them were applauded. Many of the decisions that you made were applauded by some of my friends. But the fact is, I'm sitting here because I was elected and I had no say-so. And I want everyone to know that. And it's not the reason that I wanted to be a city councilor. So the only thing I have left is my voice to let you know that I know that I was discounted in this decision. And I think some of the other councilors were too, and that is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lindell.
Would you go to the next person and come back to me, Mayor?
I caught you with your mouth full. I'm sorry.
I have ice cream in my mouth.
All right, we will not make you speak with ice cream in your mouth. Councillor Villarreal is raising her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to recognize the Parks and Rec team for completing the Arroyo Bridge that we've been asking for a long time. It's across from Gonzalez Elementary, and it was long overdue. It was becoming a danger. And I think now kids and families are able to utilize it, and it's in a safe place, and they did a great job rehabilitating it. And also wanted to say Happy Pride as well. Happy Pride Month. It's unfortunate we didn't get to have a parade this year, but just wanted to let my sisters, brothers, trans and gender nonconforming family out there let you know, I wanted you to know that I see you, and we will continue to celebrate. We don't need a parade to celebrate the what contributions our family members make in our community. And I also want to recognize the situation, disgraceful act of white supremacy that happened to the India Palace and the Singh family. And I just feel like they were put in a very, it was a really rough situation for them to deal with. It was personal. And it's also has economic repercussions. And I think people from the community will step up and be able to help them through this hard time. And I also just want to appreciate the respectful conversations I've had with community members, expressing both their disdain, their concerns, and support for the emergency removal of the Vargas statue and the potential of the removal of the other monuments. This situation, I think my colleague expressed this, that it's exposed and resurfaced the cultural wounds that we have, the hurt and tensions that have existed in our community. And some may say, well, we've always lived in harmony. And while that is true for the most part, and we do have love for each other, I think we have not taken the time to confront some of those deep-seated pain and hurt from community members that have felt that we have not reconciled our past. And while I can voice my opinions about removal of representations of white supremacy, colonialism, and genocide, I do not have authority as an individual to make that decision. And I believe that a community process really needs to happen, where we, like what we do next, and how we can adequately honor and celebrate our shared and connected cultural heritage and history. And so I wanted to suggest that as we try to move forward, that the governing body schedule a special working session, because we haven't been able to talk about this among our colleagues, and to share ideas about what the next steps would look like and what the structure of what could be a healing and reconciliation commission could be. Not that we would make the decision about all of those factors, but at least we could have a discussion about that. And also that I think it is important to have a commission of that type of caliber, made up of community members and with diverse backgrounds, experiences, expertise, and not made up of elected officials. And so again, I'd ask for, I don't know who would schedule this for us, but that we would hold a special working session to be able to discuss further about next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Lindell, is your mouth filled with ice cream, or?
It was delicious.
Thank you for sharing.
I didn't have any chocolate sauce though. So I just want everybody to just take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath. Everybody in the, pretty much in the entire country has a ground nerve over something. These are tough times. None of us are familiar with living this way. It makes it hard. I mean, one of the hard things is we aren't able to hug each other. I mean, we see each other and, you know, we can't hug each other. We're a bunch of huggers. I know that about all of us. And makes it hard. We don't see each other. Plus doing these meetings by Zoom. We're a group and not seeing each other. I miss it. I miss seeing all of you. So just take a deep breath. Everybody needs to just take a deep breath and move. You know, we're going to get through this. I thought today, my God, it's such a gorgeous day. And then the thought comes in my mind, holy cow, we're in a pandemic. I mean, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous day. I cannot lose it to the fact that we're in a pandemic. We can do good things. And we can be helpful to our neighbors and other people all the time. And it's infectious when we do that. So I encourage us to do that and set that example and be tolerant of other people and know that I don't understand lots of times what people are going through, but I'm respectful of them. And thank you guys for mentioning Pride. I always think about when I was a youngster and doing Pride parades, and they were an obligation. They weren't that celebratory thing of getting out there and dancing in the streets and having a good time. It was like taking a couple of deep breaths and saying, okay, let's go. Let's get this over with, because we felt endangered. I mean, can you imagine that? We felt endangered. That's horrid. Come a long way. And we're going to come a long way from where we are today. So, you know, hang in there with each other. you know, give your neighbors a big smile, help them if you can, and we're gonna get through this. So thanks for letting me talk about this, and I look forward to seeing every one of you.
Councilor Rivera, you have the floor. Thank you, Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just, on Friday, my wife and I will celebrate our 27th anniversary. So we have a nice evening planned. So I want to wish my beautiful wife a happy anniversary. And then on July 5th, a happy birthday to my daughter, Emily. So again, we'll celebrate a different way, but just wanted to say happy birthday to her. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to really thank my fellow councilors who have spoken before. I think that we all recognize I don't even know if weight is the correct word, but the uniqueness of this moment. And really how many things are brewing and coming to a head. I think that what's been really, interesting for me as a newer counselor, only being here for about 6 months, it's been a not normal 6 months here, but the incredible amount of thoughts and opinions and ideas that come from my constituents and just the community members at large. And it's a wonderful, mix of ideas, mix of opinions, mix of viewpoints, that I think we're all speaking to this idea of, we know we have a lot of really hard things going on right now, and coming together as a community to really be looking at this and figuring out how we move forward. It's a really exciting time. And also I really challenge everybody to remember that your perspective is not the same perspective that everybody holds. And it's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to step to the other side and take a look at where people are seeing, or, step to a different place, and also understand that other people are holding values or dreams or pain that is not your own. I know this is something I've really been working on learning. It will always be a learning process, and I am, committed to continuing to do this. I know with the recent discussion of the monuments, there's been a lot of discussions of what has happened, between Hispanic and Indigenous cultures. And I also want to make sure as a member of the Anglo part of our community that we're having that conversation too, of where there has been hurt that has been subjected as white America has come in and really, looked at parts of the Southwest. And what does this start to look like? How do we all start to be this wonderful community? Because we are. And I really think that this incident that's happened with the Singh family has been tragic. And at the same time, seeing our community come together, it was that moment of, right, they reached their fundraising goals within, by the time I saw the fundraiser, it was closed. That's how fast it was reached. And that realization that, okay, right, this is Santa Fe. This is why I have always valued growing up here. This is why I've chosen to raise my child here. And I think it's important that we hold on to those pieces as we move through these challenging times. So thank you to everybody. Happy Pride Month. I'm so sad that we don't have our usual celebrations, but we can still celebrate. And as Councilor Villarreal said, we can still honor. And as Councilor Lindell mentioned, we've come so far, we'll keep moving. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Maraworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I think the other councilors have said a lot of what I would echo. Happy Pride. My condolences to the family and friends of India Palace. I know, the community's been very generous in hopefully helping to put that restaurant back together, but I think it's going to take a lot of time before they feel secure again. And I just want them to know that we're with you, and I recognize the deep pain you must feel, and whatever we can do to help move through that. I'm sure a lot of it's just going to take time. I would also just say, I think there were some extraordinary events that happened very quickly in protecting the monuments and trying to protect them and protecting the public. And, sometimes we don't have all the time we need to get all the consensus that we'd like to have. And sometimes these are just judgment calls and we have to make them. And I've had lots of calls and emails, and I just want to assure people that we have important conversations ahead and nobody's history is going to be erased. But I think we need to have a more full telling of our collective history. And I look forward to, participating in that. And then just want to say, I think we were ahead of our time on requiring face coverings. We have a lot of our surrounding states who are experiencing a spike. We are in the pandemic and in their cases of COVID, and we've been out in front on doing the right things, and I think we're starting to see that wearing face coverings is important. There is signage coming to help our guests understand how important that is and how serious we're taking that. So I know folks have been concerned about that, and just let's keep doing it. Let's try to keep bending that curve down. So thank you, Mayor. I'll leave it at that. I know we have still a long night ahead of us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. Like the rest of the councilors, I want to say happy Pride Month. And I also want to just acknowledge and recognize the individuals that reached out to me and the conversations I was able to have with them regarding this issue. And some of them were extremely upset. Some of them were happy. Some were in the middle, and it allowed for a dialogue that I think Councillor Garcia had stated. Sometimes we only have these dialogues with our constituents during campaign season, or if there's a certain issue, and it really brought to mind the need to, as an elected official, to continue to reach out to our constituents throughout the year, regardless of what's going on. And so I look forward to the dialogue that is going to continue as a result of this. And I just want to again thank and acknowledge those people that reached out to me. It wasn't an easy thing, and it's not always easy to reach out to your elected official and let them know how you really feel. And those that did that, I listened to them, I respect them, and although we may not agree totally, I think I felt the respect back from them, and I saw how they appreciated the fact that I took the time out to listen to them. And within my own family, there was disagreement about this issue. It's not something that I think is relegated to one certain ethnicity group or age group, or it cuts across the entire spectrum. And like I said, I look forward to continuing the conversation, because I think it's something that we need to do, not just as a community, but as a state and a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have a few orders of business, and then I think it's worth commenting as well on the events.
Mayor, can I mention one more thing?
Absolutely, Councillor.
July 4th is our Councilwoman Villarreal's birthday as well, so didn't want to leave her out of the birthday wishes. So happy birthday to you, Councillor. I hope you enjoy that day.
Yes, well spoken. I have a few orders of business, and then I want to say a few words as well, because I think we are using this opportunity that Councillor Garcia correctly called for to speak up a little bit about the events of the last couple weeks. I'm introducing a number of items: an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Procurement Code, an ordinance creating a new section establishing a fee schedule for services provided by the Land Use Department, a resolution supporting the U.S. Conference of Mayors Compact to combat hate, extremism, and bigotry, to promote the fundamental principles of justice and equality that define America, an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Economic Development Plan, providing support for Savant X, an ordinance also approving and adopting a local economic development project supporting La Puerta Originals for economic project loan, also helping our economy. The last 3 months have been extraordinary, and the last 2 weeks have been exceptionally difficult. I want to revisit what was going on leading up to the emergency proclamation that I put out. If you think about the 24 hours that preceded it, we had had a demonstration in Albuquerque around a statue that led to a shooting. We had noticed that those same individuals who were involved in the shooting in Albuquerque, a group of self-proclaimed vigilantes, would likely be present in Santa Fe. We had noticed that Cowboys for Trump, who had been demonstrating at the Roundhouse, would likely be attending the gathering on the plaza. There were national events where statues and monuments had been toppled with people attaching ropes and pulling them over and risking life in the process of demonstrating. And we had historically, 2 years previously, with the incredible courage of the Caballeros and the Fiesta Council, a process, a year-long process that culminated in the vote by the Caballeros to retire the Entrada and substitute for that a meaningful reconciliation ceremony on the plaza, recognizing individuals from across the community who had made extraordinary contributions to bringing Santa Fe together and to bringing northern New Mexico together. And in the process of that reconciliation step, some extraordinary conversations went on, and a quite remarkable proclamation was written and signed by all of the parties, including the Archdiocese, the governors of the northern pueblos, the Fiesta Council, the Caballeros, the city of Santa Fe. 2 years later, national events are at a boil. It involves Black Lives Matter. It involves history, and more than one version of history, the many histories that come together to make our history in Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. And that is what was going on in the 24 hours leading up to my proclamation. My goal was to avert violence. I've said it before, there is not any statue worth the life of any human being. Statues are works of art. They are a representation, but they're not reality. They're a story. And by safeguarding one statue and putting it in safekeeping, I kept that story safe and set the stage for what I believe will be a very productive conversation about truth and reconciliation. I think this community has truth and reconciliation in its DNA. We've all noticed the amount of progress that the Pride Parade represents. That's truth and reconciliation. We all notice the absolute revulsion that we feel toward the trashing of the Sings restaurant. But the wound isn't to the restaurant, it's to their sense of dignity and place in our community. And if you listen to the testimony of their son, he tells you that prior to that hate crime, as a boy growing up in Santa Fe, he was bullied because of his religion, something that I can personally relate to in my own experience. Those wounds are far deeper than somebody spray painting a slogan on the wall. It's a wound to somebody's dignity their self-image, their sense that they actually belong someplace, whether or not they were born here, whether or not they worship at the right church, whether or not they have the right skin color is irrelevant. These are human rights. These are civil rights that we all enjoy. And the trashing of that restaurant only puts on the surface a far deeper tragedy, which is that there are people in our community who don't feel welcome. They feel as though they are other. And those people look like everybody on this screen. It's not one group, it's all groups that get subjected to different forms of taunting, different forms of discrimination. Everybody, I guarantee that everybody on this screen has been subjected to it at one time of our lives or another. And so moving a statue to keep it safe may or may not be a controversial step, but what it is an opportunity to create a space for a dialogue. And that's what we will do as a community going forward. We will create a dialogue or dialogues, many of them, across Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. We'll learn from other communities that have done it, and we'll do it our own way because we always do things our own way. And we'll end up making a choice. And the choice is very stark. If you look at America today, the choice is we either fall apart or we stand together. Other parts of America are falling apart at the seams. They can't find collective shared values. They don't pay respect to each other. They don't even listen to each other. They tune each other out and turn each other off. That's not Santa Fe. The other choice is to say, as Councilor Garcia said, our history is filled with contradictions. It's filled with pain and it's filled with love. It's filled with blood and it's filled with intermixed family. And if we learn from that and come to reconciliation and develop a future that we are all involved in creating and proud of, then this moment will have been worth it. For all of the anxiety and all of the disagreement, will rise above division and become even more united and even stronger and even more proud of this community. That's what I believe in, and that's what I'm anticipating will happen. So thank you for letting me speak my mind. I think we're ready. Matters from the city clerk, I guess, if we're going to hold off on the executive session, and the city manager has already spoken in a report on the finances. We now, if there are matters from the city clerk, and we would then move into the evening session about 2 hours late, but we'll move into it.
I have none. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, in that case, I think between our city clerk and Christine Mahalsik, we've got an order of people who have signed up to bring petitions from the floor. There were 72 people originally who said they would want to speak to us. I want to say a couple things. It's a lot of people, so we're going to ask each person to speak for 1 minute. You will be asked to state your name and your address for the record, and the time doesn't start until you then begin speaking. Then the 1 minute will begin, and when you're done, when your time is expired, we'll move to the next person. Please remember that our procedural rules as a governing body prohibit personal, intemperate, or slanderous remarks. Please maintain respect, maintain decorum, and Yolanda, our clerk, will keep the time. When time is up, she'll say time, and then we'll have to mute your time and move on to the next person. So please take your time to say what you came to say. Remember to speak within our rules of respect and decorum. Please also, when the time is up, yield the floor. So, Madam Clerk, do you want to begin the petitions from the floor and let people have their chance to speak to the governing body?
Now, I believe that Christine is going to be calling the participants,
Okay.
and then I will set the time. When the minute is up, I will say time, And then at that point, Christine will mute that person and we'll go to the next person.
Okay, and if we have 70 people, we'll listen to 70 people and we'll be taking notes and listening to each person as they address the governing body and say what they came to say. So Christine, if you have control of the meeting room, you are in charge.
Awesome. I do, Mayor. So I will call out each person's name as the city clerk mentioned, and then they'll have their minute. When the timer goes off, then I will mute them and call the next person. So the first person that will be speaking is Aaron Garcia. So Aaron Garcia, it's your turn to speak. Aaron Garcia.
He's in the room, but his microphone is muted.
Okay,
I'm unmuted now. Sorry about that. Can you hear
You
me?
have the floor. Yes, please give us your name and your address, and then your 1 minute will start, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, city councilors. Good evening. My name is Aaron Garcia, president of the Santa Fe Fiesta Council. There is a cloud that has been casted over the city of Santa Fe. Racism is wrong, but it's alive today. As it was in the past, today we Hispanos, Santa Fecinos, Mestizo are now faced with ethnic racism and are also facing attacks on our beliefs in religion. I ask of you counselors, where did things go wrong? Perhaps supporting those groups who bring destruction to our city, as we have seen in the media, not allowing our community to have a voice, removing the statue de Vargas. Recent events have sadly created division, anger, and hate. Our celebrations are not of rage, hate, disrespect of others. It's peaceful and inclusive to all people and cultures. Not one culture is more important than another's. Just like we cannot change the failings of our ancestors, their mistakes are not the fault of anyone living today. Our history,
I don't think folks know exactly how fast 1 minute goes by, and we've got so many people who want to speak. We're going to have to try to stick to that limit.
Okay. Mayor, the next person speaking will be Alicia Guzman. Alicia, you're now unmuted and able to speak.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. My name is Alicia Inez Guzman, and I'm a Chicana born and raised here in New Mexico. I'm the former senior editor of New Mexico Magazine. And as a Chicana who's born and raised here, I'd like to thank you for making the proclamation to take these monuments to white supremacy down. This is not my history. As we know, here in Santa Fe, the colonial city was built by Tlaxcaltecos, by Genizaros or native slaves, and by Spaniards. And so the history of our people is a history of mixed people. The history of Kit Carson is a racist history. And I would like to congratulate you, but as you move forward in a truth and reconciliation, I ask you to look at the current causes of gentrification, the current causes of what people believe keep them out of the plaza, which is not an inclusive space. I encourage you to think about how these issues are unfolding now in terms of lack of affordable housing, lack of tax caps on, lack of, really not capping second.
Okay. It's unfortunate we have to cut people off, but we're going to have a lot of voices tonight.
Yes, Mayor, the next person up is Amber Espinosa Trujillo. Amber, you will now be allowed to talk. I've unmuted you.
Hello?
You have the floor.
I just want to say how disgusted I am with the way you created divisiveness in our city, Mayor Weber and Renee Villarreal, and that no one on the council has bothered to publicly speak against your pathetic actions. You are condoning destruction of public property and putting our National Historic Registry at risk. You are making us as Hispanics the bad guy in a situation you have no skin in, Mayor. We are descendants of Native American and Hispanic unions, not rape nor genocide. We lived in peace, and you listening to the most divisive voices around has demonized the rest of us. Wonder why none of the elders and Pueblo leaders were at the rally? Because they don't agree with it. You have Regis Pecos, a coach team member who was kicked out of his Pueblo, and 2 pedophiles, a mayor and a priest, as your guides to ruin. You must be proud. You could have done so much more for the community you are supposed to represent if you would have been honest and forthcoming to the groups you lied to, including the Fiesta Council and the Caballeros de Vargas. A real conversation with all would have gone so much further than the betrayal many are feeling. You owe the Hispanics and the excluded groups an apology. Not that anyone believes you will give it.
Okay,
The next person up to speak is Amy Tischler. Amy, you have now been unmuted.
Thank you, Mayor Weber and the City Council members. I appreciate the opportunity for this discourse. My name is Amy Tischler, and I'm a business owner and mother of 3 with my entire life invested in this community, and would like to voice my support for removal of monuments in our city, very specifically the obelisk in the plaza. I would like to humanize this issue for a moment and talk about the people directly affected by these monuments and the words carved into them. It really hit home for me when an Indigenous friend of mine said she didn't feel that she could take her children to the plaza without feeling assaulted. I have spent decades walking past this monument without really thinking about how deeply those words might affect someone's psyche because it was historical. But that perspective brought it into focus for me that the history represented in these monuments is a gigantic reminder to the Indigenous people that they were considered savages to be defeated on their own land. And not only that, but to this day, that sentiment is celebrated with a monument. How can we invite community to gather together to celebrate, eat pancakes, listen to music, and parade our pets, while at the same time subject the Indigenous community to that constant racist reminder? There is absolutely a positive path forward, one that celebrates what our respective cultures have created for the betterment of our community as a whole. I have personally worked with many of the cultural institutions.
I think did we lose her or did she run out of time?
Run out of time there.
Okay. I hope when people have written statements as well as their spoken statements, they can submit them so we get the entire written statement on the record and it'll be part of the minutes of the meeting. So if you did write something, or if you write it out after you've spoken and you want to send it to us, we'll put it into the record as a comprehensive set of minutes of everybody's comments tonight.
Mayor, the next person up to speak is Andrea Romero. Andrea, you've now been unmuted. Andrea Romero.
I don't think she has been unmuted. Now she is. You have the floor. Nope, she's still muted. I'm sorry.
I'm manually unmuting her, Mayor.
It's not showing up that way.
Okay, I'll move on to the next person, and then when she's ready to unmute, we can do that. Artissimo Romero is now being allowed to speak.
Hello, can you all hear me? Is this good? My name is Artemisio Romero. I am from Santa Fe, New Mexico, 28 Chapacanos Canyon, and I guess my time can begin. I'm a Norteño, a northern New Mexican Chicano raised on the south side of Santa Fe. My family, the Romeros, have been in Santa Fe for as long as we can remember, and as Mestizo people, our culture is a direct product of the colonial violence that created this city. Some have characterized the removal of the war obelisk as a threat and erasure of my culture, of our culture. That is simply not true. Our people have been threatened, but not by historical accountability. We're threatened by gentrification that segregates us from our own city into the edges of the South Side, where we experience nationally unprecedented levels of child poverty. So in light of those real threats of cultural erasure, it disgusts me that people have gone and used my culture and my people as an excuse for the oppression of Indigenous and First Nation cultures. That obelisk is a symbol of ongoing racial violence and is not something I, as a Norteño, will ever feel pride in. I urge people new to this city and those that have lived here longer than myself, do not use our culture to cloak your racism. Thank you.
Thank you. I think he's the first person to stay within 1 minute. I think that's, we're making.
It out.
You did well. Thank you. Is Andrea Romero able to be unmuted, or are we still having problems there? Christine, do you know?
Mayor, I continue to unmute her and we're still having problems with that. So I still have her up on the list. And then we'll move down. The next person allowed only has their first name, Benjamin. So Benjamin, please remember to state your name. Benjamin?
Also muted according to the screen.
Okay.
I think it would help for them to call back again and get back into the queue, and we'll honor their space, their place in line.
He's unmuted. What happens, just counselors, and I'll remind everybody on the chat, is I unmute you, but you also have to unmute yourself on your end to be able to speak. So any of the participants, just please remember that you also have to unmute yourself to be able to speak. So Benjamin, I believe you've unmuted, and if you could just state your first and last name.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Davis. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Davis. And what was the other thing I needed to say? I'm sorry.
If you want to give us your address, that would be helpful, and then your time will start.
Oh, I live downtown here in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Fair enough. You have 1 minute to speak to us, sir.
So I would just like to say that in light of everything that's going on, I want to talk about a little bit about what Councilor Mike Garcia said earlier, in saying that one of the prevalent feelings right now is the pain, the ongoing pain of all the communities involved in past oppression and past grievances, that are still feeling an ongoing sense of the vividness of those oppressions and racism, and saying that I think it's the least that we can do as a community to understand this pain and do the least to start the conversation by acknowledging that pain and seeing what actions will start the healing for these people and for these different communities, especially the indigenous communities in this. But I also see the racism that my people as a white person have. I'm sorry, was that my time?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you have it written out, Benjamin, please do send it to us. We'll put it in the total minutes of the meeting.
Thank you for having me, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine?
All right, Mayor, Brad Spain is up. Brad, you've been unmuted on my end. Please unmute yourself as well. Brad Spain?
Brad, have you unmuted yourself at your end? If you can hear, there's a way for you to unmute your own microphone, and then you have the floor.
Mayor, I'll keep their spot and we'll move on. Audrey Storbeck is next. Audrey Storbeck, you're up next.
You're unmuted, so you have the floor, Audrey.
Audrey, you've been unmuted. Mayor, I'll hold her spot, and then the next person can go. Charles Streeper, you're now going to be allowed to talk. Charles Streeper.
Hello, Mayor Weber, Charles Streeper. and city councilors, thank you for everything you do for our city. I'm at 3228 La Avenida de San Marcos. I grew up near the plaza, and I listened to your proclamation the other night, and I thought it was very uniting. And thank you for the explanation as to the 24 hours prior to taking down the statues. That was one of my main questions tonight, because I felt that in your proclamation, you had mentioned an evaluation of the statues and that you had discussed the Entrada-like review of them prior to removal. And then suddenly they were gone, or attempted to be gone. And then the next day, it would have been nice to have heard that 24-hour discussion of what had inspired your decision-making the following day. That would have helped me understand as a Santa Fe citizen why this happened, and that it was of major concern from a violence perspective. And I can understand you not doing that because it could have brought violence. So I get it. I'm sad to see it go, but I'm also not sad. I understand now, as a local, why it needed to go. I'd like to see it be replaced. Oh, okay.
If you have it written out, please do send it to us, or if you want to write it out afterward, please send it to us.
Sure, I will.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Christine?
Yeah, the next person up is Cecile Lipworth. Cecile, you're being allowed to talk. Cecile Lipworth.
Hi, it's Cecile Lipworth, and I am at 121 Michelle Drive in Santa Fe. And I'm talking because I'm in support of what you did, Mayor and Renee. I appreciate that the rush change comes at you fast in these times, and the decision to protect people's lives is definitely more important than concrete and monuments. And what I really want to address is a reflection on my own history. I grew up as a white South African during apartheid. I left South Africa in 1997 after the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions had actually taken place. And as a white South African, I felt hideous and terrible about what had happened, but I was also complicit in being that person. And so I think it's really important that we listen to the Indigenous women who came forward, 3 sisters. I really appreciated that they came forward and had a conversation with you and took it to a place where there was a moment that you could have this.
Thank you. We'll take the rest of your statement. If you want to write it out, please send it to us.
Right, Mayor, the next person is Cecilia Pacheco. Cecilia, you're now being allowed to talk and unmute it.
Hi, my name's Cecilia Pacheco. I was born and raised in Santa Fe. My address is 135 9 Mile Road, and I'll start my piece now. I just wanted to speak my piece tonight because I would like to say that initially when I heard about all the current events going on, I was angry at you, with all due respect, Mayor Weber. I didn't think that you had you had the place to do what you did, but now listening to the discussions, I understand why you took such quick action. And I just believe that going forward, we need to listen to the community voice. We need to have community discussions because there are a lot of different people, cultures, histories at stake, and voices that need to be heard. And I just would hate to see our people's voices not be heard regarding our history. So I really think that it's important to listen to what the people say. And I appreciate the conversation today and hope to be involved going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next person to speak is Christina Montoya. Christina Montoya, you've now been unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Maria Cristina Montoya, and I live at 47 Sunset Trail West, Santa Fe. I'm a graduate of Capitol High School. I'm kind of glad this ran late because my kid just graduated from Santa Fe High tonight. And so, and I'm an educator and I'm a social worker, and I'm 1994 Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year, Councilor Beta. And so, you know, there's a lot. I was only the second female to be the Youth of the Year. I want to talk about our youth real quickly. And I will absolutely write a letter, because you know what, it is not okay for our youth to feel that that they can only check one box when it comes to their culture and their race and their ethnicity, and be proud in one aspect of their culture and not another, and be shamed by another aspect, regardless of what that is, of what that is. And that's what we're doing. I'm not seeing our actions as a city are raising the life condition of our youth. What are we going to do about financial literacy, home ownership, true education in our history? That's what I am concerned about. And I'm also a juvenile sexual offender therapist, certified juvenile sexual offender therapist. And you know what? This shaming about, we are not the sins of our ancestors. And there has to be a point where we quit punishing everybody for what happened in the past. And that's what I am very passionate about right now, because we are rehashing things that our ancestors, even in the last century, in the last decades, have done a lot to make atonement and reconciliation, even what the Spanish crown has come here to do. You know?
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, the next person up to speak is Claudia Chavez. Claudia, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Claudia Chavez, 95A Cedar Road, Santa Fe. I'm in the City of Santa Fe Plaza Artisan Program. I was going to originally ask you to not close the street, but since that passed, I'm going to ask you and invite you to spend time with me at my space on the plaza. Really see what tourists have to say. They're concerned for our culture. The shops are overpriced. They question authenticity, but mostly they're concerned for our culture. So please come and visit me and spend time, open your eyes, hear for yourselves what tourists are really saying. And then we have really great, extremely talented artisans in our program. Every year I ask the city to recognize our program, such as a mention in the city tourism guide. Every year I ask, not a mention about our program. Tourists come upon our program and they're so surprised that it's there. They had no idea. They're so excited. What a great market. But you guys, nothing, not a word, not any recognition whatsoever. People are talking about offensive things these days. What I find offensive is an $800,000 price tag on a casa next to my mom's house downtown. That is offensive to me. A $10,000 a month rent is offensive to me.
Thank you.
The next person up to speak is Danny Katz. Danny Katz, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, I'm Danny Katz. I prepared a 2-minute statement and I thank you for giving me the time to complete it. The lockdown the virus inspired, along with the media's 24/7 fear-mongering, has traumatized our community. In addition to the very real economic devastation our community has endured, there's the matter of the emotional and psychological trauma that is only being exacerbated by this unlawful mask ordinance. In addition to being unconstitutional and dangerous to our physiological health, this mask ordinance is destroying our social fabric. People who are not choosing to wear masks, either because of medical issues or personal choice as self-responsible sovereign beings, are being shamed, harassed, bullied, filmed, and ratted out to the cops. This mask ordinance is destroying our quality of life and fragmenting our already traumatized community. Healthy young people who are being forced to wear masks are clearly miserable. Community morale has plummeted. Tensions are already extremely high because 2020, and this divisive and unconstitutional mask ordinance is only exacerbating them. I know many Santa Fe residents who, like me, have no
If you have that totally written out and you said it was 2 minutes, please send us the whole statement.
Yes. Mayor, I also just want to note, if for any of the participants that have already spoken, you're more than welcome to leave the meeting if you want. You don't have to stay on. I know there was some confusion about that. The next person up to speak is Drew Lehan, Drew.
Mayor, Councilman. My name is Drew Lenahan. I'm 30 years old. I'm a member of the Art and Public Places Committee for the City of Santa Fe. I'm here to speak in solidarity with last Thursday's action on the plaza, and I'm here to demand for the community that you remove the remaining monuments that have not been removed immediately and swiftly. It's a public safety issue at this point. There's armed Homeland Security cops circling the courthouse. That's not the Santa Fe that any of us want to live in. It is time to remove the monuments. That's it. You need to do it. You cannot repeat the history of broken treaties and broken promises to the Native American community. And lastly, I would like to add that if any of these councilors celebrating Pride are not considering defunding the police, you have absolutely zero right to celebrate Pride. Pride is a celebration of a riot for the liberation of our lesbian and gay.
Thank you. It sounds like that may have been written out, so please send the rest of it to us.
Okay. Mayor, it looks like Andrea Romero is back and able to, we're gonna try her again. Andrea Romero,
Hi, I'm here. I'm sorry, I had problems earlier.
no worries. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, you know, born and raised in Santa Fe, it was very heartbreaking to see what had happened in the plaza. Every time that I've gone to the plaza, it's always a beautiful and special place to everyone that is from here. It's the heart of Santa Fe, so to see it in the way it was very sad, and when it's hurtful for all the communities, whether it be Spanish and natives, you know, because it is very special to us. So I just want to say, I do think that there needs to be a better police presence there to protect this historical area in the city. And if you are putting a committee together, like you discussed earlier, I do think you need community involvement, and that should include locals that are from here, and that should be posted so everyone that wants to be involved can get involved and have these discussions to preserve our history and continue our culture.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, the next person is Fabiola Hartford. Fabiola, you've been unmuted.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mayor. I send you a communication and all your council members too, the same day that you sign your proclamation. Thank you for the council member that had the decency to respond to me, the only one. And I want to be clear about two things. About the monument, the obelisk. That is an atrocity, and the marble slab have to go. First, because it has a semantic mistake that lead to the attack to the Indian community, because we are not Indian, we are indigenous. Second, for the rest of the monuments, you cannot touch Hispanic heritage because it's cultural genocide. And if you, Ms. Villarreal, doesn't know anything about it, you should learn about cultural genocide and how to intervene in crisis and how to help indigenous. Because if you think that removing statues, you're going to fix the damage that was done to indigenous community by altering their development in civilization and by forcing them to adopt a culture that was not there, you're mistaken.
Thank you.
All right, Emily Stern. Emily Stern.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, City Council members. I'm honored to be here. My name is Emily Stern, and I'm an educator in Santa Fe. I'll read a portion of my prepared statement, and I will send it along.
Thank you.
Thank you. Due to my pandemic positive thinking, I would like to say in advance that I am grateful for and to each of Santa Fe's leaders for both continuing to include community input and for leading us into and through this unprecedented opportunity toward truth and reconciliation by removing statues that uphold violence and hatred. Maya Angelou has said that prejudice is a burden that confuses the past, threatens the future, and renders the present inaccessible. I'm fortunate to be a teacher in Santa Fe. As a professional, I feel a personal responsibility to participate in movements that support all students and young people, AKA the future. I've had the opportunity to read and witness students' feelings, thoughts, and words about what it's like to be in the presence of an object that is uplifting the very idea or person that tried to kill them and their communities. A problem with these statues is that they hinder the tender experience and process of learning. Learning, in both my opinion and research, would suggest occurs when one is not actively traumatized. Thank you.
Please send the rest.
Thank you. I will.
Thank you.
Next up is Noah Thomas. Noah?
Yes. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Noah Tamash Paris. I'm a college student at St. John's College. I'll admit I am a bit of an outsider on this issue, but I will say this one thing. If you already believe that the place of a Confederate statue is in a museum and not a pedestal, then you already understand that by having that statue up on a pedestal, it's not a memory. You're not remembering history. You are celebrating an oppressive regime. And so all I'm asking you to do is apply that same logic to the obelisk. And I think, I find it amazing that no one has pointed this out yet. The obelisk has the word savage etched into it, or at least it used to. I don't think that's referring to white people. Was it referring to white people? I'm really asking, because if it was, that's really shocking to me. So if you don't remove the obelisk, then on this issue, you're in the same boat as Mississippi. That's not an opinion or truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Flora Natalini. Flora Natalini.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Flora Natalini. I live at 1258 Galagos Lane. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with Three Sisters Collective and the indigenous population here in New Mexico. I fully support the removal of all the statues in town. By not removing these statues, I believe the community of Santa Fe is making a choice to celebrate and encourage the stealing of indigenous land and the killing of indigenous people. Through removing these statues, I feel we can begin to cultivate a new path towards healing for the indigenous people in our community. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Flora. Gary Delgado. Okay. Gary Delgado.
Hello.
Oh, Gary was using a different version of Zoom, so he'll be a panelist for this time, and then he'll move back into the attendees. Technology.
Okay.
Gary, go ahead and speak. You need to unmute your microphone, Mr. Delgado.
Now?
Yes, now we have you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gary Delgado, President of the Caballeros de Vargas here in Santa Fe. The abrupt removal of the statue that we...
You're breaking up, sir. The sound isn't working.
I'll go ahead and we'll give Mr. Delgado an opportunity when his audio is back up. Gregory Ross. Gregory Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor and Councilman. After that amazing and passionate speech by Councilor Vihil Coppler and Mike Garcia, I was really astounded to see Councilor Lindell stuffing herself with ice cream and having seemingly zero concern about this 400-year-old issue that we have. The mayor has done an amazing job on bringing together these disparate communities, and I was highly offended by that behavior. Moving forward, I would like to say that this city has done so much to move forward and to bring our communities together. It is sad to see us being influenced by outside people that don't live here, people whose communities are not from here, and from their perspectives, which I don't believe are relevant to the current situation. Thank you very much for all your assistance.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Stephanie Beninato. Stephanie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Even hearing your justification for your 24 hours prior to your action, I really didn't hear anything about the obelisk. And I think it should have been obvious that you couldn't have moved it and that it deserved some protection and not just an attempt again to remove it in the middle of the night without any public hearings on whether they should be removed or changed. As a historian, I decry presentism, and I would like to see the Plaza obelisk remain, with the addition of a statue of the man who chiseled out the word savage doing just that, and then have it surrounded by whatever types of demonstration of reconciliation, education that wants to be there after public discussion and consensus, because I think it would be very powerful visually to contain a statue or a memorial to war and then have it contained by a reconciliation and peace. I also understand though that Lisa Roach.
Mayor, it looks like Gary Delgado is back on. So we're gonna try that again.
Okay.
Gary?
Can you hear me?
Mr. Delgado, we can hear you. Why don't you try speaking and we'll see if the reception is any better.
Oh, okay. Again, my name is and council members. My name is Gary Delgado, the Vargas here in Santa Fe. The abrupt removal of the statue in the hours of the morning was not expected. One attempt to remove the obelisks. The removal of these historic statues was not the answer. The Caballeros de Vargas organization has been together since 1956, and our main goal is to honor and protect Our Lady La Conquistadora and Our Lady of Peace. A promise made, a promise kept, we have done for the past 307 years. And we want to continue the promise. There needs to be a stop to all the slurs and destruction that is in our beautiful faith, and don't allow the few protesters to destroy and what is ours. One day we will have Don Diego de la statue back up, standing of the peaceful return to our city of faith, together with local rebels who will come to an agreement where we all know and respect each other's values. Are we descendants of victims and victimizers, or are we descendants of individuals who found a way to coexist, even some very challenging episodes? We are here to stay and live together.
Thank you, sir.
Also,
if there's more that you wanted to send us, please do it. I know you had an also that got cut off, so do send it in as a written document.
John Block is up next. John Block.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. My name is John Block, and I'm testifying in front of you today in regard to the recent actions taken by Mayor Weber to remove historic Spanish landmarks across Santa Fe. I was born and raised in Santa Fe, and these statues, especially that of Don Diego de Vargas, mean much more to me than simply a statue. These statues, which symbolize our shared history, are a reminder to us of the struggles Santa Feans have been through in the past and how together we've overcome our challenges. Through our grassroots efforts, we've been able to collect over 2,000 signatures against the mayor's removal of such monuments, and there is no reason that I can see why we cannot preserve both Spanish and indigenous artwork around the city. And in doing so, we would not need the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I do not believe such a commission is the most imminent issue the city must expend its valuable resources on, especially during COVID-19. And if we begin to tear down our shared history now, then when will it end? As a civilized people, we should be able to respect others' cultures, even if we disagree with them, showing tolerance and respect. I appreciate being given the opportunity to address this body, and I hope to be a resource in the future. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Jessica Lucero.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor Weber, city councilors, I'm here to discuss the honesty and the transparency of moving the statues. And where we look at this as a movida. And how do you move forward from this huge perception of a lack of trust, Mr. Mayor? You are dividing and requiring Spanish surname individuals to be accountable for political environment from 1693, but it can't look past your Machiavellian progressive political agenda to seek a higher ranking official. The destruction and revenge organization. Have you asked this organization what they want and what is their final purpose after they've gotten these statues removed? It's heart sickening, both you and Councilor Villarreal. I can't believe that this has happened in this city, the level of destruction, but you cannot focus on getting your audit on time or fixing the Santa Fe Police Department's response to destruction and hate crimes. It took 3 hours to get there. How unacceptable. What are you going to do to fix this budget deficit impacting and putting food on the table for your city employees, but you're focused on removing statues? Shame on you, Villarreal, and shame on you, Mayor Weber, because you are bringing nothing but hurt.
Thank you.
John Byers. John Byers. All right, I'm going to move on to Kathy Rivera. Kathy Rivera, you've been unmuted on my end.
I've unmuted here.
Perfect, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm a native of downtown Santa Fe, as were my ancestors before. I'm also a world traveler who has been to Germany and seen concentration camps and have marveled at how Jerusalem survives as a city at the main center of 3 religions. I'm opposed to removing our cultural items based on the request of one small group, a group who does not respect previous government decisions, a group who does not appear to respect or have patience for proper due process, and a group whose leader will never be satisfied. The 3 statues erected to honor the Tesuque Pueblo runners were done in honor, but yet Orlena Ortiz even didn't like her where they were replaced. She says also that the Pueblo governments do not speak for her. They will never be satisfied. Their demands will never be met. No apology will ever be enough. If you want to show that Santa Fe can be better than the rest of the country, show them that no one and no group.
Mayor, the next person up is Laura Barella. Laura Barella?
Yes, it's Laura Barella.
All right, go ahead.
It's your turn.
My name is Laura Barella. I grew up in the historic district of Santa Fe. Um, Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm a graduate of New Mexico State University. I'm married to my first boyfriend from second grade. We both grew up in Santa Fe, going to school since second grade together. So I can speak for both of us to know that we did not embrace, we did not see any differences in our Native brothers and sisters. We shared the same food, we grew up together. So I guess I don't understand. I'm coming to you as a mother. I have 7 children, 5 grandchildren, and 1 on the way. My history goes back generations. I have Native, Hispanic, Spanish, and Anglo in my blood. My grandfather owned the old trading post in northern New Mexico. So I guess I'm confused, and I understand what the mayor said now of the quickness of doing what he did. But I also commend Councillor Joanne Vigil and Councillor Garcia for speaking up and saying that they were not included in the decision of what occurred so quickly. The obelisk has been up there and there's not.
Please send us the rest.
Yes, and also, Mayor, I would just like to again encourage anyone who's already spoken to please get off of the Zoom call and continue to watch the meeting on YouTube, just given the number of participants that we're trying to walk through. So the next, oh, hold on, everyone's moving through. John Byers is going to, oh, John, there you are. Has been unmuted. John?
Yes, Mayor, councilors, my name is John Byers and my address is 2410 Calle Contessa, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I want to express my dismay at the taking down of any of the historic structures, statues, and cultural icons. This amounts to pandering to mob rule. The way and manner in which this was done clearly demonstrates cultural insensitivity and an unwillingness to have discussion, discourse, and debate. Removal of a statue by a unilateral decision when done in a vacuum is tantamount to boss rule and not a democracy. Let's go by the rule of law instead of mob rule. Let's protect and defend city property and perpetuate cultural unity instead of inflaming the passions of hate by polarizing races and ethnicities. You know, the mayor said that the Indian house was much more than concrete and mortar, yet he does not accredit that to any of the statues. History is not a question of whether you like it or not. It's a question that you learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Carla Moya? Carla Moya?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hang on one second. I'm tuning in. My name is Carla Moya Crites. It's C-R-I-T-E-S for the record. And I'm from Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'd like to read a letter that I sent to you, Mayor Weber, and you probably read it already, but I'm reading it to the council members. Your actions to remove certain statues that represented the Spanish race is despicable. Your actions have created a division in the city that once represented multicultural living as one. I'm a 5th generation Santa Fean. In 1964, my father portrayed Don Diego de Vargas in the Santa Fe, Fiesta de Santa Fe. During this time, the Santa Fe was a celebration in which both Native Americans and Hispanics came together to commemorate peace between the both groups. I'm disappointed that many Hispanic people and people that believe that they're educators don't know the history of New Mexico. I'm angry because for the longest time I've sat back and listened for years how the Native Americans were mistreated and tortured without mentioning the natives did to the Spaniards during the Pueblo Revolt in 1680, led by Popeye, a medicine man from San Juan Pueblo who led the Indian Revolt. My people, my ancestors were murdered during the uprising against the Spanish colonizers in the province of Santa Fe. The Pueblo Revolt killed 400 Spaniards, including men, women, even and children.
I do have that letter, but if you want to send it in, we'll put it into the minutes of the meeting.
Joshua Driscoll is next. Joshua?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Joshua Driscoll. I live at 1819 Hana Road, Santa Fe. In thinking about discussions around unity, progress, and reconciliation, I'd like to draw your attention to the issue of the obelisk. I do not believe the obelisk should be left up. I'd like to remind the council members and the mayor of the inscription on one of the sides of the obelisk. It reads, "To the heroes who have fallen in various battles with savage Indians in the territory of New Mexico." I believe this is vulgar and slander to the indigenous populations here in Santa Fe. The obelisk in the plaza commemorates stolen land and the slaughter of indigenous peoples while celebrating colonization. Regardless of how this statue, I hesitate to say monument, is viewed today, its historical context cannot be ignored. I'm a District 1 voter, active in Santa Fe, and I will not vote for someone who allows the statue to be left up. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Ronald Trujillo. Ronald Trujillo.
Mayor, councilors, Ronald Trujillo, Santa Fe, New Mexico, South Side resident. Mayor, I think me and you had our discussion the other day. We discussed what had happened. It just saddens me that once again, the Hispanic culture here in Santa Fe is coming under attack. As someone who portrayed Don Diego de Vargas for Fiestas, I'm not ashamed of that. It's part of my culture, part of my heritage, part of the traditions here in Santa Fe. You know, there's a few of you on the city council who always wave the flag, mi raza, mi plebe, mi gente. Well, now that your raza, plebe, and gente need you to stand up, where are you? You know, it's a shame this is happening in our city. I have never seen this happen before. You know, it's disheartening to see this happen. And Mayor, I just hope that you do say that you do want to put together a task force to have these discussions, because I believe that's exactly what needs to happen. When these obelisks and all that were wanted, when Nevares was moved in the middle of the night, that discussion didn't take place. And I think that's what a lot of people here in Santa Fe are most, you know, bugged about, that there was not that discussion. So in the future, when you do have these discussions, I hope that all stakeholders are able to come to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Orlando Watson. Orlando Watson. I'm not sure where Orlando went, so we'll move on. Crystal Lucero. All right, we'll go to the next person, Marisa France. Marisa France.
I think she's muted. There we
Hi,
go.
can you hear me?
Yes, now you're unmuted.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. My name is Marissa France. I'm here to strongly support Mayor Weber's emergency proclamation removing the monuments, and to also thank him for acknowledging the historical context of this moment. We cannot continue to support these symbols of oppression and hate. And I want to urge the councilors to also acknowledge the broader movement that's happening around our city, our state, and also our country right now. Statue removal is important, of course, but as Councilor Villarreal stated, we must continue this critical conversation and perform a full reconciliation of the continuing economic violence and structural oppression of the indigenous peoples of New Mexico. I would also caution Councilor Vigil Koppler against focusing on the treatment of monuments rather than the treatment of human beings. I do agree with her, though, that the timing of the removal of the monuments was off. They should have been removed a long, long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Miguel Gabaldon. Oh, Miguel Gabaldon.
Yes.
We hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Weber and councilors. As a lifelong resident of Santa Fe with multiple generations of ancestors who lived in the historic part of Santa Fe for the past 5 centuries, I'm speaking on behalf of my immediate family and relatives to respectfully request that you not make any more hasty decisions regarding the removal of cultural Hispanic references in Santa Fe. Over the past 54 years, I have learned about the reality of the conflicts between Spanish settlers and Native Americans, as well as the conflicts brought upon Spanish settlers and Native Americans by the Anglo settlers who came from the United States. What it has done is open my eyes to realize that all of America's history, to quote you, Mr. Mayor, has a dark and bloody past, not just Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. I grew up with Hispanic, Native American, Anglo, and African American children here in Santa Fe, and we all got along with each other just as St. Francis of Assisi prayed for. Despite the diversified cultures and histories, we all stayed in Santa Fe and made it the city different. In order to stop the tearing apart of our great city that has taken place in recent weeks, I ask you to not move forward with any further removal of public displays of our Hispanic culture without going through the thorough review process. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mayor, again, I would just like to remind anybody, if you've already spoken, please go ahead and get off of the Zoom meeting and continue to watch the meeting on YouTube. The next person that will be allowed to speak is Rick Martinez. Rick, you've been unmuted.
Hi, you can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Very good, very good. Rick Martinez, 725 Basia Road. I just want to let you know I sat to that Plaza Task Force through all those meetings. I've been on the Plaza Roundtable Committee. I've been part of the Downtown Vision Plan. So I know that the history of the Plaza. I know how things worked and how when the Plaza was closed and stuff like that. I was really disappointed with the last item you had about the closure of the streets by putting it on a consent calendar. It should have been a public hearing where everybody could have voiced it out, just like they're voicing this, but their concerns are about the monuments too. These task force that we have were diverse groups of people. And I think if we're going to move forward in the future, we need to bring these task force back so we get a better voice of the community and something that would give advice to you, to the councilors and the mayor yourself. Because without these task forces, a lot of history's gone, because the last item you had, nobody knew the history. I like to thank Councilor Garcia for realizing there was a history behind the closure of the plaza before. So, and I think, hope in the future with the way things are going now, that we get more of our local people involved and more diverse, so we can have a better conversation and get all along. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Poppy Wilder.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to call in. My name's Poppy Wilder. I want to just call in with my support towards Mayor Weber and this emergency proclamation, make a few points. Firstly, I do not think the obelisk and its inscription is a good focal point at all for our city. The plaza is our tourist center. That's where most people from out of state, out of country are going to go through. And I think that's a really horrible precedent to set, is that having that there and having that inscription there needs to be something that, shows what Santa Fe is. And I don't think creating something that creates diversity, having it as our focal point, is beneficial to the city at all. In addition, I don't think, we have to remember that even though we may educate ourselves as people who grew up here, as people who've moved here and care about the city, but there are people who come in here and they aren't going to educate themselves outside of what they see. And so seeing that and then not educating themselves further, I think is furthering racism even outside of our own community. So I think that's a really big thing to remember. In addition, I hear a lot of anger from the people who want to take this down. And is that my time?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. Tiana. Tiana is up next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Tiana Scordelis. I live at 4305 Kai Andrew. Thank you, Mayor and councilors, for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking in solidarity with the Indigenous community of Santa Fe County in Greater New Mexico. I support the permanent removal of the obelisk in the plaza, the Kit Carson obelisk in front of the courthouse, and the Don Diego de Vargas statue. Monuments such as these are a constant reminder of the colonization and genocide of the indigenous people of our community. that they have suffered, and they serve no purpose other than perpetuating a symbol of oppression and white supremacy. Rather than discussing the validity of racist monuments, we should be discussing reparations and how we can celebrate Santa Fe's Indigenous community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sasha Anderson. Sasha?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Hi, though. Sasha Anderson. My name is Sasha Anderson. 149 Alamo Drive, Atale. I live at 149 Alamo Drive. I first want to thank the Three Sisters Collective, as well as Indigenous activists throughout the years, for all of their work. And I want to thank you, Mayor Weber, for your swift action to remove the monuments that continue to inflict trauma upon Indigenous people. I am a member of the Choctaw Nation. You got a little sample of the Choctaw language earlier. I want you to know that I'm descended from survivors of the Trail of Tears and also of European settlers who came to the US in the 17th century. So I am, if you will, both colonizer and colonized. I know what it means to value heritage, however troubled, and what it means to see physical manifestations of honor to those who have tried to destroy you. In the Sermon on the Mount, Christ states, "Where your treasure is, your heart will be also." Monuments are not where we learn history. They're physical manifestations of resources, of treasure that show where we as a community value and revere. Let us put our treasure where our hearts ought to be, with those most marginalized in our communities, and not in the glorification of violence against Indigenous people. Yakoki.
Thank you. Christine, you've mentioned that people who have already spoken could exit, but I don't know that they know how to do it. Is there a simple instruction if they wanted to sign off and leave this Zoom platform and make space for other people to come in? Can you give a quick, simple description about how to do that?
Absolutely, Mayor. So anyone that's already spoken can go ahead and just close out of their Zoom, and then they can go to YouTube, to the Santa Fe link, or Santa Fe YouTube channel. The link is on the homepage of the Santa Fe website, which is santafenm.gov. So yes, anyone who has already spoken, happy to have them join us on YouTube. So Mayor, moving on, Thomas Baca is next. Thomas Baca.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Tomas Baca Gutierrez. I'm the past president of the Caballeros de Vargas, also a Fiesta Council member, and I also portrayed Don Diego de Vargas. We have seen the dismantling of our culture and traditions, and where this is going to end, only God knows. But I'm here to state that neither I or any member of the Caballeros ever agreed or even hinted at taking down the statue of our dead Don Diego de Vargas. When we gathered with you for 2 years, along with Pueblo representation, to solve the question of the entrada ceremony, we never agreed to do anything like that. Yes, there were mistakes made on both sides, Spanish and Indigenous, 3 centuries ago, but we have managed, with the grace of God, to live in peace for that time. I'm deeply saddened and disappointed with you, Mr. Mayor. Instead of uniting cultures, you have begun to divide us. I feel like you have taken us backwards from all of the hard work that we have done during the last 2 years as president of the Caballeros. You didn't listen to a single thing that we said about why we celebrate our fiesta. You've been to our home at the Pueblo for Pueblo feast days and seen the uniting of cultures, as I live on the Pueblo of Pojoaque with my family. How could I live on a Pueblo and be celebrating violence? As you stated publicly, that we stop celebrating violence.
Tomas, if you have that written, please send it in.
Next up is Melissa Mascareñas. Melissa?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Melissa Mascareñas, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm the immediate past president of the Santa Fe Fiesta Council. To set the record straight, we never agreed to any removal of the historical statues in our community. History is history. As Hispanics, we lost a lot when we retired the entrada and replaced it with a community celebration. I feel betrayed by the mayor and Councilor Villarreal. For the mayor to stand on the plaza stage with the Three Sisters group and celebrate such a horrible action was very disrespectful. I respectfully ask that the city council overturn his decision. I ask that no city money be used on purchasing a statue of the two runners from the Tesuque Pueblo. It is important to remember we are a multicultural city and we all matter. No group is better than any other, and we should be treated that way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because of your actions, you have given us the strength we need to never, ever give in. We deserve better. And I want to thank Councillor Vigil Koppler and Councillor Garcia for standing up for your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, next up is Stephen Gonzalez. Stephen Gonzalez?
Yes, sorry.
No worries.
Steve Gonzalez, I live in Santa Fe, grew up here. You mentioned that we're all supposed to take a breath, and yet you do that after you have already removed an important piece of our history. You are failing to recognize that the people with whom you are in league, the Three Sisters and the Red Nation, are extremists. Look at their websites. They say that this is stolen land, that they want repatriation and decolonization. What they are saying is that they don't want us here, that they don't want anyone else here, which is what Popeye did right before he killed 400 Spanish people simply for being Spanish. And so Popeye sits in the US Statuary Hall, and I'm sure a lot of Indians don't see him as a symbol of hate and violence, but that's the same thing. They have other reasons. They see him differently. But Hispanic Santa Feans see de Vargas differently from how natives see him. And so you have poured gas on a fire, and you've bought into this false dichotomy that the continued presence of the statues is somehow inconsistent with reconciliation, and I ask you to revisit that mistake.
Thank you.
Lauren Burke. Lauren Burke is next.
Hello.
Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Lauren Stutzman, actually, and I live in Cerrillos, but I own a business in Santa Fe. And I'm new to New Mexico. I've been here since 1985. So I just want to voice my enthusiasm for reimagining our historical monuments. I think everyone will be better served if we include an accurate depiction of what really took place at Ogopoge, rather than giving into a false narrative regarding benevolent European colonialism. Santa Fe has appropriated so much indigenous culture, and yet we seem so reluctant to pay even the smallest reparation through monuments built by and honoring the Pueblo people who are the original citizens of this land. Norteño historians and Pueblo historians to identify those from the past who were neighbors, friends, teachers, and healers, and build monuments to them instead of the government officials, bureaucrats, and genocidal maniacs. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Mayor, is Mark. And I apologize. Now some of the names don't have last names. So Mark.
How dare you? How dare you?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure who we're listening to. Who has the microphone?
His first name is Mark. Some of these don't have last names now. So they need to still state their first and last name before they speak.
Okay.
I'm Mark.
Mark, if you could state your first and last name, please, and your address.
My name is Mark. I'm a long, many generations deep Santa Fean. Good evening. Across the country, now in Santa Fe, the mob is trying to destroy America's connection to our history and foundations because they want to wipe that out and rebuild this country into a socialist utopia. I am concerned about the mayor and the governor cave to the mob. What is next? The cathedral? How about Mount Rushmore, universities Duke, Yale, and Stanford? What about the Apache helicopter, the Masters Golf Tournament? It's a slippery slope to purge everything that makes someone else's feelings hurt. The mob starts at monuments, then memorials to universities, then straight to the founding of the country. And you then have to get rid of the country because the founders were white supremacists and racists, according to the leftist mob. About the obelisk and the India Palace, they are both hate crimes to me. Permitting lawlessness will lead to more lawlessness.
Thank you, Mark. If you have the rest written out, send it in to us.
Next up is Samuel Villarreal Katnak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Samuel Villarreal Katnak, and my address is 55 Camino del Rincon, Umbiagindi, Singiteiri, Posuwage Owinge Iweri Omu. I am from the Pueblo of Pewaukee, where I direct my community's table language department and serve on tribal council. All of my family is from northern New Mexico. My father's family from Santa Fe. I attended St. Catherine's Indian School. My great-grandfather built his home on Ezequiel Madre by hand, a place in town where no one I know can afford to live anymore. Although I don't currently reside in Ogapoge, now known as Santa Fe, I spend much of my time in the city, especially in the downtown area, one that is heavily catered to mostly white, wealthy out-of-state people for its Pueblo, Native, and Hispano aesthetics and history. It would be unconscionable to continue to keep monuments dedicated to racism, hate, and murder in place during a time of vast change like we are experiencing in the world today. The city must remove all monuments that celebrate the killing and domination of any group and instead work to tell the true history of all of our peoples, the good and the bad. Kudawoha, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Next up, I have Crystal Lucero.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I live off of Agua Fria. So I'm Crystal Lucero, a proud Santa Fecina. Our history is a rough road, but we have managed to come together and live side by side for generations. Sadly, recent proclamations and covert destruction of public property has occurred at the hand of our government. A government that should have openly hosted a discussion, sought input from Santa Fecinos, your voters. Decisions like this feel like back alley deals negotiated by a patron. Santa Fe is frequently viewed as progressive. Why then has this regressive behavior been? You have been elected to represent us. What is going on? Your lack of leadership has caused anxiety, frustration, and distress. Shame on you. Your job is to lead, not create chaos. You represent us all, not just a few. If we wanted autocratic leadership, we would all live in a communist country. Your lack of leadership and action has signaled to some that we can do whatever they desire. The city is strong. Prove us wrong. Prove us that you are our worthy leaders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Next up is Virgil Vigil. Virgil Vigil. All right, Mayor, I'll move on and keep that spot. So Scott Bigby.
Hello, my name is Scott Bigby. I live at 1018 Don Juan Street in Santa Fe. I was born here. My grandparents came here in the 1940s. I have a statement to say that I believe that these monuments and where they are located are disrespectful to the indigenous people who live in and visit our city. The obelisk stands directly across from the Palace of the Governors, where Native people selling their jewelry and crafts are an icon of the city. How degrading it must be to face this thing which glorifies the destruction of your ancestors. Up the street is the IAIA Museum of Contemporary Art. Since 1992, it's the only museum of its kind in the US. In 2006, the monument to de Vargas was erected directly across the street. De Vargas in bronze faces viewers holding a lance. Behind him is a metal fence, and behind that is the IAIA Museum, as if the so-called savages are once again safely locked up and under his control. 3 blocks away is the US courthouse, and the monument seems to indicate that the ideals of Kit Carson are the current ideals of the federal government. These monuments do not represent our city and should be removed as promised immediately. This is Tewa land, respect.
Thank you, sir. If there's more to that statement, do send it in.
Oliver Killingcamp. Oliver Killenkamp.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're on.
Awesome. My name is Oliver Hillenkamp. I live at 507 Catherine Avenue. I grew up in Santa Fe. And I would just like to voice my support for the Three Sisters Collective, the Red Nation, and other local Indigenous organizations and people that have called for the removal of the Plaza Obelisk for many years, not just now. And I would also like to say that as a settler on stolen land, and especially as a white settler, I believe that I have the responsibility to stand behind these calls for the removal of monuments that glorify genocide. And I would also like to encourage other white people to use their privilege to support Indigenous leadership and to question the power structures that unfairly benefit us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Seneca Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Seneca Johnson. I'm from the Muskogee and Seminole Nations, and I live on the south side of Santa Fe. So I'll start my time now. I'm sickened seeing statues that celebrate the atrocities committed to Indigenous people and seeing those statues looked upon with pride by some, even when they're painful reminders to others. Seeing these statues be removed feels like a step towards mutual understanding of our shared history. We can't change the past, but we can control how we recognize it. And taking down statues isn't about rewriting history, erasing the memory, or blaming Hispanic people. It's about making a space for everyone in Santa Fe. And it's about the acknowledgement of the cruelty we face and of Indigenous people today. It's about healing and respect and not a one-sided retelling of history. Indigenous people and other residents have been upset by these statues for years. These statues don't celebrate anything other than colonization and genocide, and that is their only purpose, and they are divisive. We don't need a racist statue to remind us of New Mexico's history, because we should be taught this history in schools and museums and not reminded of a vicious slaughter when we walk through downtown with our families. All we're calling for is a safe space to exist. So I stand in support of the removal of the obelisk and other racist statues, and I call on you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Virgil V. Hill. We're gonna try Virgil again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, but there's a very big echo.
Okay, I can take care of that real quick. How about now?
Much better.
Now I can't hear you.
Oh, well, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. First, 1 minute. 1 minute's unfair. Should used to be 3 minutes. Okay, my name is Virgil from Santa Fe. I like a little history for some of the people there. And 1680, the Pueblo people led by Popeye and other Indian leaders joined together to drive the Spanish colonists out in an uprising war. 21 Franciscan priests and hundreds of men and women were killed. In fact, the priests were tied onto horses and dragged onto the streets until they died. The San Miguel Mission Church was set on fire and a courageous woman rescued a wooden statue known today as Our Lady of Peace. The Indians drove the Spanish settlers south to El Paso del Norte, known today as Juarez. We would not be here today had this horrific event, known as the Pueblo Revolt, had not occurred. Now, over 400 years later, a group of individuals, with the help of the mayor, are removing the past of our history in Santa Fe. It first began with the removal of the entrada, then the removal of the fiesta royalty visiting the elementary grades and during fiestas, the removal of the Spanish fresco that's at the north end of your city hall, and now the removal of Don Diego de Vargas. The community must take a stand and say no más. You say, Mayor, that you were worried. Well, what happened, what you did was wrong. And using the police.
Please send the rest of the statement in and we'll include it in the minutes of the meeting.
Alyssa Lujan Blea is next. Alyssa?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Again, my name is Alyssa Lujan Blea. I'm born and raised in Santa Fe, New Mexico, multi-generational resident of Santa Fe. I think everyone has heard the concerns regarding the division, and you can hear it directly tonight, the division that was caused here in Santa Fe. What I would like to propose is what you have stated is gathering together to come up with ways that we can come together as we were in the past, to come together again and heal and reconcile what Spaniards did to indigenous people 400 years ago and what the indigenous did to Spaniards and to Catholic priests many years ago. We need to come together and unite and not be divided by outsiders who don't understand the rich culture and history of Santa Fe, of the city difference. We need peaceful discussions, to be quite honest. This Three Sisters group, if you've gotten on their page, if anybody disagrees with them, they violently harass you and call you names. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's more, please send it in.
Valerie Brooker is next.
Mayor and councilors, thank you for your time this evening. I want to address the issue of the obelisk. On the panels are voices of the time, acknowledging a Union victory on some of them. By silencing these voices, what do we gain unless we use other voices for a complete narrative? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, but there's a little echo.
Okay. The destroyed panel could be replaced by an acknowledgement that the obelisk rests on Tewa land and could cite the contributions of those and other Pueblo people to New Mexico's history, culture, and heritage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Christina Montoya. Christina Montoya. I'll go ahead and remute her, Mayor, when she's ready. Let's see. Orenda, there's some of these, Mayor, now don't have full names. So Bianca, if you're on.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Bianca Saposi Belknap. I live at 525 Catherine Ave. So I'm gonna go ahead and start. Thank you so much, Mayor and councilors. So I was born and raised here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, in Ogabogue, Tewa territory. I'm here speaking as someone who loves this place profoundly. It's the only home I've ever known. And even while these mountains and skies have raised me and now raised my sons, I recognize that I'm a settler and a guest here. So I'm here tonight to stand in solidarity with our Indigenous community who's called for an end to the glorification and celebration of conquest in our community. Last Thursday's Three Sisters event was one of the most beautiful and powerful community gatherings I've ever had the honor to take part in. Red Nation members held a sign in front of the stage that said, "Celebrate resistance, not conquest." What a beautiful invitation. Can we learn to celebrate resistance and resilience, not conquest? How profoundly different our world will be if we can embrace that shift. And we don't want to erase history. We need to lean in and face not only the legacy of Spanish colonization, but of Anglo colonization. And as we do that, we need to look at the threats of gentrification that create the very real fear of displacement and erasure in our.
Thank you. If you could send in the rest, we'll put it in the minutes.
Christina Montoya, it looks like she's unmuted her microphone.
Okay.
Christina? Still nothing. David Sloan?
Oh, Yate, David Sloan Yanishya, Todajini Nishli, Bilagana Shijete, Tono Atom, Da Shiche, and Bilagana Da Shinali. My name's David Sloan. I'm a District 2 resident, born here all my life. I'd just like to thank you guys for doing the proclamation to remove the obelisk, Kit Carson Monument on Federal Place, Don Diego de Vargas statue in Cathedral Park. I was born and raised here, and I'm just glad to know that Indigenous grandmothers, grandfathers, aunts, uncles, and cousins who vend under the portal, who recognize the historical context of 40 Pueblo ancestors being executed on the plaza, won't have to look at the monument, which calls our ancestors savages. Across the country, we're reconciling the history of these false idols. Thank you for understanding these monuments hurt our community. And let's work towards an Indigenous Education Center where we teach us all how to live in a local economy and local food community.
Thank you, sir.
There is someone on, the name is Orenda Healing International. So please state your name.
That's me. I'm Valentine McKay Riddell, and I'm the founder of that organization. And I wrote in earlier, I wanted to simply say that I support the removal of the obelisk because while there is historical argument for leaving them up, history is always written by the conquerors. The obelisks do not reflect what actually happened and instead applaud the valiant actions, quote unquote, of Anglo and Hispanic military commanders who enslaved, tortured, and murdered thousands of native Pueblo people in New Mexico. This sadly is the true history, and the obelisks are painful reminders to our community, especially to native members of our community, of a time and actions that deserve no praise, but instead demand remorse, retribution, and reconciliation as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marianne Maestas. I'm a Hispanic person, and I grew up here in Santa Fe. And I just want to say, growing up, the Fiesta Council would go to our school every year, and I would get really excited to see the council in the parade. I took so many field trips downtown and spent a lot of time at the obelisk and the de Vargas statue. And I can tell you that I learned nothing about the history of our state in any of those field trips or looking at statues or those events. But I have learned more about the history of our city and region from the events led and organized by Indigenous people and organizers taking place over the last few weeks. And really, these been taking place for years. And I support Indigenous people and the original caretakers of this land that the city was built on. And I feel like we can embrace our Spanish background, although let's be real, most of us aren't even descendants of these colonizers, without figures of genocidal historical figures and without detriment to the native peoples who have lived here for thousands of years and have established history and culture. And I encourage my fellow Hispanic neighbors and community members who are hesitant to embrace this move to continue to learn about the places we call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, looks like Christina Montoya. We're gonna try that again. Christina.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All that effort, and I already spoke earlier. I'm so sorry. I had to sign up and I logged back in and I won't take another minute and cheat like that, but thank you.
Thank you very much for being, for being honest about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, there's a few people that with name changes, Mayor. So I have a Mark. However, I have 6 Marks on my list. So I'm gonna unmute this Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mark, can you say your first and last name, please?
My name is Mark Rodriguez, lifelong resident of Santa Fe. Mayor Weber and councilors, thank you for your time and service to Santa Fe. I come to you tonight with a heavy heart. My main concern is, what are we showing our youth and what kind of future are we leaving for them? We can change words on a monument to words like respect, understanding, unity, and peace, celebrating the choice for equality and a better human race. We need healing and reconciliation. We can be an example for the rest of the country if we do things right and conquer hate with love. We can't create a circle if sides are being formed. I would like to apologize to Mayor Weber for any inflammatory comments on social media that is not helping achieve a solution, but adding to the problem. History is to be learned from us not to repeat it. Destroying and erasing it won't change it. We do have a unique opportunity to change the course of it, though. Can we stand together for a united Santa Fe?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. The last one, let's see, I have someone, again, they don't have their name on the display, so it's a Samsung Galaxy. You've been unmuted. This one, Mayor, I'm not sure of. I apologize. I asked everyone to please update their username when they logged in.
Right. I see the individual, or I see the name on the box, Samsung Galaxy, so on. It appears to be still muted, however.
Yeah, they need to unmute on their end now, Mayor.
And identify yourself, please. If you can.
Okay, the only person I have, other one on the list that hasn't spoke, I just need to double check, is Gregory Ross.
No, he spoke.
Gregory, he spoke?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Mayor, I think that's everyone else on the list I have that has spoken.
Okay. There were some folks, Brad Spain tried but never got through and still appears to be in the room.
Okay, let's try him one more time.
Brad, are you still there? Yes.
Yes, sorry for joining late. I was just waiting for the public hearings later. Nothing else.
Oh, apologies. You've been very patient, but we're not doing that quite yet. But thank you for being clear about that.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad.
So is that completes the folks who signed up?
Just sorry, Mayor, Audrey Storback was on the list, but I don't think we heard from her yet.
I think you're right. Actually, we were unable to unmute Audrey's microphone. If she's still waiting, Audrey,
yes.
If you're still there, we can try it again.
And Mr. Mayor, there was an Orlando Watson as well that perhaps that we didn't hear from.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. This is Audrey. I'm at 118 West Burger. What happens when racists are running a supposed anti-racist organization? What happens when Santa Fe doesn't have white supremacists, yet organizers join with local groups to make it appear so? What if it's not Trump people who damaged the India Palace? What if it's a throw? Who are Antifa? And why are they paid so much money? And why were they in Albuquerque? Why are they organized throughout the nation? Why is the plan to take down the entire country's history by one political party so it can be repeated and no one dare speak up? What if slavery of all of us is the goal? Last night, I met someone who told me they moved to Santa Fe recently from New York to be an organizer. They told me they were an organizer and an anarchist, and I walked along with them for 3 blocks. I think there's a lot more going on nationally than it's going on in the city. I am an Anglo, and I'm watching it all. I am for all the historic statutes and our history to remain for all to see and not repeat. I am not for the mayor or one political party to unilaterally remove all of our history. Peace out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And-
Mayor, it looks like Lily Sage just got on. She's
Okay.
on our.
And Councilor Garcia was right about, was it Oliver you mentioned?
No, he had Orlando, who I also,
Orlando.
Orlando Watson. I have him on the list, but he's not in the participant. He's not an attendee counselor. So I do have a few people that aren't in the attendee room. Lily, Lily Sage, I have you up.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me. I just wanted to share some thoughts this evening. Indigenous people in my community have taught me that these monuments to brutal mass murderers actively cause them harm. And when any member of our tricultural community suffers, we all do. The city profits off of and exploits Indigenous people, but affords them no basic respect. It feigns listening and placates. It does not ameliorate suffering or seek meaningful repair. Surely there are more venerable people to monumentalize than this genocidal maniacal rapist. Any of them, Kit Carson, De Vargas, Oñate, etc. Why are you allowing it to continuously be vandalized over and over? It's obvious that the people want it taken down. Take it down. It's shameful that any of these monuments still exist in public spaces. I feel the heebie-jeebies every time that I walk past one of them, and I avoid them when showing folks from out of town our beautiful city because of the shame attached to it. If you're serious about truth and reconciliation, start making repairs now. Take down the monuments.
Thank you, Lily Sage. If there's more to your statement, please send it in and we'll put it into the minutes of the meeting.
Okay. So Mayor, at this time, anyone that is in the attendees side, that has spoken. If there's anyone that has not had an opportunity to speak, please raise your virtual hand if you're still on the attendees list. The only one I have is that Samsung Galaxy, and I don't have a name for it, but I've tried unmuting it, Mayor.
Okay. Well, I don't quite know how to do a last call when it's in a virtual room, but I think you've asked several times if you signed up to speak and you're still in attendance, but you didn't get a chance or we couldn't get the technology to work. There is a way to signal that with your so-called virtual hand and let us know that you did not get your turn. And if you want to do that, now's the time. Otherwise, I think we'll move along and consider that the completion of this item on the agenda. Okay, it is 10:42 and we have some public hearings to attend to. I wonder what the will of the council is at this point. Do you want to plunge in? Do you want to suspend our rules now and just continue through the night, or do you want to see how far we get before we get to the appeal on the item C, item A, B, and C?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
I move we suspend our rules so we can go beyond, what, 11:30?
yes, ma'am, 11:30. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Lindell has seconded the motion to suspend the rules to allow us to go past our time limit of 11:30. We have 3 hearings in front of us. We'll see how we can do. Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Sure. Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
No.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. Could you read us the next item on the agenda, please, clerk? Lead us into the next item.
Yes. This is a request for approval of amendment to 2019 Annual Action Plan, which proposes to use CARES Act funding, $361,227, provided by HUD to partially fund operations at the Midtown Shelter. A subsection of that is approval of budget adjustment request to increase revenues in 24027 50.490520 by
Those numbers are confusing.
by $361,027 and move funds to expenditures, and that is 2402750.510400. Another subsection is approval of a professional services agreement plus a project budget in the total amount of $361,227 of CARES Act funds for providing oversight and management of the Midtown Shelter, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. We have Alexandra Ladd presenting.
Okay, Alexandra Ladd, could you please take the microphone and make your presentation, and then I assume the council will have, it's a public hearing, we'll have you present, we'll have, if there are people who wish to speak to this item, and then we'll go to the council for their statements or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. The item in front of you is an amendment to our annual action plan, which is currently in place for the current fiscal year, the very few days that are left. We are amending it to accept the CARES Act funding that's been entitled to us because of our CDBG grant. So the purpose of the amendment to the action plan is to tell the public how we propose to use the funds. The second and third items before you are the actual mechanics for how to get the funds out. One is a budget adjustment request to accept the funds and then put them into an expenditure line item. Pretty straightforward. And the second one is a professional services agreement that was awarded through a emergency procurement to the New Mexico Coalition on Homelessness. The proposed project for funding is the continued operations of the Midtown Shelter, where we are housing anywhere from 40 to 60 people who do not either have a safe place to be quarantined or to observe social distancing, or who are, some of whom are COVID positive. Some folks are being discharged from either hospitals or other institutional settings and do not have a safe place to go. All of our local shelters are now at about 50% capacity to try to observe social distancing. And so a lot of these folks who are at the Midtown would not have a place to go and would be homeless. The CARES Act funds are specifically oriented toward offsetting health impacts and protecting public health. Keeping people safely housed at Midtown accomplishes that in all entirety. The other important piece to this is that this is not a permanent situation. The city's not in the shelter running business. So we are giving ourselves some time to figure out what our long-term plan is. By contracting with the New Mexico Coalition on Homelessness, we are able to tap into the network of the members of that coalition, as well as the coalition's expertise with administering federal funds, because many HUD funds are also, the organization organizes the application for other HUD funds. So with that said, we will spend the funds. There's a budget attached in the packet, and you can see that they go to paying for contract staff people, so people who'd be under contract to the Coalition on Homelessness, and also some of the basic operating costs such as linen and cleaning, and some, I believe, some security costs as well. So with that, I will answer any questions. I'm not sure if anyone signed up for the public hearing, but
We'll find that out right now. I think if that completes sort of a quick overview, and I know Regina's on the call as well, and others who have been involved in the Midtown effort. Let's ask Christine, do we know if there are people in the attendee room who would like at this time to speak to this issue? We could give them a 2-minute opportunity to address this issue as a public hearing.
Mayor, I have Stephanie Beninato. I will go ahead and unmute her now.
Okay.
Stephanie, go ahead.
Thank you. Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I guess I am going to repeat my concern is that somehow Midtown campus will become a permanent homeless center rather than an emergency homeless center. It also seems that it is proportionately a lot of money compared to the amount of people being served. I know that you're getting federal funding now, but I am concerned about future funding, even if it's not at this campus, which again, I think the public has not given that a priority. I think housing for affordable housing and below market rate housing are really the priority for residential use there. I wonder how much the increased cleaning costs that Mary McCoy, I believe, mentioned earlier, how much is that really being spent on the campus to clean up for this homeless center, COVID homeless center? And then the other question I have is, I thought that some people were getting Section 8 or other rental subsidies. I'm wondering how many people that have gone through this center on the Midtown campus have had Section 8 or other rental subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you. There are other people waiting to speak to this issue as part of the public hearing. If not, then I will open the floor for the members of the council to ask questions or take it from there, however you want to proceed.
Move to approve.
There's a motion. Now, let's be clear about what we are. There's a motion and there's a second to approve, but I believe we need to be clear that we're speaking. Each of these, I think, needs to be voted on individually. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so you're moving to approve item A, the first part, which is the A item, and then we'll have to go to 1 and 2. So there's a motion by Councilor Lindell to approve this item. There was a second.
Second.
Okay, Councilor Rivera seconded. Can we call the roll?
You bet. Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
Now there is subpart 1, which deals with the budget adjustment request. Is there a
Move for
motion?
approval of item A1.
Councilor- All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Motion was made by Councilor Rivera. The second came from Councilor Romero Worth. Could we call the roll on item A1, please?
Yes, Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
And then the remaining item under this one is A2, which is a professional services agreement and a project budget.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Councilor Romero Worth has moved to approve this item and Councilor Villarreal has seconded it. Could you call the roll on that, please, clerk?
You bet. Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes, and thank you, Alexandra, for sticking it out with us tonight.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
All right. Thank you to both Alexandra and to Regina for being with us. Appreciate your efforts in all regards with this matter.
We hope you're in your pajamas.
Dreams.
Madam Clerk, could you read the next item that is in front of us?
Yes, sir. This is consideration of Bill 2020-14. It's an ordinance amending section 23-6.2, 1987, to allow licensed establishments that have obtained an obstruction permit from the city and a temporary change or expansion of liquor license, modification, premises from the New Mexico Alcoholic Beverage Control Division to serve alcohol on city sidewalks, streets, rights of way, or other property that has been specifically authorized for temporary business use due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. establishing an effective date as the date of bill adoption. We have Randy Randall and John Romero presenting.
Okay, this is still a public hearing, so we'll start with a statement quickly to introduce us to what is before us. Then we'll take testimony if there are people waiting in the other room to speak to this item. Mr. Randall, do you want to present it to us in terms of what it represents?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is just to update the city's current policy to allow the city to actually support the efforts of several restaurants to expand onto city property, their footprint, and allow them to serve alcoholic beverages on that expanded space. It's a maximum of 25% of addition to their current licensed floor plan. Obviously, they already have to have a license to sell alcohol, so it would simply expand the current use. It expires the end of October. An obstruction permit would be required for a restaurant to be able to utilize this. And we would, of course, through that, ensure that there's no encroachment into restricted areas related to schools or religious facilities. So with that, we have the public hearing, and then we'd be glad to stand for questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Christine, do we know if there are people waiting in the other room who would like to address this matter?
Mayor, by show of virtual hands, I have Stephanie Benanato who would like to speak on this item.
Okay, we'll if you can unmute her, and we'll give her 2 minutes to speak to this item.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Should I speak now?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Okay, Stephanie Benanato. I'm opposed to this. I think that when you do have alcohol service, usually you have to have security. You have to have a way of blocking it away from access to the public space. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to do. I don't think restaurants are going to be able to hire the security. We've already heard from the police that they're not going to be there constantly. I think that it will encourage public drunkenness and also increased possibility of violence really in downtown with people drinking and then getting up walking. I also think encouraging outside drinking is going to have people sitting there for hours nursing one drink, not wearing a mask, sitting there for an hour or so. You're going to have if you only have 5 foot space between your established restaurant outdoor space and the new street space, you're having people also walking through that area. Again, always being exposed to people who are sitting there for a long time without masks. And I've seen this where people have finished eating, they're texting for a half hour. They don't even have anything on the table and they're sitting there without a mask texting. So alcohol being outside, I think, again, public disorderliness, lack of supervision about how many, where does the alcohol go? Does it go over the table outside to somebody standing there? Does somebody just get up and walk off with the drink? I think these are all problems. And again, when the police tell you there can't be there, which I understand, I just don't think that you have the capacity to really regulate this in a healthy way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others in the attendee room who have a hand raised to speak to this matter? If not, am I correct? There are no more people there, Christine? I don't want to go too quickly.
You're correct, Mayor.
Okay. There are comments or questions from members of the council. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, I do see your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I note that this expires October 31st. And do you foresee that this is something that, regardless of whether we're in a pandemic, do you foresee this is something that we are going to continue?
Mr. Randall, do you foresee this as something that we would continue past the expiration date?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, we certainly couldn't continue it without council approval. It's really a great opportunity both for the restaurants to gain back some of the floor plan that they've lost due to the restrictions on dining numbers, and a great time to experiment with something like this. If it works well, and there's continued interest by restaurants, I could see it coming back to council for further consideration. But I'm sure the terms would be different. I don't know that the spaces would be offered for free. And so I think it could have changes, but I think it's a great opportunity for us to experiment with this.
Okay, and then my next question is, I know, the words, if it works well, which, sounds good, but how will you know if it's working well?
Good question. Mr. Randall, are there ways to assess the success of this program?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vio Koppler, obviously we'll be in contact with the restaurants that are using it. I think we'll be able to find out from them, as well as our own observations, if there are any issues that relate to this practice. But a big thing will be if the restaurants, in fact, are interested in continuing it. If it doesn't work out to be successful for them, then clearly it wouldn't be successful for us as a city.
Will there be any way to gauge by using police reports or complaints filed, or just anecdotal information by people walking by? I mean, I think we need to have, if we're going to say, hey, we're going to try this out, I think we need to have some measurements.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I think you're absolutely right. And we will be very careful to track any complaints that we get. We'll also keep track of compliments that we get, and positive response as well as negative. But I think you're right. We will try to reach out in every way possible to be able to provide that if there is a desire to continue, or it may be the reason that there's no desire to continue if it does in fact create some problems.
Okay, well, I'm inclined to ask that maybe you drum up some criteria for what will be what the measurements will be, and send it to us.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting way to think about it. And, there's certainly economic measurements. Are the restaurants finding it works in a purely financial term? And they'll let us know for sure about that. But you're right, there are unintended consequences. Are we seeing a rise in some problems around those outdoor seating areas? Are we seeing issues arise that really ought to be addressed from either a public safety dimension or a public order or disorder dimension? I think, finances isn't the only metric, but certainly if it isn't working, if the market says it isn't working, it won't continue for sure.
Thank you. And then one more thing, I did hear you say, Mr. Randall, which I think is a phenomenal idea, that if you bring this back, maybe we will charge for the space, because, we might need that money sometime down the road. And you think? So
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I certainly agree with you. And
I would not be in favor of doing this for free if there is a next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. So does the state then regulate barriers that are required for the allowing this to happen, this change? What are they required to do?
Are there physical changes that
Barriers.
have to be made to enclose the space?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, the answer is yes. They require a rigid barrier, 3 feet high minimum, 4 feet maximum, that would surround the space to ensure that no one can slip through or pass through any alcoholic beverages. And those are all requirements of ABC.
Okay, that's what I thought. You didn't say anything in the resolution, but I figured the state regulated that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve it from Councilor Maraworth. The second came from, I missed it. Councilor Veal Coppler seconded it. Thank you. I didn't catch it. Could the clerk please call the roll then?
Mayor, you do have an amendment sheet with this item. Would you like to include that in your in the motion?
Yeah, good.
Move to approve as amended.
Thank you.
And does the second agree to that?
I'll agree.
Thank you. In that case, Clerk, good catch. Could you please call the roll?
Yes, of course. Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, both Mr. Randall and Mr. Romero. I think you're still here. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Which brings us to item C. Could you read us into that, please,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
This is appeal number 2020-2043- of case number 2019-1600 HDRB. It's an appeal by Rosewood Hotels of the Historic Districts Review Board's March 10, 2020 decision to impose conditions on its approval of rooftop improvements at the Rosewood Inn of the Anasazi located at 113 Washington Avenue, including a 56-foot high addition, which exceeds the maximum allowable building height and requires an exception to the height limitations in the Historic Districts Ordinance. We have Sally Paez presenting.
Thank you. Let me quickly, because this is a one of our land use appeals, quickly go through what the procedure is so we all know. It's a little more formal than other public hearings. We begin with any member of the governing body wishes to disclose communications regarding the merits of the issue. Ex parte communications should be disclosed now. Then there'll be a report from staff. Sally will lead us on a staff report, hopefully within a 10-minute time limit. The applicant, appellant, opening statement and sworn witness testimony, hopefully no more than 15 minutes. Then there may be questions of the staff by the appellant and applicant, public comment with a 2-minute limit, followed by questions by the governing body of staff or involved parties. Staff may respond to the appellant if desires, and then a closing statement from the appellant if required. And then we will close the public hearing, at which time the council, the governing body, will deliberate and vote. So is there anyone who wishes to disclose any ex parte communications at this time? Seeing no hands, I think, Sally, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the governing body. I wanted to first just request, if possible, if I could have permission to share a screen. I did do a little PowerPoint that I think will help me talk through this quickly. So I would request that from Christine if that needs to be changed. I'm not sure if it does.
I think Christine can handle that for you.
Thank you. So tonight, as you mentioned, this is an appeal of a decision by the Historic Districts Review Board. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, which means that the members of the governing body is acting more like judges in a court of law than in your usual roles in terms of policy-making decisions. And so tonight in this matter, you'll be applying the rules of the code to the facts of the case to reach your decision. And in reviewing the decision of the board, it's a de novo appeal, which means that you'll be making your own independent determination of whether or not to grant the appeal and how the law should be applied to the facts tonight. So with that brief introduction, let me see if I can jump into this. Let's see. Okay, so this is an appeal by the Rosewood Inn of the Anasazi, located at 113 Washington Avenue, downtown. It's in the downtown and east side historic district, and it's a non-contributing structure. So its historic status is that it's a non-contributing building. There's what it looks like. And just to orient you, if you're like me and you need to sort of orient yourself on the map, it's here on Washington, between Marcy and Palace. Got City Hall up here, where we used to all work, and some of you I know still go more often than I do. This is a building that was built quite a long time ago. It's about 70 years old or more. It was originally the State Securities Building, and I've included this picture mostly because I think it's very cool. It was originally a territorial revival style building, and it was remodeled in 1989 for hotel use. And the style of the building was changed to this more Spanish Pueblo revival style that we see here today in this middle, the middle building there is the inn. And the project being proposed by the applicant, the Rosewood Hotel, is rooftop improvements. So here we're looking at the roof plan. The top is the current roof, as you can see, just normal rooftop. And they are proposing a project with 3 segments. Washington Avenue is over here on the west side of this picture. So there's an event space here on the far western portion of the roof. In the middle here, we have, it's going to be like an enclosed bar and lounge, bathroom, storage area. So this is kind of the middle of the addition. Here on the eastern third of the rooftop is going to be a rooftop pool. So that's the layout of the plan from above. I'll let them talk more about their plans. This is kind of a digital rendering of what it might be like up there once it's been done. So in order to obtain approval of this project, the applicant needed an exception to the height limitation in the code. The maximum allowable height in this location is 20 feet, 1 inch tall. The building's already at 42 feet, so it's already double the height that would be allowed under our height calculations in the code. They're proposing to go to 56 feet with their addition. And so they do need an exception in order to be granted approval of their project. And just to sort of show you where that height would be added, here's the north elevation. So we've got Washington on this one. It's on the right-hand side of the street is Washington, or the right-hand side is the Washington Avenue side. And you can see this is the existing roof. And they're looking to add the big addition in the middle for the bar, the lounge. These are chimney massings here sticking up. So that's part of the height addition. And then there will be like a canopy structure to hold a shade structure. And that's what these added bars are on that. South elevation, very similar, just looking at it from the other side. The existing structure on top here, the proposed addition, you can see the big part of the addition in the middle, the chimney massings that have been added. And so that's kind of what the addition of the height looks like. In order to get an exception to the design standards in the code, an applicant has to conclusively demonstrate that the 6 exception criteria are met. I know there's a ton of words on this slide, but the 2 criteria that are relevant here are the top one and the bottom one. So exception criteria number 1 is does not damage the character of the streetscape. And so that one's at issue tonight, and provides the least negative impact with respect to the purposes of the historic districts ordinance. So those are the 2 criteria that are really at issue, the ones that the board relied on in making their decision, and that's why I've got them big and bold. And in terms of that last criterion about the purposes of the ordinance, these are the purposes of the historic districts ordinance. So to preserve the historical areas and buildings, continue construction of buildings in our historic styles, and to maintain a general harmony as to style, form, color, height, proportion, texture, and material between buildings, both historic and more modern buildings. So the board did approve the vast majority of this project. They had no problems with the pool end. They had no problems with the added addition in the middle, but this digital rendering shows very well, I think, the part that the board was worried about, and that is the 3 big chimney massings here at the front of the western facade and the associated canopy structures here. So these bars, I think, are going to be, they're intended to hold a retractable shade canopy. And the board was concerned that this portion of the addition would damage the character of the streetscape and would have a negative impact on the purposes of the ordinance. And so I've got their reasoning here. That the 3 front chimney massings would damage the character of the streetscape and that they would not have the least negative impact. And so in approving the project, the board imposed conditions. And the conditions are specifically that the applicant needs to eliminate those 3 front chimney massings from the design. Currently, there are a row of chimney pipes all along that edge of the front facade. And the board said you need to keep those where they are in their existing height. And in doing that, by keeping those chimneys low, that actually requires a little bit of a shift in the event space, because under the building code, any chimney terminus that's within 10 feet of roof structures needs to be 2 feet taller than the roof structures. So in this case, they're looking to do a stuccoed wall around the event space, and that stuccoed wall would need to be 10 feet back from the chimneys, or the chimneys need to be 2 feet taller. So by requiring the low chimneys, this is going to require the further push back a little bit of the event space. I think the proposal was for the event space to be 6 feet back from the parapet, so it would need to be an extra 4 feet for a total of 10. And finally, that the applicant would need to submit new drawings to staff for approval before seeking permits. I think this reflects the fact that, for example, those shade canopy structures might need to be redesigned, because again, those would need to be 10 feet back. And if they're not incorporated into stucco chimney massings, they may need to be like a freestanding pole or some other type of shade design. So those were the conditions imposed by the board, and that is what is on appeal, whether or not those conditions should be upheld or whether the project should be approved without the conditions. There's really 2 arguments that were set forth in the appeal petition. First, that the conditions imposed by the board would put people on the patio at risk of breathing smoke and would make the patio dangerous, uninviting, or unusable, and would decrease the aesthetic design of the rooftop improvements. And I think it's just important to note that the board did take the building code requirements into account when they made its decision, and they understood that that would require the patio to be pushed back. I think in the board's view, in the summertime when events are going on, there's probably not a lot of smoke coming out of the chimneys as there might be in the middle of winter, so there wasn't a huge conflict in their view there. And that losing a couple of tables at that edge of the patio space was kind of a small price to pay for not having the imposing massing of those chimneys right out at the streetscape level. The second argument raised on appeal is basically that the board didn't have the authority to dictate the design of the project. And I would say that the city does definitely have the authority to put conditions of approval on a project to ensure compliance with the ordinance. And especially in a situation where an applicant seeks to exceed a limitation in the code and has to get an exception to do so, that's a situation where it is appropriate to try to mitigate any negative consequences of a project and ensure that the exception is really warranted and can be granted. So that's what the board was doing here. But it's the governing body's decision now to make that decision anew and to make an independent decision about whether those conditions are appropriate and necessary to protect the character of the streetscape and to further the purposes of our ordinance. So just one more time, here's a digital rendering from the side of what that proposed addition might look like from the west side of the street. the board is saying that these 3 chimney mastings in the front need to be eliminated from the design, and this associated, shade structure that attaches to that part, and that the chimney terminuses would be down here where they are now, and requiring a little pushback of the event space to 10 feet back from the chimneys. And here's one more picture of what it looks like now. So you can see the proposed change that adding that on top would have. And again, all of this back 2/3 has been approved. So this addition in the middle and the pool further to the east has all been approved. So there are 2 motions options for this case. You could grant the appeal and approve the project without the chimney conditions. So if you don't think that those conditions are necessary to protect the streetscape and further the purposes of the ordinance, then you should grant the appeal and the project can go forward as proposed. Or if you agree with the board that those are appropriate conditions to protect the streetscape and further the purposes of the ordinance, then you should deny the appeal and approve the project with the chimney conditions as the board did. So I hope that was within my 10 minutes and still coherent. I've got Lisa Roach here and Eli Isaacson here, and they'll be available to help me answer questions later on after you've heard from the appellant and any interested members of the public.
Thank you. That was very well done and well within your time limit. Next, we have the appellant applicant represented by Carl Summer. Carl, you, I believe, have the floor and will be unmuted to make a presentation with a goal of keeping it, if you can, with no more than 15 minutes.
And
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, I will be swearing in.
You do
all-
need to be sworn. That's correct. Yeah.
Carl, could you please raise your right hand? And penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and I have with me here Mayor Mr. Richard Martinez. He is the project design architect. And I have Mr. Lutz Arnold. He is the general manager of the Inn of the Anasazi. And I have also with us here tonight Dolores Vigil. She's the planner on the project. And we're here to answer any questions you might have, but we'll keep our whole presentation within 15 minutes, Mayor, and be as succinct as possible.
Do we, I think we might want to swear them in if they're
Yes.
to be answering questions. Let's do it in one time.
That's why I did it. Very well.
Under penalty- Sure. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay, Carl,
Thank you.
the floor is yours.
Mayor, members of the council, we will be brief. I think that Ms. Paez narrowed the issue down very well to what we're here for. Let me just say at the outset, we're very excited about this project because this represents a huge investment in not only this building, but in the downtown area by a property owner who is trying to keep this property and the downtown area competitive to make Santa Fe and keep Santa Fe a destination where people can enjoy the amenities that they expect coming to a place like Santa Fe. You all are aware that the La Fonda has a rooftop pool. They have a rooftop bar. The Drury, rooftop pool, rooftop bar. Recently, the El Dorado, same thing. This property does not enjoy those amenities, and there is the opportunity for this property to have that and to keep this property from becoming obsolete and to maintain it as a world-class property in a world-class destination. So we're excited about the project. Unfortunately, we're here because the condition imposed by the board has a deleterious effect, one, on the investment, but also on the usability of this space. And I'd like to go through just briefly how we got to where we are. I'll be very brief about this. In February of this year, the H board heard our first application. Mr. Martinez will walk you through what that looked like. They tabled it and they said, you know, with respect to those chimneys up front, what we'd like you to do is move them back, move them away from the facade. Mr. Martinez did an excellent job of redesigning it. and consolidating these chimneys into a massing that helps give some character to this particular portion of the property. We'll walk through that. So we came back in March and we had redesigned it. They asked us to move the chimneys back away from the front facade, and we moved them back 14 feet. And there was, if you read the minutes, you will see there was a great deal of discussion about the design and how it was probably a good solution to what was being requested. However, Mr. Katz, who made the motion and carried much of the discussion about the chimneys, made a motion saying, I just don't like the way they look. If you read the minutes, you will see that the motion is very different from the findings of fact that have been presented to you. And by that, I mean this. The motion said, well, I don't think you need to have the chimneys there. They said explicitly in that meeting, we met the criteria for the exception on all points. They did not say we did not meet the criteria for exception. That shows up for the first time in the findings of fact. And I note that because it is hard for an applicant to know what is going on if a motion is made and then the findings of fact come out entirely different. And so I bring that to your attention. What is the effect of the condition that they placed? We'll walk through the location of the chimneys where they are right now. If you leave them where they are at the height where they are, there will be smoke blowing into people's faces into this outdoor space. That is going to happen, and it makes this space uninviting and in large part unusable. It's not just losing 4 feet of table space. That's not it at all. We lose more than that, but the danger here is that you'll have smoke blowing from these chimneys that'll be below where people are sitting and going up into the area where they're sitting. The second thing is it will hinder unnecessarily the economic usability of this particular improvement up on the roof. It will limit the space unnecessarily. And finally, what it points out here is one thing. The board is not in the business of designing the project. The code makes it absolutely clear that the design of the project is left to the applicant. And what happened here was Mr. Katz, for the most part, said, we're going to redesign the front of this for you, and you're going to keep those chimneys where they are. I submit to you that is getting involved in the design impermissibly. They can approve, they can disapprove, but what we have here is a redesign of the front of this project. And it redesigns it in a way that is deleterious to the entire project, at least the first third of the project on the roof, the outdoor space. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Martinez to walk us through just the basics of where the chimneys are now, what was proposed, and then how we came up with a solution and what will be the effects if this condition is not removed. And if I could, Christine, I'm going to need to share a screen.
Carl, go ahead and do that. I allowed everyone to be able to screen share, so you're good to go.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. Before I share the screen, Richard, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Okay, yes. I'm Richard Martinez from Martinez Architecture Studio here in Santa Fe at 1524 Paseo de Peralta.
How long have you been working in Santa Fe in the historic district as an architect?
I've been working in the historic district since 1989.
All right. What I'd like you to do is help us understand what was originally proposed. And I'm going to share that screen now. So why don't you start with what you have prepared?
Okay. All right. So I think you understand what the addition consists of. There's a pool and a deck in the back. There's a lounge and a back of house and restrooms in the middle. And then there's an event deck in the front, which is with a short 4-foot wall around it. And it was set back 6 feet from the existing facade of the existing hotel. And that area was to be planted so that it could be less less of an imposition on the street. We had an ENN early neighborhood notification meeting before we went to the historic, and the neighbors were all informed of that, and we had a very positive reception to our plans. The only concern that I heard was about trash possibly flying off the roof. And if you know the end of the Anasazi, you'll know that that won't happen. We also then made our first submittal to the historic board, and they were concerned with the fact that I had the existing chimneys raised on stucco masses that would go right where they were existing on the roof deck.
So let me stop you real quick right there. I've got up on the screen the western half essentially of the top of the roof as designed initially, right?
Right, that's right.
And is this area right here where the chimneys exist today, that location?
Yeah, yes, but there's chimneys that are right behind the parapet, which are from the rooms below, and then right behind
here.
the parapet, right? And then there's a larger chimney from the lobby on the first floor that's set back a few feet from the front facade.
Okay, so I'm going to circle right here. I'm going to put a square. Is that the area where the existing chimneys are right now? In that location?
Some of them.
Some of them?
Yes.
And how about, and this right here?
And that's another one.
This one right here, is this from the lobby?
That's from the lobby, yes.
All right, so that's where they existed, correct?
Yes.
And so your proposal, what did it do in this first proposal?
Well, what I was doing was I was taking the chimneys straight up from where they came out of the roof. I was gathering all those in the center together.
Okay.
So they weren't exactly straight up, but they were close to straight up. And then there were other chimneys that were on the sides of the building.
Okay.
That are in near the parapets. And again, I would raise those straight up.
All right, is that location where the arrow is right now?
Yes,
One of those?
that's
Okay,
one of
that's
those.
one of those. And is this another one right there?
There's another one there.
All right, those are locations where chimneys exist today, correct?
That's right.
All right.
Where chimneys exist today, which incidentally only go up to the parapet. They are not legally as per regulations right now.
Right now.
They would have to be raised up 2 feet from where they are in order to be
Right.
regulated.
So there's no way you could leave them at their current location and height without modifying them.
That's right. And if you do the photograph of the roof, I can point out those chimneys.
Okay.
On the photograph, and also the elevation will show those masses.
All right.
So here
I've got a photograph.
Here's the roof photograph.
All right.
And so with the arrow, you see all the chimneys.
These are all chimneys along the side?
Against the side, and then those are the chimneys
in the front.
In the front.
Okay.
And then that's the chimney from the
lobby.
chimney from the lobby.
All right.
Yes.
And are these chimneys over
Those are
here?
chimneys, yes.
So right now they don't meet code.
Some of them don't meet codes. Some are
Like this
2
one?
feet above the parapet, but many are not.
So with respect to it, at the very least, these on the outside could not be left at their height, correct?
That's right. Not the way they are.
And the same thing here.
That's right.
Of necessity, by code, you have to raise those 10 feet above, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. So let's go back to the drawings that we were just looking at.
If you show the elevation, of the first.
All right. So let's go to, this is as modified.
That's
right?
as modified. Yeah, you have to
Right.
go. I think it's further at the top.
All right.
Yes. That's the site plan. This is the floor plan right there that you were just
All right,
showing.
okay.
And down below it is, oh, no, yeah.
All right, so that's the way it looks today, correct?
That's the way it looks today on top,
Right.
yes. Mhm. And then down below, that is actually the
This
the
is
second
as
submit-
modified.
As modified,
So
right.
the original design had in the front,
Multiple chimneys coming straight up.
all right. Let me just get to those. That's as redesigned, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me just get to the right one here.
That could be it, yes. Yeah, that's the one.
All
And
right.
then if you go down, you'll see the elevation.
Okay, this
Um,
is
That's
this is the first
existing.
design, right?
That's
This
the
is-
first design, yes, that's
Right.
existing.
All
And
right.
then here we are. Okay, so now on the right-hand side of the screen is
Right there.
Washington Avenue. And you can see that the chimneys are
Those right
coming
there.
straight up. Yes,
Okay, so that's the original design showing the chimneys coming straight up so that the smoke isn't blowing into people's faces, correct?
that's right. They're-
And this member is out near the front of the facade, correct?
That's right.
This location right here, Richard, is that the location of those chimneys that are there now, except they're extended up
Those are the chimneys that are on the, near the parapet on the sides.
on the side? We saw them in the photograph.
Yes,
All right.
and I use them because that is also the location of the metal frame of the metal, the steel columns and beams of the building. And so that is a natural place to put the structural columns for the canopy as well.
Let me
So the canopy
take
would
you
be
to
set
that real
back.
quick.
Yeah.
All right, so right,
So you see right there at
hold
the
on.
arrow.
So that bar right across there is the canopy. That's the structural frame of the canopy, correct?
Yes, that's the edge of the canopy.
All right, and this right here on the end is where it's supported, correct?
It's where it's supported.
And you use that to extend the chimneys upward, correct?
It has the support for the canopy and the chimney.
So the extensions of the chimneys on the side serve a structural function for the canopy, correct?
That's right.
All right, so that's one structural support and that's the other, right?
Right.
All
And that beam that supported the canopy spanned from one end of the building to the other because that's where the structure is.
Okay, so tell the council what you did as part of the redesign and how you achieved it.
Okay, and so the board wanted the chimneys pushed back from the front facade. And so I took advantage of the fact that the existing roof plane is 6 feet below our finished floor of the deck.
Okay.
Because in that space is the structure that holds up the deck and the structure that holds up the pool, which is very substantial and very important in the back of the building. And so that's that space of 6 feet allowed me to cant the chimneys.
When you say cant, that means angle, correct?
Angle the chimneys so they don't go straight up. So they go, they angle back into away from the front facade, and before they go up above your head height.
Okay, and so
I was able to push those chimneys back against the beam that was holding up the canopy, and also it allowed me to make fewer masses for the chimneys and group them together because I was again able to angle those chimneys so that they could be brought together.
Okay, I'm showing an arrow. This is the redesign, correct?
That's the redesign.
And you've moved the chimney back to here
Yeah, that's right.
from over here,
From,
correct?
from over there,
And
right?
you've moved it back a total of 14 feet away from the front facade, correct?
That's right.
All right. And on the, and you took, and in this area, this whole structure now is one mass where all the chimneys have been angled in and they go up there, correct?
That's right.
And is that massing that you put there have a structural function with respect to the railing, the metal frame?
The metal frame for the canopy?
Yes.
Yes, because the canopy was set at that bay, the structural bay already, and so it allowed me to have that those chimney masses, that chimney mass go back to the structural beam.
Okay.
And look like it supports it, even though it is in the middle of the roof and it's not supporting anything. But it's a stuccoed mass, and it's very large. It's very wide, and so it looks like it's supporting the beam.
All right. So I'm going to point right here on this. If the chimneys were left in the location where that arrow is, will smoke be blowing into this area?
Yeah, the chimneys would not be left there. They would be left
over here.
Yes.
And they'd be at a lower height?
And they'd be at a lower height. And yes, they would be below the deck. Remember that the floor of the deck is at 6 feet above the roof. And so the chimneys would be below the deck, and you would be looking down at them, and the smoke would be coming right into your face.
All right. So does this show?
This is the redesign.
Okay.
So I was able to. This shows the mass on the ends of the building, in which I was able to take those buttresses, because the whole building is ended by two buttresses on the sides, and I was able to angle those, keep angling them back all the way to the chimneys and the structure.
I'm gonna show you.
Yeah,
is this a computer rendering that your office did?
Yes.
And does this show the this is the massing here in the center?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And this was the area where there was originally a chimney extension up, but now you've made it you've changed it in a way.
I've changed it because I've integrated it better with the existing buttress that's on the side of the building, and you can see that on the other side more clearly.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay, so you've incorporated this buttressing into this design of the chimney extension, correct?
That's right.
So this railing right there, that is above, and that's the railing upon which that retractable awning goes, correct?
Yes, that's
All
right.
Mr. Jimmer, I think you're at about the 20-minute mark.
Okay,
Oh.
We'll wrap it up here, and this is a front view of
That's
it.
a front view, and between the existing parapet and the wall of the deck, there is a 6-foot space.
Right here?
And, right there.
Yeah.
And then between the deck, between the wall of the deck and the chimney, there is another, I don't know, 6 or so feet.
Okay, so that's set back that
That's
distance. All right. That covers essentially what we did and why we did it, correct?
Yes.
All right. I have, Mr. Mayor, just 2 more minutes. Mr. Lutz Arnold would like to say just a couple of words before we wrap up, if that's all right.
Sure.
I will make it very brief. It's late and we all want to go to bed. But I want to point out two things that are extremely important to me. Number one, in our struggling industry today, isn't it amazing that owners are still willing to invest? And by increasing the operational footprint of the hotel, we will be able to hire additional associates. And I think that's a great thing that we can do for our city here in Santa Fe. And I want to thank you all. Like I said, I want to make it very short, but those are two important points that I didn't want to miss.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we'll leave any remaining marks for a 2-minute closing if we need to, Your Honor.
And I suspect there'll be some questions for you, so you won't, you're
Thank
not done. You're not off the
All right.
hook yet.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank
Good.
you all very much.
You do have the opportunity, although I would encourage you to use self-discipline. If you had questions of the staff, now would be the time, according to our policy, for you to indulge in them. Or perhaps you could win brownie points by not doing it.
I've found that it's not very welcome to cross-examine a lawyer. We have no questions. We have no questions for staff. Thank you.
Christine, are there people in the attendee list who would like to speak to the as sworn public comment? They'd need to be sworn in, but now would be the time to give each of them a chance to speak. How many are there on the list?
Mayor, I have Stephanie Beninato, and then I also would like to double check with Brad and Gregory. They were in the waiting room, and I need to just verify that this is the item that they were on for. So we will do that.
Why don't we swear in Ms. Beninato and give her 2 minutes to speak, and then you'll get back to us about whether the other 2 individuals wish to speak at this time, and they'll have to be sworn as well.
Absolutely. Ms. Beninato is unmuted and now able to be sworn in.
Thank you.
Stephanie, under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe. I think that looking at the original design and the redesign is really distracting. I think what you're supposed to be looking at is what was approved by, what was approved by the board, and whether the board's, whether you agree with the board and whether the exceptions have been met. And so far as I could tell, no one really talked to the requirements to gain an exception. I mean, they've already have double the height from 20 to 42. They already got the 56-foot height for the building. They got the pool. They're going to lose 2 tables basically by setting back an additional 4 feet. And you're not going to have this very obvious distraction up on that roof. And it's the tallest building on that side of the street. It really already detracts from the historic block there of the 1-story adobes that are almost overwhelmed by it. And again, all this rooftop and needing a pool, I mean, no recognition that you even live in a desert. And I think if Mr. Summer is going to talk about what Mr. Katz said or didn't say, I think really he needs to show in the minutes, read it into the record, point it out, do something other than just say what Mr. Katz allegedly said. Because I think that's somehow he's wanting to make a big deal of that. So again, really what it is they're losing 2 tables. It is incredibly visible from that corner of the northeast corner from the plaza. I really ask you to support the board's decision. It's quite minor compared to everything that was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, what's the intelligence about our other 2 potential witnesses?
Mayor, I was unable to chat with them, so I'm just going to go ahead and unmute them and then we'll ask them.
Okay.
Gregory, did you have anything that you wanted to say about this item? Gregory Ross.
No, thank you. I pass.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And the other person was Brad?
Yes. Brad, I've unmuted you. I don't know if you have anything you would like to say about this item or not.
No, thank you. I'm working with the ownership group and working with Carl and Richard Lutz, and obviously I'm very supportive of the project. I'm available if there's any questions of a technical nature.
Okay, we'd have to swear you in if we wanted to get questions directed your way. Carl, is that worth doing at this time, or do you anticipate there not being questions for Brad?
I don't think there'll be any questions for Brad, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect.
If it comes up, Brad, we'll then swear you in, but in the meantime, we'll just move forward.
Okay, Mayor, you're good to close at this time.
All right, in that case, if there are no other sworn public comments, then it's time for the governing body to engage in questions as they see fit of staff or other parties to the proceeding. You may question witnesses. Anyone testifying, if Mr. Spain were brought into it, he'd need to be sworn in as well. Are there questions that the governing body has? I'll look for digital hands being raised at this point. I see Councillor Vihel Coppler's digital hand. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for Sally. I heard you say that this building is non-contributing.
Thank you,
Sally?
Mayor Weber. Councillor Vihel Coppler. That's correct. It's a non-contributing structure, so it has not been designated as contributing or significant. Those are the historic designations. It's old enough to be designated, but the other criteria to be contributing, it has to have a sufficient level of historic integrity. I think in this case, because there was a very large change of style, I would suspect that maybe that's why it's designated as a non-contributing structure.
Okay, and I guess the next question would be, well, before I get off, before I finish, Sally, it seems that there's some discussion about the current chimneys, and those apparently, if I'm hearing right, those aren't up to code. And so there's not a lot that one can do with those chimneys to bring them to code except to raise them. Am I hearing that correctly?
Thank you, Councillor Vihel Coppler. My understanding of the building code requirement is that any chimney terminus needs to be at least 2 feet higher than any structures that are within 10 feet. And so I think that there's different options. The chimneys could potentially, I mean, I'm not an architect and I'm not a certified building official. So, but I think there's potentially other design solutions in terms of maybe eliminating fireplaces that are in the front or just moving them back further. The board's decision was that the 3 closest ones to the street couldn't be in that location. So I think by leaving the ones very low in the front that are could be 10 feet away from the stucco wall around the event space, I think that would cover it. I think there's other ways to direct the smoke, but that's a very non-technical answer. So it might be good to explore it with someone else if you'd like to.
I wonder if Eli would have an answer.
It seems like, you know, it seems like the developer here or architect has come up with a solution. I'm curious, and I'm not sure if it would be Carl or Randy. Randy's spoken up earlier about the economic benefit of having this additional space and this potential contribution to the city's gross receipts tax. I mean, there would seem to be some economic benefit overall to this. And since it seems like the architect has done what they can do to make this work with those chimneys and not have a whole bunch of chimneys all over the place without getting rid of fireplaces inside the building, that might be something. And I think I'm just talking on the periphery that you know, there are other hotels, El Dorado, Drury, La Fonda. I had already written those hotels down that get the economic effect of having these rooftop places. And apparently the Drury's no longer, but it's still there. That it would be something that would be good for the community. You know, we just spent hours talking about opening up the streets and putting these barricades that I think look awful, but I'm okay with it, you know. I'm okay with it. So, you know, Mr. Randall explained that maybe this would be something we continue to allow restaurants to do this. And I'm sure the barricades, they might change. But to me, this hotel it's a small price to pay, and you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So I think, you know, when those canopies are up there, I think it's going to look pretty good. That's what I think. And you know, I agree. I don't think we should be dictating a design necessarily, and I don't think that you know, since it's a non-contributing structure, I think that weighs in a lot. So that for now, those are all the questions I have, unless Randy wants to comment on the economic benefit of having something like this downtown.
Randy, are you still with us? His name is there, Counselor, but there he is. Randy, the question
sir.
was put about some sense of the economic benefit of this project and what the positive potential impacts of doing this would be for our gross receipts tax or lodger's tax.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, very clearly, anything that's done to enhance a property will allow it to both charge a higher rate, increase its revenues. This would increase food and beverage revenues, and it would make it more competitive against the other hotels that have some pretty nice, significant pool facilities. I think the fact that it's outdoor space, and we don't have enough outdoor space right now, and even going forward, I think that's a great advantage. But as been pointed out, it's really got to be usable space for it to be of value. And I haven't done any economic analysis of this with Lutz as the GM, but I can assure you the owner has put a pencil to it, and it will bring in enough revenue to cover its cost. And that all translates to gross receipts tax and lodger's tax.
Thank you. Counselor, did you have more questions?
Just an aside, I worked in that building as a state government student intern in the tourism division, Randy. So I don't even know if you knew the tourism and economic development department used to be in there. And I'll tell you, the building, even as it looked in the pictures today, looks a heck of a lot better than when I worked there. So I applaud that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Lindell, you're next, followed by Counselor Rivera and then Counselor Cassett Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm not really sure who to ask this to, but we're making it sound like if we don't grant this appeal, that there's not going to be any pool up there and that there's not going to be any outdoor space. Is that the case?
Mr. Summer, what would the implications be if there were no approval granted for the design of the front?
The implications for this outdoor spaces, it will be uninviting and particularly in jeopardy of being able to be used, because the chimneys on the sides, they have to be raised, and the board's condition was you've got to keep those the height they are. Well, it's impossible to create this outdoors covered space unless you have a member that can hold that up, and that's where the chimneys are. The chimneys in front will be blowing smoke into people's faces up on top of that roof. And it is not accurate to say that there is only fires in the wintertime. The hotel has a fire almost all the time in the lobby area, and that smoke is going to be blowing up there. So it isn't, I think, Councilor Lindell, that the whole thing goes away, but it jeopardizes the usability of that outdoor space. And it is not accurate to say that we'll only lose 2 tables up there. We will lose a lot more than that because of the manner in which the tables must be spaced on the top. So it jeopardizes that in a serious way.
Well, you know, that's a little bit subjective, Mr. Summers, to say that it would be uninviting. I don't know that that's true or not, but the historic board is a tough board to sit on. Probably the hardest board to sit on next to doing the work of the council. It's extremely hard. No one likes what they do, but the work they do is necessary. They have, I see you're here, Ms. Roach. They have an obligation to address continuity in some way of streetscape. Isn't that true?
Would she need to be sworn in?
She's staff.
Oh, she doesn't need to be?
Unless staff is testifying as to factual testimony, personal knowledge. But in terms of code interpretation and board policy, that's staff can talk about that.
Didn't want to let it slip through. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Councilor Lindell and Mayor Weber. The general authority of the Historic Districts Review Board is to make a determination as to streetscape harmony for any proposed exterior alterations in the historic districts.
Thank you. I'm looking in my packet on page 85, and I have to tell you that to me doesn't appear very harmonious. I think Mr. Martinez has done an exceptionally good job with what he has been given to work with, and I'm deeply respectful of the work that you've done. But I think that we're asking an awful lot here. We have a very sizable give on the height. And I understand that other hotels have pools on the rooftop. And I think that this hotel will also have a pool on its rooftop. But, you know, it's not that there's no part of the historic code that says because La Fonda or the El Dorado has a pool on their rooftop, or the Drury, that this hotel gets a pool on the rooftop. We asked the Historic Review Board to do a task for us. It's extremely hard duty that they do. And I respect the work that they do very, very much. And I think that their expertise in this is surely much greater than mine. I've read their notes, I've gone through what they said, and I think that they weigh every one of these decisions to the very best of their abilities, and that they put much, much, much more time on these properties than the council does. So I don't think that we lose all economic benefit of this hotel to deny this appeal. There's been a pretty sizable variance in granting the height on this. Ms. Roach, again, what's is the new height going to be 54 feet? And what's code in the area?
Thank you for your question, Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber. The maximum allowable height as calculated per section 14-5.2 D9 C is 20 feet 1 inch. And now that is calculated as an average of the applicable structures within the streetscape, and then you add 2 feet to that. Now, we can talk more about that methodology if you'd like to. But I do believe the proposed height is 56 feet. It's a little tricky in the downtown because the methodology for calculating maximum allowable height is based on a residential model, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. And so very often when we see development proposals downtown, there is also an accompanying height exception request.
Sure. And so essentially, the height exception on this is 2 times what code allows. Essentially.
Essentially.
Okay, give or
A little
take a
bit
few
more.
inches.
It's a little bit more than that, yeah.
So cowboy math. Okay. I just think that I keep looking at that rendering on page 85 and to me, I agree with the Historic Review Board that we don't have much continuity of the streetscape with that. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor?
Counselor. Yes,
There was a question raised by Councilor Lindell that Brad Spain, who has done the financial work on this, could answer about the economics of it. And it might be helpful to have him answer that directly if it's possible.
well then let's get him sworn in and we'll address the economic piece.
Brad, under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I think you're still muted, so we need to get you unmuted. There you go.
Sorry about that.
Did you say yes, you promised to tell the truth?
All right, sorry, reloading. Yes, I do.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So the question, Councilor Lindell, do you remember the economic question you were raising?
I didn't ask a specific question. I didn't really need an answer.
Oh.
I said that I thought that this hotel would still have a pool and the addition done, whether this appeal was granted or not. If Brad wants to say that it won't, that would be the answer, but I don't really need a long explanation.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is, I mean, certainly we're still running through the financials, and one of the biggest pieces is how to structurally reinforce the existing building. But certainly it's a very rectangular footprint. We're trying to, of course, maximize everything. We need to bring up 2 elevators. So certainly, obviously, as would be expected, every square foot that could be available for use as event space or congregation space is beneficial. And the idea that I think Carl had already said, if we only lose 2 tables, it's a lot more than that. I mean, certainly with the gas flues from the guest rooms, the wood burning stove from the lobby, it would all impact that event space, weddings or any sort of meetings out there. And it would essentially render it, I would imagine, very unusable, certainly diminish its ability to be sold. And so it's just,
So what you're saying to me, Brad, is that if you don't get this appeal, what you just said was that this space would be unusable.
I'm sorry, my connection's lost, but essentially you said if we don't get the appeal that it wouldn't work. Is that what you're saying?
That's what you just said.
She said she thought you heard you say it would become unusable. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it would be currently, the thought there is that it's tough to tell without modeling. What is the smoke, the flow of the smoke? How is that going to impact the event space? We think it would make it, very, kind of render it unusable. Certainly it would impact it greatly, and we wouldn't have as much event space to sell, of course. So it does affect the financials. And
All right, what I heard you say was it would make the space unusable.
I think the goal there to be able to sell that space for events, weddings, things like that. If you had, I believe it would certainly adversely impact the ability to sell that space. And as has been discussed, that's 1/3.
So if you aren't granted this appeal, if the space would be unusable, why would you build it?
Well, certainly we're trying to. We think it would be a tremendous, a lot of different elements there between the pool, the event space, and the indoor space, and we certainly want to pursue all avenues possible. We just have to kind of keep working through the design and see where costs where they land.
Okay, Counselor?
I heard what I heard,
Okay.
And I don't think that not getting this, being granted this appeal, that this space won't be built and that it won't be usable. But to hear that said is a little upsetting to me. So I will yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there was a lot of discussion with HDRB about the chimneys and the setback. Did they make a decision based on compliance with Chapter 14?
Who is that addressed to, Councilor?
Either Sally or staff, I guess, land use staff.
Okay. Sally, can you answer that one?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera. Yes, the Historic Districts Review Board is pretty much solely focused on application of the Historic Districts Ordinance. They took the building code requirements into account. I mean, they were aware of it. And similarly, they do get a preliminary zoning review from the current planning staff. So when they get a project that has something built into like what would be a required setback or something like that, those are the kind of things that are at least brought to their attention, and they're aware. Like, you can't go get a building permit for an H board approved project if it violates some other building code or zoning requirements. But they did apply pretty much solely the historic code in their approval of the project with conditions.
And that was,
If I may add, just to add to that a little bit, as part of the process of submitting an application to the Historic Districts Review Board, there is a preliminary zoning review that's conducted before the case goes to a hearing with the Historic Districts Review Board too. So the requirements of Chapter 14, generally speaking, are looked into before it goes to the H board specifically for review under the Historic Districts Ordinance.
but their decision based on the chimney conditions is supported by Chapter 14. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilor Rivera. The board's decision was based on the exception criteria for the height exception, specifically that in order to grant an exception, it can't damage the character of the streetscape, and it can't have a negative impact with respect to the purposes of the ordinance, which are to kind of preserve the character of the historic district, I think is relevant here, and the sort of harmony of building styles and shapes and things like that. I think another thing that they took into account is a provision that speaks to when you're adding height to a building, the added height should be stepped back. So it's sort of the wedding cake kind of shape that when you add another level to the structure, you're supposed to step back. And the code isn't very specific about how much you need to step back for how much added height, things like that. But I think in the board's view, those front chimney massings were not stepped back adequately from the front facade on Washington Avenue. So those are the code-based reasons for their decision.
All right, so based on the grounds for appeal, the board final action does not comply with Chapter 14. It sounds like it does comply. The board misapplied Chapter 14, which if it does comply, they couldn't misapply it. So then the last one would be the board's decision is not supported by substantial evidence. And I don't see that any of those are really met. So I'm not quite sure really why we're here.
Was there a question at the end of that, Counselor?
So if they didn't meet any of the grounds for appeal, why are we here discussing this?
Thank you, Councilor Rivera. It was framed in the appeal petition as a violation of a provision that says that the applicant is left to their own design in terms of submitting an application. I think there's a difference between preparing an application and proposing a design and obtaining approval through the board review process. I think the board does have authority to do that, obviously. That's what the whole ordinance pretty much is about. But I think potentially reasonable minds could differ about whether the board misapplied the provisions to the extent that the governing body and its de novo appeal review power completely disagrees that this is a damage to the streetscape or contrary to the purposes of the ordinance, I think, you know, as a lawyer, I can argue either way, right? So I think there's a little bit of room there for the governing body to make an independent decision on whether or not those exception criteria are met in this case when reviewing this de novo. I think the board's decision is defensible, but I also think there's a certain amount of factual determination that you have the authority to make a new decision on that.
All right, and this is the problem I think I have with all these is that, you know, they're so subjective, and if somebody doesn't like the answer they get from HDRB, it's easy enough just to say, well, let's take our chances with the governing body and see if things change. And I don't see that HDRB did not act in their authority, and I'm not sure that the grounds for appeal have really been met, and that's really you know, my position and my thought in the whole thing. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I had.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other questions from members of the governing body for any of the witnesses on any side of this matter? If not, the staff has the opportunity, if you wish to reply to anything that the appellant said.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. I think the only thing that I wanted to note is that my recommendation is mostly to stick to the issues raised on appeal, and the issues raised on appeal is whether this particular design damages the character of the streetscape and runs contrary to the purposes of the Historic Districts Ordinance, and that these conditions are needed to mitigate those concerns and grant the height exception. So I don't see a lot of relevance to the economic impact. Certainly we all are very interested in economic health of our community, and most of this project was in fact approved. So, and in the board's opinion, the event space would necessarily be a little smaller, but I think the board thought that this could be a very viable project. So that's the only thing that I wanted to add. I don't know if Ms. Roach wanted to add anything else before we turn it over.
Lisa?
The only thing I would add is that just to reiterate that the pool, there's basically three different components to this to the original proposal. The front event space being one, the enclosed bar and lounge space being a second, and then the pool area being a third. And I just wanted to reiterate that the vast majority of that proposal was approved. The only exception to that being the 3 chimneys in the front, which would reduce the event space in the front and potentially reduce its atmosphere, according to the appellant.
Thank you. Mr. Summer, you reserved a little bit of time for your closing comments, but I think you're muted.
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to clarify a couple of things that I think are being missed by the council, and it is what the effect of this will be with respect to the space. Right now, this area on the project right here, where I'm going to circle, there are chimneys there that if you leave them at 2 feet, everything from that has to be 10 feet away from it. Okay, so that means everything within 10 feet of this space cannot be occupied, cannot be used. Same thing on this side, cannot be occupied. And in the front, all of this cannot be occupied. And so the effect isn't just on the front of this building, it's on the sides of these buildings. And these particular extensions act as a structural support for the canopy. and the board approved the canopy. Without that, there is no structural support for the canopy. So the impact of keeping these chimneys at this location at their height has a severe impact on the usability of this outdoor space. And I'm not sure that that point has gotten across.
It's not simply moving the deck back.
I'm sorry, what?
It's not simply moving the deck back to 10 feet. Once you keep those chimneys at their existing height, that has a lot of ramifications. We have to go back. I have to go back and design that whole space. I don't know how the canopy will be supported. I don't know how we will configure the deck, but it will not be. It's not as simple as just taking 4 feet off of the deck.
And so, in closing, Councilor Rivera made the point, well, why are we here? It doesn't look like the grounds for an appeal have been met. Well, we're challenging this, and it is de novo for the council. That means you guys look at this application like it is your application, and it is not specifically. We've challenged the board's ability to get involved in doing exactly what they did. They could have denied this project because of the streetscape harmony. And instead what they did was they said they're going to redesign it for us. And that redesign has ramifications that make this that at least impractical up front and probably jeopardizes the front part of this project. So that's why we challenge the decision, not because we'll take our shot at it. This has a severe impact on this design. The board is not to engage in design. They could simply say, hey, we don't like the project because it damages the streetscape. And then we would have appealed that, and then you would have had the same question in front of you. I would note that in both applications, staff recommended approval of both the applications, both as originally designed and as redesigned. And so the grounds for an appeal have been met, and the board did engage in a design that is beyond their purview. It is to them to approve or deny, not to redesign, and that's what they've done here. And they've done it in a way that makes it impractical for us to complete at least this front part of the project, was a significant part of the amenity being designed and trying to be created on this property. So Mayor, I thank you all for your time and your attention to this case.
Thank you, and thanks for waiting so late into the night. That closes the public hearing. There have been some comments from some council members, but this is the time for deliberation and/or a motion. Are there further comments from the council governing body members? Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have a virtual hand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is more of a question.
We kind of closed that period out.
I closed with questions. Okay, then. Well, and I will relinquish my virtual hand.
All right. I'm sorry. I should have made it absolutely crystal clear that once we close the hearing, we've closed the hearing, and then we go into deliberations.
Right. Yeah, that's okay. I had questions come up in those closing statements, so I didn't realize I had a question till afterwards, but that's all right.
All right. Councilor Abeyta? No? Okay. If there's no further comment or deliberation, I would entertain a motion. We have two in front of us. One would be to grant the appeal and approve the project without the chimney conditions that were imposed. The other is to deny the appeal, approve the project with the chimney conditions that were imposed.
Mr. Bear,
Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
I move to grant the appeal and to approve the project without the chimney conditions that were imposed by the board.
There's a motion from Councilor Vihel-Coppler. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard a second from Councilor Abeyta. Okay, is there discussion of the motion, or should we move directly to a vote? I guess we've talked about it. Let's take a vote. Could we call the roll, please?
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Are you there, Counselor?
Vaughn, unless she comes in. Hill Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
No.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
No.
Counselor Garcia,
No.
Counselor O'Meara Worth, are you on?
I don't know where she went.
Weber,
I vote yes. But even with Counselor O'Meara Worth, the motion fails.
that's correct, sir.
So I think we need to identify Counselor O'Meara Worth as not voting. And,
Yes.
and entertain a second motion.
Mayor, I move to deny the appeal and to approve the project with the chimney conditions that were imposed by the board.
There's a motion.
Second.
And we have a second from Counselor Lindell. Could you call the roll on this motion?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
is Counselor O'Meara Worth on? There she is.
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Did you get the?
Sorry, my computer is overheating.
We are now voting. We actually had to skip you on a vote to grant the appeal. Now there's a motion in front of the governing body to deny the appeal and approve the project with the chimney conditions that were imposed. That motion was made by Counselor Rivera, seconded by Counselor Lindell. The prior motion failed, which was to approve, to grant the appeal, and that failed 5-3 with one person not voting.
Sorry, so I would vote yes on this motion. Sorry about that. I tried to transfer to my iPad and it wasn't connecting right.
It's okay, you're back for this vote. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
sure.
Clerk.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
No.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
No.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, so the motion carried to deny the appeal and approve the project with the chimney conditions that were imposed by the board. Thank you for everybody staying up so late. It is now almost 12:30, and I appreciate everybody's patience and willingness to stick with us this late into the night.
Thank you for holding the hearing since everybody was waiting to be heard. Appreciate it.
The last item on our agenda involves what was to be an executive session, but I believe that the city attorney has made a potential judgment. I don't want to speak for you, city attorney, that we could handle this item without going into executive session and deal with it as long as we don't disclose information that could be shouldn't be disclosed.
Mayor Weber, yes, I've spoken with Andrea, who's going to present this item. As long as we don't have to get into attorney-client privileged information. And I think the nature of the matter is such that we don't need to. We could have an executive session, but I'll let Andrea Salazar and Rich Brown describe. So I guess I would suggest that we table the county item. I don't remember if that one's first or not.
That one is second, I believe.
Okay, so we can skip executive session if that's the preference of the governing body, which I'm not surprised if it would be, and go to the first item that was recommended for a vote after executive session, which
I
is.
apologize, I have it wrong.
Okay.
The first item is the county negotiation. So if we're going to table that, we need a motion to table.
And I would say till the next meeting on July 8th would be my request.
Okay, could the clerk read the item since we're not going into executive session, just for the record, so that the public knows about what we're talking about here?
Yes, this was the approval of a settlement agreement with the County of Santa Fe to resolve payment for certain capital costs pursuant to the second amended joint powers agreement between the parties for the operation of the Regional Emergency Call Center, RECC, and the memorandum of agreement way between the city and the county for public safety radio communications, rural dispatch consoles, and site equipment.
So I would entertain a motion to table that item until, what was your preferred date, City Attorney?
Mayor Weber, July 8th, the first meeting in July.
Okay, is there a motion to table till July 8th?
I make a motion to postpone item and executive session to our July 8th meeting.
There's a
Second,
second from Counselor Lindell. Could you call the roll, please?
You bet. Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Lindell,
yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
Okay, with that having been accomplished, we move then to 14B, which since we're not in executive session, we can read it into the record, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Approval of amendment number 1 to the termination agreement entered into between the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe Estates in December 2019 to extend the duration of the agreement. We have Andrea Salazar.
So without disclosing anything that shouldn't be disclosed, maybe you can give us a briefing on this item.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. We are proposing a First Amendment to the termination agreement. The termination agreement was executed and signed on January 6, 2020. It is item number 19-0926. This termination agreement is to enter into a closing and obtain property that Santa Fe Estates has. Its background is that this was a piece of property the city owned, and in 1930, the property was transferred over to Santa Fe Estates, basically to create a tax base for the community. It's been going through the whole process with the developers, Santa Fe Estates, selling pieces of property and developing it. At this period of time, there's only 250 acres left. We entered into this termination agreement to get out of the 1930s agreement so that the city would get the land and Santa Fe Estates would stop having to perform under the 1930s agreement. We had a due diligence period, which had a time frame of 90 days with an extension period of 30 days. We did have that whole time period, and we're looking through documentation and evaluating basically the history of this termination agreement. We then had a objection period and a cure period. And where we're at right now is we did find and want to discuss more information about some of the documents that were produced during this. Both Santa Fe Estates and the city have negotiated entering into this amendment to give the parties more time to complete the examination of documentation. So under this amendment, it would be an extension of the review period for the city of Santa Fe to go until July 20th. And then Santa Fe Estates would have a cure period that would expire August 4th. The city would either accept a cure or waive any objections, or has the ability to terminate the agreement by August 14th. And then if those move forward and we're closing, then we close by September 10th, 2020. All of these dates are right after council meetings. So if we do have information that we need to present to you, we will be bringing that to you in executive session. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you. Are
Mr.
there
Mayor?
questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, was that you?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could speak, good evening to the councilors. I just wanted to add that, as Andrea said, we're thoughtfully doing our diligence, and so we needed this extra time to really dig into all the paperwork. We have 90 years of transaction history to make it right before we come in front of the council for the public notice of sale. I have 8 interested parties in the parcel, so there is excited interest in the parcel, and we want to make sure that we do all the diligence so that it's a clean transaction once it's ready for public notice.
Okay, are there questions about this? It's essentially an extension to allow more time to examine the documents and the data and the various reports with a series of dates that fall from the within that extension period where each party will agree to a cure or not a cure, depending on whether or not people agree to. Questions for either of our witnesses, our testifiers? Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Motion to approve by Councilor Abeyta,
Second.
second from Councilor Cassett Sanchez. If there's no discussion, could the clerk please call the roll on this item?
Yes. Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mel Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion approved.
Motion passes. We have completed the agenda for tonight. So at 12:36, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.